The dawn of the 9th century witnessed one of history's most consequential ceremonies when Pope Leo III placed a golden crown upon the head of Charles, King of the Franks, in St. Peter's Basilica on Christmas Day, 800 CE. This moment marked not merely the elevation of a barbarian king to imperial status, but the conscious revival of an imperial ideal that had lain dormant in Western Europe for over 3 centuries. Charlemagne's coronation represented the crystallization of a political concept that would dominate European affairs for the next 1,000 years. The notion that a Christian emperor could legitimately claim succession to the Roman Caesars while wielding temporal authority over a united Christendom. The circumstances surrounding this coronation reveal the complex interplay of political necessity and religious legitimacy that characterized early medieval governance. Pope Leo III, facing serious accusations of moral impropriety from Roman nobles, desperately needed a powerful protector. Charlemagne, having already conquered the Lombard kingdom and established Frankish hegemony over much of Italy, possessed both the military strength and the pious reputation necessary to serve as the church's champion. Yet the coronation itself allegedly caught Charlemagne by surprise, with contemporary sources suggesting he claimed he would never have entered the basilica had he known the Pope's intentions. This protestation, whether genuine or calculated, highlighted the delicate balance between secular and ecclesiastical authority that would plague imperial politics for centuries. The newly crowned emperor controlled a vast territory stretching from the Pyrenees to the Elbe River, encompassing modern-day France, Germany, the Low Countries, northern Italy, and portions of Spain and Eastern Europe. This Carolingian empire represented the most successful attempt at political unification in Western Europe since the fall of Rome. Charlemagne's administrative system relied heavily on personal loyalty and direct royal supervision, with the emperor constantly travelling throughout his domains to maintain control. His missi dominici, royal envoys dispatched to oversee local administration, served as the primary mechanism for ensuring compliance with imperial directives across this sprawling realm. The Carolingian Renaissance flourished under Charlemagne's patronage, transforming the intellectual landscape of Western Europe. The emperor's court at Aachen became a magnet for scholars from across the known world, including Alcuin of York, Theodulf of Orleans, and Einhard, who would later pen the definitive biography of his patron. These learned men established scriptoria that preserved classical texts, while developing the clear, standardized script known as Carolingian minuscule. The palace school at Aachen educated not only members of the royal family, but also the sons of nobles from throughout the empire, creating a shared cultural and intellectual foundation that transcended regional boundaries. However, the Carolingian Empire's unity proved ephemeral. The partition of Verdun in 843 divided Charlemagne's inheritance among his 3 grandsons, creating the foundation for the eventual emergence of France and Germany as separate political entities. Louis the German received the eastern portion, which encompassed the Germanic territories beyond the Rhine, while Charles the Bald inherited the western regions that would become France. Lothar I retained the imperial title along with a narrow strip of territory stretching from the North Sea to Italy, including the imperial capitals of Aachen and Rome. The East Frankish kingdom under Louis the German faced immediate challenges that would shape its distinctive character. Unlike the more Romanized western territories, the eastern regions contained numerous Germanic tribes that had only recently been incorporated into the Frankish sphere. The Saxons, Bavarians, Swabians, and Franconians maintained strong tribal identities and local customs that resisted centralized authority. Louis the German's reign required constant military campaigns to suppress rebellions and maintain territorial integrity, while external threats from Vikings, Slavs, and eventually Magyars placed additional strain on royal resources. The gradual dissolution of Carolingian authority in the East Frankish kingdom created opportunities for ambitious nobles to assert greater independence. The concept of feudalism, with its emphasis on personal bonds between lord and vassal, began to replace the more centralised Carolingian administrative system. Local counts and dukes accumulated hereditary rights over their territories, transforming what had been royal appointments into autonomous principalities. This decentralisation of power would become a defining characteristic of German political development, distinguishing it from the more centralised monarchies emerging in France and England. The death of Louis the Child in 911 marked the end of Carolingian rule in the East Frankish kingdom. The German nobles, faced with the choice between accepting West Frankish suzerainty or selecting their own king, chose Conrad I, Duke of Franconia, as their ruler. Conrad's reign proved tumultuous, as he struggled to assert royal authority over the powerful stem duchies while simultaneously defending against Magyar raids that devastated the eastern territories. His deathbed recommendation that the crown pass to Henry, Duke of Saxony, reflected both political pragmatism and recognition that effective kingship required military prowess above noble birth. Henry I, known as Henry the Fowler, ascended to the German throne in 919 and immediately faced the challenge of unifying a fragmented realm. His Saxon origins provided him with a power base in the militarized frontier regions that had borne the brunt of Magyar attacks. Unlike his predecessors, Henry understood that royal authority must be built upon military success rather than inherited legitimacy. He systematically strengthened the kingdom's defences by constructing fortified towns, reorganising the army, and negotiating temporary truces with external enemies to consolidate internal control. The Magyar threat dominated Henry's strategic calculations throughout his reign. These nomadic warriors from the Pannonian Plain had been conducting devastating raids into Western Europe since the late 9th century, their superior mobility and archery skills making them nearly invincible in open battle. Henry's response involved both defensive and offensive measures. He fortified strategic locations to protect civilian populations while simultaneously preparing for a decisive confrontation that would eliminate the Magyar threat permanently. Otto I inherited his father's throne in 936, with a clear understanding of the challenges facing German kingship. The young monarch's coronation at Aachen deliberately evoked Carolingian precedents, but Otto's conception of royal authority extended far beyond his predecessor's achievements. He envisioned a restored empire that would unite Germany, Italy, and eventually the entire Christian world under Saxon leadership. This imperial ambition required not only military success, but also the careful cultivation of ecclesiastical support and the subordination of the powerful stem duchies to royal authority. The early years of Otto's reign witnessed a series of rebellions that tested his resolve and military capabilities. His younger brother Henry conspired with several dukes to overthrow the king, forcing Otto to demonstrate that Saxon military prowess could overcome numerical disadvantages through superior tactics and leadership. The rebellion's suppression established Otto's reputation as a formidable warrior king while simultaneously eliminating potential rivals to his authority. These internal conflicts, though disruptive, ultimately strengthened royal power by providing justification for the confiscation of rebel territories and their redistribution to loyal supporters. Otto's ecclesiastical policy represented a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between temporal and spiritual authority. Unlike his predecessors, who had often found themselves in conflict with church hierarchy, Otto cultivated close relationships with bishops and abbots throughout his kingdom. He appointed loyal clerics to important ecclesiastical positions, ensuring that church resources would support rather than undermine royal authority. This policy of Reichskirchen system transformed the German Church into an integral component of royal administration, with bishops serving as both spiritual leaders and royal officials. The Battle of Lechfeld on August 10, 955, marked the culmination of Otto's military preparations against the Magyar threat. The Hungarian forces led by Bulk-Sue and Lehel had penetrated deep into Bavaria, besieging Augsburg and threatening to devastate the entire region. Otto's response demonstrated both strategic acumen and personal courage as he assembled a multinational army that included not only German forces but also contingents from Bohemia and other Allied territories. The battle itself unfolded on the plains south of Augsburg, where Otto's heavy cavalry proved decisive against the traditionally mobile Magyar forces. The engagement began with the Magyars employing their characteristic feigned retreat tactics, attempting to draw the German forces into a disorganized pursuit. Otto's disciplined response, maintaining formation while gradually advancing, prevented the enemy from exploiting their mobility advantages. The decisive moment came when the German heavy cavalry, led by Otto himself, charged the Magyar centre while simultaneously enveloping their flanks. The Hungarian forces, caught between converging attacks and unable to manoeuvre effectively, suffered catastrophic losses that effectively ended their threat to Western Europe. The victory at Lechfeld transformed Otto from a regional German king into a European hero whose reputation extended throughout Christendom. The defeated Magyar leaders were captured and executed, while the survivors retreated to Hungary, where they gradually abandoned their nomadic lifestyle and adopted sedentary agriculture. This transformation of the Magyars from raiders to settled neighbours eliminated one of the primary external threats to German security, while simultaneously demonstrating Otto's capacity for decisive military leadership. The aftermath of Lechfeld provided Otto with the prestige necessary to pursue his imperial ambitions in Italy. The Italian peninsula, fragmented among competing noble families and threatened by Saracen raids, offered opportunities for intervention that could justify claims to imperial succession. Otto's marriage to Adelaide of Italy in 951 had already established his presence south of the Alps, but the victory over the Magyars provided the military reputation necessary to assert effective control over the fractious Italian nobility. Otto's imperial coronation in St. Peter's Basilica on February 2, 962, represented the culmination of his political and military achievements. Pope John XIV, facing threats from Berengar Kun of Italy, had appealed to Otto for protection, offering the imperial crown in exchange for military support. The ceremony itself consciously evoked Charlemagne's coronation, with Otto receiving the same crown and imperial regalia that had adorned his Carolingian predecessor. Yet this restoration of imperial dignity in the West carried different implications than its 8th century predecessor, as Otto's empire rested upon German rather than Frankish foundations. The Ottonian Renaissance that flourished under Otto's patronage differed significantly from its Carolingian predecessor in both scope and character. While Charlemagne's cultural revival had emphasized the preservation and transmission of classical learning, Otto's court focused more heavily on the integration of Christian and imperial ideology. The magnificent illuminated manuscripts produced in Ottonian scriptoria, such as the Codex Aureus of Echternach, combined Byzantine artistic influences with Germanic decorative traditions to create a distinctive imperial style that celebrated both Christian piety and temporal authority. The establishment of the church-state partnership under Otto I created institutional frameworks that would define imperial governance for centuries. The emperor's role as protector of the church carried both privileges and responsibilities that extended far beyond mere political alliance. Otto's intervention in papal elections, his appointment of bishops throughout the empire, and his patronage of monastic reform movements established precedents for imperial authority over ecclesiastical affairs that would generate conflicts throughout the medieval period. The death of Otto III in 1002 without an heir precipitated a succession crisis that would reshape the Holy Roman Empire's political landscape. Henry II, Duke of Bavaria, and great-grandson of Henry the Fowler, emerged as the most viable candidate despite facing significant opposition from other claimants. His coronation at Mainz in 1002 marked the beginning of what would prove to be the final phase of Ottonian rule, though Henry's reign would establish crucial precedents for imperial governance that his successors would build upon. Henry II's approach to imperial administration differed markedly from his predecessors' methods. Where Otto I and Otto II had relied heavily on personal charisma and military prowess to maintain control, Henry developed a more systematic approach to governance that emphasized institutional stability over individual authority. His extensive use of written documentation, standardized administrative procedures, and formal diplomatic protocols created bureaucratic frameworks that would survive political transitions and provide continuity during periods of weak leadership. The emperor's relationship with the church represented perhaps his most significant innovation in imperial governance. Henry II's deep personal piety, which would eventually earn him canonization, translated into unprecedented cooperation between secular and ecclesiastical authorities. He established the bishopric of Bamberg in 1007, creating an ecclesiastical power base in Franconia that would serve as a model for future imperial foundations. The cathedral complex at Bamberg, with its distinctive twin-tower design and elaborate sculptural programs, demonstrated how imperial patronage could create lasting monuments to both religious devotion and political authority. Henry's Italian campaigns revealed both the potential and limitations of imperial intervention south of the Alps. His coronation as King of Italy in 1004 and subsequent imperial coronation in Rome in 1014 followed traditional patterns, but the emperor's actual control over Italian territories remained tenuous. The Byzantine presence in southern Italy, the growing power of maritime republics like Venice and Pisa, and the persistent independence of local noble families created challenges that no amount of military force could permanently resolve. Henry's recognition of these limitations led him to focus more heavily on consolidating imperial authority in Germany rather than pursuing expensive Italian adventures. The transition from Ottonian to Salian rule occurred smoothly in 1024 when Conrad II, great-great-grandson of Otto I through the female line, ascended to the German throne. Conrad's election by the German princes demonstrated the effectiveness of the institutional frameworks established by his predecessors, as the succession process proceeded without the civil wars that had characterized earlier dynastic transitions. The new emperor's Salian origins, derived from his ancestral holdings in Franconia, would give the dynasty its name and establish a new centre of imperial power in the Middle Rhine region. Conrad II's reign marked a decisive shift towards more aggressive imperial expansion and centralization. His conquest of the Kingdom of Burgundy in 1032 to 1034 added vast territories stretching from the Jura Mountains to the Mediterranean coast, significantly expanding the empire's geographical scope and economic resources. The Burgundian acquisition brought wealthy commercial cities like Lyon and Arles under imperial control, while establishing German influence over crucial alpine passes that connected northern and southern Europe. Conrad's administrative integration of Burgundy demonstrated sophisticated understanding of regional differences, as he maintained existing legal traditions and local customs while gradually introducing German administrative practices. The emperor's Italian policy proved equally successful, though it required constant military intervention to maintain imperial authority. Conrad's campaigns against the rebellious Archbishop Aribert of Milan in 1037 to 1038 established important precedents for imperial jurisdiction over ecclesiastical disputes. The Constitutio de Feudis, issued during this conflict, codified feudal relationships throughout the empire and protected the rights of lesser nobles against arbitrary actions by their superiors. This legislation represented the first systematic attempt to regulate feudal obligations on an empire-wide basis, creating legal frameworks that would influence European feudalism for centuries. Henry III inherited a significantly strengthened empire when he succeeded his father in 1039. The young emperor's education had been carefully supervised to prepare him for the complex demands of imperial governance, and his early actions demonstrated both political acumen and military competence. Henry's coronation procession through Germany and Italy in 1046 to 1047 showcased imperial power while allowing him to assess local conditions and establish personal relationships with key nobles and ecclesiastics throughout his domains. The Synod of Sutri in 1046 represented the pinnacle of imperial authority over the Church during the Salian period. Henry III's deposition of 3 rival papal claimants and his appointment of Clement II as Pope demonstrated the emperor's capacity to resolve ecclesiastical disputes through decisive action. The Synod's proceedings, conducted with careful attention to canonical procedures, established precedents for imperial intervention in papal elections while maintaining the appearance of ecclesiastical legitimacy. Henry's subsequent appointments of German bishops to the papal throne created a period of unprecedented cooperation between imperial and papal authorities. The development of the ministerialis system under Henry III transformed the social and political structure of the empire. These unfree knights, bound to imperial service through personal oaths rather than feudal obligations, provided the emperor with a loyal military and administrative class that owed its status entirely to royal favour. Unlike traditional feudal nobles, who inherited their positions and maintained independent power bases, the ministeriales depended completely on imperial patronage for their wealth and status. This innovation allowed Henry to bypass traditional noble hierarchies while creating efficient administrative networks throughout the empire. The ministeriales typically emerged from the ranks of skilled craftsmen, merchants or minor nobles who demonstrated exceptional competence in military or administrative affairs. Their unfree legal status, paradoxically, became a source of strength rather than weakness, as it freed them from competing loyalties to local lords while binding them directly to the emperor. Many ministeriales accumulated substantial wealth through their imperial service, establishing dynasties that would play crucial roles in later imperial history. The castle complexes they constructed, often featuring distinctive architectural elements that proclaimed their imperial connections, became centres of local administration and symbols of royal authority. Henry III's death in 1056 left the empire in the hands of his 6-year-old son, Henry IV, creating a regency crisis that would have profound consequences for imperial authority. The Empress Mother Agnes of Poitou, despite her noble birth and political connections, lacked the military reputation and personal relationships necessary to maintain effective control over the empire's fractious nobility. The Regency period witnessed the gradual erosion of imperial authority as powerful dukes and bishops asserted greater independence from central control. The kidnapping of the young Henry IV by Archbishop Anno of Cologne in 1062 demonstrated the vulnerability of imperial authority during the Regency period. Anno's coup, supported by several German princes, ostensibly aimed to rescue the empire from the Empress Mother's allegedly incompetent governance. However, the Archbishop's subsequent actions revealed more personal ambitions, as he used his control over the emperor to advance his own political agenda and enrich his supporters. The incident established dangerous precedents for noble interference in imperial governance, while undermining the mystique of imperial authority. Henry IV's assumption of personal rule in 1065 coincided with the emergence of reform movements within the Church that would challenge traditional relationships between secular and ecclesiastical authority. The Gregorian Reform, named after Pope Gregory VII, but encompassing broader currents of ecclesiastical renewal, sought to eliminate lay interference in church affairs while asserting papal supremacy over all Christian rulers. These reforms directly threatened the Reichskirchen system that had provided the foundation for imperial governance since Otto I's reign. The immediate cause of the investiture controversy emerged from competing claims over the appointment of bishops and abbots throughout the empire. Henry IV's practice of investing ecclesiastical officials with ring and staff, symbols of their spiritual authority, had been accepted by previous popes as a legitimate expression of imperial patronage. However, Gregory VII's papal bull Dictatus Papae in 1075 explicitly condemned lay investiture as simony, while asserting the Pope's authority to depose emperors who violated church law. This declaration represented a fundamental challenge to the theoretical foundations of imperial authority. The conflict escalated rapidly when Henry IV appointed his own candidate as Archbishop of Milan in direct defiance of papal prohibitions. Gregory VII's response, excommunicating the emperor and releasing his subjects from their oaths of allegiance, created an unprecedented crisis that threatened the very existence of imperial authority. The Pope's actions found support among German nobles, who had long resented Henry's attempts to strengthen central authority at their expense. The combination of ecclesiastical condemnation and noble rebellion created a perfect storm that brought the empire to the brink of collapse. Henry IV's journey to Canossa in January 1077 became one of the most dramatic episodes in medieval history. The emperor's decision to cross the Alps in winter, accompanied by only a small retinue, demonstrated both his desperate circumstances and his political acumen. The 3-day penance outside the walls of Canossa Castle, where Henry stood barefoot in the snow while Gregory VII deliberated his fate, created powerful imagery that would resonate throughout European culture for centuries. The emperor's apparent humiliation, however, achieved its intended political objective by forcing the Pope to grant absolution and thereby undermining the rebellion of German nobles who had justified their actions through Henry's excommunicated status. The reconciliation at Canossa proved temporary, as both emperor and pope continued to pursue incompatible objectives. Henry IV's return to Germany and his subsequent military victories over rebellious nobles restored much of his political position, while Gregory VII's continued support for anti-imperial forces in Germany led to renewed conflict. The emperor's second excommunication in 1080 lacked the dramatic impact of the first, as European opinion had begun to shift against papal interference in secular governance. Henry IV's conquest of Rome in 1084 and his installation of Clement III as pope represented the temporary triumph of imperial authority over papal pretensions. The emperor's imperial coronation by his own appointee restored the traditional relationship between secular and ecclesiastical power, while demonstrating that papal authority ultimately depended on temporal support. However, the arrival of Norman forces under Robert Guiscard, who sacked Rome while ostensibly rescuing Gregory VII, revealed the complex international dimensions of the church-state conflict. The development of new military technologies and tactics during Henry IV's reign reflected the changing nature of medieval warfare. The construction of stone castles throughout the empire, many built by ministeriales using imperial resources, created defensive networks that could withstand prolonged sieges while serving as bases for offensive operations. the increasing use of crossbows and other mechanical weapons began to challenge the dominance of heavy cavalry, while the emergence of urban militias provided alternative sources of military manpower that could balance noble power. Henry V's rebellion against his father in 1104 to 1106 demonstrated how the investiture controversy had fundamentally altered the dynamics of imperial succession. The young king's alliance with papal forces and rebellious German nobles created a coalition that proved impossible for the aging Henry IV to overcome. The emperor's final years, spent in exile and stripped of most imperial prerogatives, illustrated the personal costs of the prolonged conflict, while highlighting the institutional damage inflicted on imperial authority. The Concordat of Worms, negotiated between Henry V and Pope Calixtus II in 1122, represented a carefully crafted compromise that preserved essential interests of both parties while establishing new frameworks for church-state relations. The agreement distinguished between the spiritual and temporal aspects of episcopal office, allowing the Pope to invest bishops with ring and staff, while preserving the emperor's right to invest them with secular authority through sceptre and land grants. This distinction, though sometimes difficult to maintain in practice, provided theoretical foundations for coexistence between imperial and papal authority. The Concordat's provisions varied significantly between Germany and Italy, reflecting the different political conditions in each region. In Germany, where imperial authority remained strong, bishops would receive secular investiture before spiritual consecration, ensuring their loyalty to the emperor. In Italy and Burgundy, where papal influence was greater, spiritual investiture would precede temporal grants, acknowledging the Pope's primary authority over ecclesiastical appointments. These regional variations demonstrated the pragmatic flexibility that made the Concordat politically viable while establishing precedents for future negotiations between secular and ecclesiastical authorities. The death of Henry V in 1125 without male heirs precipitated a succession crisis that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of the Holy Roman Empire. The German princes, assembled at Mainz, faced a choice between continuing the Salian dynasty through Henry's nephew, Frederick of Swabia, or selecting an alternative candidate who might restore stability after decades of investiture conflicts. Their decision to elect Lothar of Supplinburg, Duke of Saxony, reflected a deliberate rejection of hereditary succession in favour of electoral principles that would define imperial politics for centuries. Lothar III's reign from 1125 to 1137 established crucial precedents for imperial governance, while temporarily strengthening royal authority through careful political manoeuvring. His marriage alliance with the Welfs, sealed by his daughter Gertrude's union with Henry the Proud of Bavaria, created a powerful coalition that dominated German politics, while simultaneously sowing seeds of future conflict. The emperor's Italian campaigns, though militarily successful, revealed the persistent challenges of maintaining imperial authority south of the Alps without permanent military occupation. The election of Conrad III in 1138 marked the beginning of Hohenstaufen rule, a dynasty that would preside over the empire's most glorious and tumultuous period. Conrad's selection by the German princes over Henry the Proud represented a deliberate choice of Swabian leadership over Saxon Welf dominance, creating factional divisions that would plague imperial politics throughout the 12th century. The new emperor's Hohenstaufen origins, derived from the family's ancestral castle in Swabia, established a new geographical centre of imperial power, while maintaining traditional claims to Carolingian legitimacy. Conrad III's reign witnessed the emergence of the great factional conflict between Welfs and Waiblings that would define German politics for generations. The emperor's confiscation of Henry the Proud's duchies of Saxony and Bavaria in 1138 created a powerful opposition movement led by Henry's son Henry the Lion, who inherited both his father's territorial ambitions and his resentment against Hohenstaufen authority. The resulting civil wars, though ultimately unsuccessful in overthrowing Conrad, demonstrated the limitations of imperial authority when faced with determined noble resistance backed by substantial territorial resources. The Second Crusade provided Conrad III with an opportunity to demonstrate imperial leadership on the international stage while temporarily diverting attention from domestic conflicts. The emperor's decision to take the cross in 1147, influenced by Bernard of Clairvaux's passionate preaching, reflected both genuine religious conviction and calculated political advantage. The massive German army that assembled for the crusade, estimated over 20,000 knights and infantry, represented the largest military force the empire had fielded since Charlemagne's campaigns, demonstrating the substantial resources available to effective imperial leadership. The crusading expedition's catastrophic failure in Anatolia revealed the practical limitations of medieval military logistics and the dangers of operating far from established supply lines. Conrad's army, decimated by Turkish attacks and Byzantine treachery, suffered losses that eliminated much of the German military elite, while undermining the emperor's reputation for military competence. The survivors who reached the Holy Land found themselves reduced to a fraction of their original strength, capable of little more than token participation in the siege of Damascus before retreating to Europe in defeat. Frederick Barbarossa's accession to the imperial throne in 1152 marked the beginning of the Hohenstaufen Golden Age, a period characterized by unprecedented territorial expansion, administrative innovation, and cultural achievement. The new emperor's election at Frankfurt demonstrated the German prince's confidence in his ability to restore imperial prestige while managing the complex factional divisions that had plagued his predecessor's reign. Frederick's physical appearance, described by contemporary chroniclers as tall and powerfully built with a distinctive red beard that earned him his nickname, projected an image of martial prowess that would prove crucial to his political success. The emperor's first Italian campaign in 1154 to 1155 established the pattern of military intervention that would define his relationship with the peninsula for the next 3 decades. Frederick's march south of the Alps with a substantial German army demonstrated his determination to restore imperial authority over the wealthy Lombard cities that had grown increasingly independent during the investiture conflicts. The campaign's initial success, culminating in his imperial coronation by Pope Adrian IV in Rome, masked underlying tensions that would soon erupt into open warfare. The Lombard cities' resistance to imperial authority reflected fundamental changes in medieval urban society that challenged traditional feudal relationships. Milan, the largest and most prosperous city in northern Italy, had developed communal institutions that governed trade, taxation, and military affairs independently of imperial oversight. The city's massive walls, reinforced with advanced defensive technologies, enclosed a population exceeding 100,000 inhabitants, whose commercial activities generated wealth that rivaled royal treasuries. The Milanese commune's ability to field armies of citizen soldiers, equipped with crossbows and supported by professional engineers, demonstrated how urban prosperity could translate into military power capable of challenging imperial authority. Frederick's second Italian campaign in 1158 revealed his sophisticated understanding of the legal and administrative foundations necessary for effective imperial governance. The Diet of Roncaglia, convened in November 1158, assembled legal scholars from the University of Bologna to define imperial prerogatives throughout the Italian territories. The resulting Constitutio Habita established the emperor's authority to collect taxes, appoint officials, and exercise judicial supremacy over all imperial territories, creating legal frameworks that justified extensive intervention in local affairs. The Siege of Milan in 1158 to 1162 demonstrated both the potential and limitations of imperial military power when confronted with determined urban resistance. Frederick's army, reinforced by contingents from allied Italian cities and German nobles, completely encircled Milan's formidable fortifications while constructing elaborate siege works designed to starve the defenders into submission. The emperor's use of advanced siege engines, including massive trebuchets capable of hurling stones weighing several hundred pounds, represented the cutting edge of medieval military technology. The siege's duration, lasting nearly 4 years with intermittent truces, revealed the enormous resources required to overcome well-fortified urban centres defended by motivated populations. Milan's eventual surrender in March 1162 provided Frederick with his greatest triumph, while simultaneously creating conditions for future rebellion. The emperor's decision to raise the city's walls and scatter its population throughout the surrounding countryside demonstrated his determination to eliminate centres of resistance to imperial authority. The destruction of Milan's cathedral and civic buildings, witnessed by representatives from throughout northern Italy, served as a powerful warning to other cities contemplating resistance, while generating deep resentment that would fuel future opposition movements. The establishment of imperial administration throughout Lombardy required sophisticated bureaucratic innovations that transformed the nature of medieval governance. Frederick's appointment of German officials to key positions in conquered cities introduced administrative practices developed in the empire's northern territories while adapting them to Italian conditions. The creation of the office of podesta, an imperial official responsible for governing individual cities, represented a crucial innovation that balanced local autonomy with imperial oversight. These appointed governors, typically drawn from the German ministerialis class, possessed both the administrative competence and personal loyalty necessary for effective imperial governance. The emperor's Landfrieden initiatives represented perhaps his most significant contribution to medieval governance, establishing legal frameworks that would influence European political development for centuries. The Landfrieden of 1152, proclaimed immediately after Frederick's coronation, prohibited private warfare throughout the empire, while establishing imperial courts with jurisdiction over disputes between nobles. The legislation's enforcement required extensive military resources and administrative supervision, but its success in reducing endemic violence demonstrated the practical benefits of centralized authority. The Lombard League's formation in 1167 marked the beginning of organized resistance to imperial authority that would challenge Frederick's Italian ambitions for the remainder of his reign. The alliance, initially comprising 16 cities including Milan, Cremona and Bergamo, represented unprecedented cooperation between traditionally competitive urban communities. The League's military organization, based on contingents provided by member cities and coordinated through elected commanders, created flexible defensive capabilities that could respond rapidly to imperial threats while maintaining local autonomy. The Battle of Legnano on May 29, 1176, represented the decisive confrontation between imperial and communal forces that would determine the future of northern Italy. Frederick's army, composed primarily of German heavy cavalry supported by Italian allies, encountered the Lombard League's forces on the plain northwest of Milan. The battle's outcome hinged on the effectiveness of the League's infantry formations, equipped with long pikes and crossbows, against the traditional charge of imperial knights. The emperor's personal participation in the battle, during which he was reportedly unhorsed and briefly believed dead, demonstrated both his military courage and the high stakes involved in the conflict. The imperial defeat at Legnano forced Frederick to fundamentally reconsider his Italian strategy. while acknowledging the practical limitations of military solutions to political problems. The emperor's subsequent negotiations with the Lombard League, culminating in the Peace of Constance in 1183, represented a sophisticated compromise that preserved essential imperial prerogatives while granting substantial autonomy to the Italian cities. The agreement's provisions, carefully crafted to balance competing interests, established precedents for federal governance that would influence European political development throughout the medieval period. The Peace of Constance granted the Lombard cities the right to elect their own officials, maintain their own fortifications, and exercise judicial authority over their territories in exchange for recognition of imperial sovereignty and payment of modest tribute. This arrangement, though representing a significant retreat from Frederick's earlier ambitions, actually strengthened imperial authority by creating stable relationships based on mutual benefit rather than military coercion. The city's prosperity, no longer threatened by constant warfare, generated increased tax revenues that supported imperial activities throughout the empire. Frederick's administrative innovations extended far beyond his Italian territories, transforming the governance of the empire's German heartland through systematic legal and bureaucratic reforms. The establishment of imperial cities throughout Swabia and Franconia created centres of royal authority that could balance the power of traditional noble families while generating revenues through commercial activities. These urban foundations, typically located at strategic river crossings or mountain passes, developed into thriving commercial centres that enhanced imperial resources while providing military bases for royal campaigns. The emperor's cultivation of ministerialis families throughout the empire created a loyal administrative class that provided continuity during periods of imperial absence. These unfree knights, bound to imperial service through personal oaths and dependent on royal favour for their status, developed sophisticated administrative skills that enabled them to govern complex territories independently. The castle complexes they constructed, featuring distinctive architectural elements that proclaimed their imperial connections, became centres of local administration while serving as symbols of royal authority throughout the empire. Frederick's marriage to Beatrice of Burgundy in 1156 brought substantial territorial additions to the empire while demonstrating his sophisticated understanding of dynastic politics. The union provided the emperor with legitimate claims to extensive territories in the Rhone Valley, including the wealthy commercial cities of Lyon and Arles. The integration of these Burgundian territories required careful attention to local customs and legal traditions as Frederick's administrators worked to harmonise diverse regional practices within broader imperial frameworks. The emperor's patronage of literary and artistic production during his reign contributed to a cultural renaissance that enhanced imperial prestige throughout Europe. The court poets who celebrated Frederick's achievements, including the anonymous author of the Archpoet's verses, created literary works that combined classical learning with contemporary political themes. The architectural projects sponsored by imperial patronage, particularly the reconstruction of imperial palaces at Gelnhausen and Wimpfen, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of symbolic representation while providing practical centres for royal administration. Frederick's death during the Third Crusade in 1190 created a succession crisis that would test the institutional foundations he had established throughout his long reign. The emperor's drowning in the Salef River while leading his army toward the Holy Land deprived the crusading movement of its most experienced military leader, while leaving the empire in the hands of his son Henry VI, whose political skills had yet to be tested by the challenges of independent rule. Henry VI's accession to the imperial throne marked the beginning of the most ambitious phase of Hohenstaufen expansion, as the new emperor pursued territorial acquisitions that would have transformed the political geography of medieval Europe. His marriage to Constance of Sicily, negotiated during Frederick Barbarossa's reign, provided claims to the wealthy Norman kingdom that controlled southern Italy and Sicily. The union of these territories under imperial authority would create a vast realm stretching from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, fundamentally altering the balance of power throughout Europe. The conquest of Sicily required extensive military campaigns that demonstrated Henry VI's considerable strategic abilities while revealing the challenges of governing diverse populations with conflicting loyalties. The Norman kingdom's sophisticated administrative system, inherited from earlier Arab and Byzantine rulers, provided models for efficient governance that Henry adapted to imperial needs. The integration of Sicilian resources, including the kingdom's substantial naval forces and commercial revenues, significantly enhanced imperial capabilities while creating new opportunities for territorial expansion. Henry VI's sudden death in 1197 at the age of 32 precipitated the most serious succession crisis in imperial history, as competing claimants and their supporters plunged the empire into civil war. The emperor's infant son, Frederick, born in 1194, possessed legitimate hereditary claims to both the imperial throne and the Sicilian kingdom, but his minority created opportunities for rival candidates to assert their own ambitions. The resulting conflict would reshape the political landscape of medieval Europe while ultimately producing the most remarkable ruler of the medieval period. The emergence of Frederick II as a significant political figure occurred gradually as the young king of Sicily demonstrated exceptional intellectual abilities and political acumen that distinguished him from his contemporaries. His education in the cosmopolitan environment of Palermo, where Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars collaborated in translating and preserving classical texts, provided him with intellectual foundations that would influence his later achievements. The Sicilian court's sophisticated administrative practices, combining Norman efficiency with Arab learning and Byzantine ceremonial, created an environment that fostered innovation in governance and cultural expression. Frederick's assumption of imperial authority in 1220 marked the beginning of a reign that would earn him the title Stupa Mundi, the wonder of the world, while generating conflicts that would ultimately destroy the Hohenstaufen dynasty. The emperor's coronation in Rome, conducted by Pope Honorius III after extensive negotiations, temporarily resolved the disputes that had plagued church-state relations since his father's death. However, Frederick's subsequent actions would demonstrate that his conception of imperial authority extended far beyond traditional medieval frameworks, encompassing innovations in governance, law, and cultural expression that challenged established institutions throughout Europe. The constitutions of Melfi, promulgated in 1231, represented Frederick II's most significant contribution to medieval jurisprudence and administrative practice. These comprehensive legal codes, developed through collaboration between Christian and Muslim scholars, established unified legal frameworks for the Sicilian kingdom while incorporating advanced concepts of royal authority derived from Roman law. The Constitution's provisions for centralized administration, professional bureaucracy, and systematic taxation created governmental structures that surpassed contemporary European practices in their sophistication and efficiency. Frederick's conflicts with the papacy reached unprecedented intensity during the reign of Pope Gregory IX, whose determination to assert papal supremacy over temporal rulers directly challenged the emperor's conception of imperial authority. The Pope's excommunication of Frederick in 1227, ostensibly for delaying his departure on crusade, actually reflected deeper disagreements about the relationship between secular and ecclesiastical power. The emperor's subsequent crusade to the Holy Land, conducted while under papal ban, demonstrated his ability to achieve diplomatic success through negotiation rather than military conquest. The Treaty of Jaffa, negotiated between Frederick II and Sultan al-Kamil in 1229, represented one of the most remarkable diplomatic achievements of the medieval period. The agreement, reached through extensive correspondence and personal meetings between the emperor and sultan, restored Christian control over Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Nazareth, without the massive bloodshed that had characterized previous crusades. Frederick's ability to communicate effectively with Muslim rulers, facilitated by his knowledge of Arabic and understanding of Islamic culture, demonstrated the practical benefits of intellectual tolerance and diplomatic flexibility. The emperor's self-coronation as King of Jerusalem in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre created a powerful symbolic statement about imperial authority while generating controversy throughout Christian Europe. Frederick's decision to crown himself, necessitated by his excommunicated status and the absence of ecclesiastical officials willing to perform the ceremony, demonstrated his rejection of papal claims to supremacy over temporal rulers. The ceremony's conduct, witnessed by representatives from throughout the Crusader states, established precedents for imperial independence from ecclesiastical authority that would influence European political development for centuries. Frederick's return to Italy in 1229 coincided with renewed papal efforts to undermine imperial authority through support for rebellious nobles and cities throughout the emperor's territories. The Pope's alliance with the Lombard League, reformed specifically to resist imperial authority, created military challenges that required extensive resources and sophisticated strategic planning. The emperor's response, combining military campaigns with diplomatic negotiations and administrative reforms, demonstrated his ability to maintain imperial authority despite facing coordinated opposition from multiple enemies. The Siege of Faenza in 1240 to 1241 illustrated Frederick's innovative approach to siege warfare, while revealing the enormous costs associated with maintaining imperial authority over rebellious territories. The emperor's use of advanced siege engines, including counterweight trebuchets and early gunpowder weapons, represented the cutting edge of medieval military technology. The siege's duration, lasting over a year despite the city's relatively modest fortifications, demonstrated the challenges of overcoming determined resistance even with superior resources and technology. Frederick's administrative innovations in Sicily created governmental structures that served as models for later European developments in centralized monarchy. The emperor's establishment of a professional civil service, recruited through competitive examinations and promoted based on merit rather than noble birth, represented a revolutionary departure from traditional feudal practices. The creation of specialized administrative departments, each responsible for specific aspects of governance such as taxation, justice, and military affairs, provided efficient coordination of governmental activities while ensuring accountability through systematic record-keeping. The University of Naples, founded by Frederick II in 1224, represented the emperor's commitment to educational innovation, while serving practical needs for trained administrators throughout his territories. The institution's curriculum, combining traditional liberal arts with practical subjects such as law and medicine, produced graduates capable of staffing the sophisticated bureaucracy required for effective imperial governance. The university's location in the imperial capital provided students with opportunities to observe governmental operations while ensuring that the institution remained responsive to imperial needs. Frederick's patronage of scientific and cultural activities during his reign contributed to intellectual developments that would influence European thought for centuries. The emperor's personal interests in mathematics, astronomy, and natural philosophy led him to sponsor translations of classical texts while supporting original research by scholars from throughout the known world. His correspondence with learned men from Christian, Muslim, and Jewish communities demonstrated intellectual curiosity that transcended religious boundaries while advancing human knowledge in multiple disciplines. The emperor's treatise De Arte Venandi cum Avibus exemplified his approach to empirical observation and systematic analysis of natural phenomena. The work's detailed descriptions of bird behaviour, based on extensive personal observation and experimentation, challenged traditional authorities while establishing new standards for scientific accuracy. The manuscript's elaborate illustrations, depicting various species of birds and hunting techniques, demonstrated the emperor's commitment to combining artistic expression with scientific documentation. Frederick's conflicts with Pope Innocent IV, who succeeded Gregory IX in 1243, reached levels of intensity that threatened the fundamental structure of medieval European society. The Pope's deposition of the emperor at the Council of Lyon in 1245, declaring him a heretic and releasing his subjects from their oaths of allegiance, represented the most extreme assertion of papal authority over temporal rulers in medieval history. The emperor's response, rejecting papal claims while maintaining his imperial dignity, created a constitutional crisis that would influence church-state relations throughout the medieval period. The Siege of Parma in 1247 to 1248 demonstrated both the extent of Frederick's military resources and the limitations of imperial authority when confronted with determined opposition supported by external allies. The emperor's construction of an elaborate siege city, complete with permanent buildings and defensive fortifications, revealed his determination to overcome resistance through sustained military pressure. The siege's ultimate failure, resulting from a coordinated attack by the defenders and their papal allies, represented a significant setback to imperial prestige while demonstrating the effectiveness of coordinated opposition to imperial authority. Frederick II's death in 1250 marked the beginning of the end for Hohenstaufen power, as his successors proved unable to maintain the complex political and military arrangements that had sustained imperial authority throughout his reign. The emperor's son, Conrad IV, who inherited both the imperial title and the Sicilian kingdom, faced immediate challenges from papal forces and rebellious nobles who sought to exploit the transition period to advance their own interests. The young king's death in 1254, possibly from poison administered by papal agents, eliminated the last effective Hohenstaufen ruler while precipitating the Great Interregnum that would paralyze imperial authority for nearly 2 decades. The collapse of centralized imperial authority following Conrad IV's death created a power vacuum that would fundamentally alter the political structure of medieval Europe. The German princes, freed from effective royal oversight, began asserting greater independence while competing foreign candidates claimed the imperial title without possessing the resources necessary for effective governance. The resulting fragmentation of authority would persist until the election of Rudolf of Habsburg in 1273, by which time the Holy Roman Empire had been permanently transformed from a centralized monarchy into a loose confederation of semi-autonomous territories. The death of Conrad IV in 1254 plunged the Holy Roman Empire into its most severe constitutional crisis since the investiture conflicts of the 11th century. The young king's demise in Naples, amid whispers of poisoning by papal agents, left behind a 2-year-old son, Conradin, whose minority and precarious position in Sicily rendered him incapable of asserting meaningful authority over the vast imperial territories. The German princes, who'd grown accustomed to substantial autonomy during the later Hohenstaufen period, now faced the prospect of either accepting a child king under papal guardianship or selecting an alternative candidate who could provide effective leadership during increasingly turbulent times. The Electoral College's deliberations revealed the fundamental tensions that had been building within the empire's political structure for decades. The 7 prince-electors, the archbishops of Mainz, Cologne and Trier, the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, the Margrave of Brandenburg, and the Count Palatine of the Rhine possessed vastly different interests and territorial concerns that made consensus difficult to achieve. The ecclesiastical electors, still influenced by papal opposition to Hohenstaufen rule, favoured candidates who would restore harmonious relations with Rome, while the secular princes prioritised the preservation of their recently acquired autonomy and the selection of a ruler who would not threaten their territorial gains. The election of Richard of Cornwall in 1257 represented a compromise solution that satisfied neither the empire's need for effective leadership nor the elector's desire for a malleable ruler. Richard, brother of Henry III of England and one of the wealthiest men in Europe due to his Cornish tin mines, possessed the financial resources necessary to purchase electoral support, while lacking the territorial base within the empire that might threaten princely independence. His coronation at Aachen in May 1257, attended by only a fraction of the German nobility, demonstrated the limited enthusiasm his candidacy generated among the empire's political elite. The simultaneous election of Alfonso X of Castile by a rival faction of electors created an unprecedented situation in imperial history, as two legitimate claimants possessed equal legal standing to the imperial throne. Alfonso's candidacy, supported by the archbishops of Cologne and Trier along with several secular princes, reflected the international dimensions of imperial politics and the growing influence of foreign powers in German affairs. The Castilian king's extensive territorial holdings in Iberia, combined with his scholarly reputation and claims to Hohenstaufen inheritance through his mother, provided substantial credentials for imperial rule despite his physical absence from German territories. Richard of Cornwall's actual governance of the empire proved sporadic and ineffective, as his primary residence in England and his limited understanding of German political conditions prevented him from establishing meaningful authority over the fractious princes. His 4 visits to Germany between 1257 and 1272 accomplished little beyond ceremonial functions and the collection of taxes from imperial cities, while the real business of governance devolved to local authorities who recognised no superior jurisdiction. The king's reliance on English advisers and his inability to communicate effectively in German further alienated potential supporters while reinforcing perceptions of his foreignness. Alfonso X's approach to imperial rule proved even more detached from German realities, as the Castilian king never set foot in the empire during his entire reign. His governance consisted primarily of diplomatic correspondence and the dispatch of representatives who lacked both the authority and resources necessary to implement royal policies. The Castilian court's preoccupation with the Reconquista and Alfonso's scholarly pursuits, including his monumental legal code, the Siete Partidas, and his astronomical tables, left little time or attention for the complex demands of imperial administration. The practical consequences of this dual monarchy became apparent as local conflicts erupted throughout the empire without effective royal intervention. The Rhineland cities formed defensive leagues to protect their commercial interests against predatory nobles, while territorial princes expanded their domains through conquest and marriage alliances that ignored traditional feudal obligations. The absence of imperial justice encouraged private warfare on a scale not seen since the early 11th century, as disputes that would previously have been resolved through royal courts now required military resolution. The period's most significant territorial changes occurred in the eastern regions, where the Duchy of Austria had escheated to the empire following the death of Frederick II, Duke of Austria, in 1246. The duchy's strategic location controlling the Danube trade routes and its substantial revenues made it one of the most coveted prizes in the empire, attracting claimants from throughout Central Europe. Ottokar II of Bohemia emerged as the most successful competitor, using his kingdom's military resources and diplomatic connections to establish effective control over Austria, Styria, and eventually Carinthia and Carniola. Ottokar's expansion created a Bohemian power bloc that stretched from the Sudetes to the Adriatic, fundamentally altering the balance of power within the empire. The Bohemian king's administrative efficiency, demonstrated through his systematic colonization of frontier territories and his establishment of new towns throughout his domains, provided a stark contrast to the chaos prevailing in Western Germany. His court at Prague became a centre of learning and artistic production that rivaled the greatest European capitals, while his military innovations, including the extensive use of crossbowmen and siege engines, established Bohemian forces as among the most formidable in Europe. The interregnum's impact on imperial cities proved particularly significant, as these communities found themselves forced to develop autonomous defensive and administrative capabilities in the absence of royal protection. The Rhenish League, formed in 1254 and eventually encompassing over 70 cities, created unprecedented mechanisms for interurban cooperation that included common coinage, standardized weights and measures, and coordinated military responses to external threats. The League's success in maintaining trade routes and suppressing brigandage demonstrated the practical benefits of collective action, while establishing precedents for urban autonomy that would influence German political development for centuries. The ecclesiastical territories experienced similar pressures toward independence, as bishops and abbots found themselves compelled to act as temporal rulers without imperial oversight. The Archbishop of Cologne's territorial acquisitions in Westphalia, achieved through a combination of purchase, conquest, and strategic marriage alliances, created a substantial ecclesiastical principality that controlled crucial trade routes between the Rhine and the North Sea. Similar developments occurred throughout the empire as ecclesiastical leaders adapted to the realities of temporal governance while maintaining their spiritual responsibilities. The death of Richard of Cornwall in 1272 eliminated one claimant to the imperial throne, while intensifying competition among potential successors. Alfonso X's continued absence from Germany and his preoccupation with Castilian affairs had already undermined his credibility among the German princes, who increasingly viewed his candidacy as a diplomatic fiction rather than a practical solution to the empire's governance crisis. The elector's recognition that effective imperial rule required a candidate with substantial territorial holdings within the empire and the military capacity to enforce royal authority led them to consider alternatives who possessed these essential qualifications. The election of Rudolf of Habsburg in 1273 represented a carefully calculated compromise that balanced the electors' desire for effective leadership with their determination to preserve their recently acquired autonomy. Rudolf's selection over more prominent candidates such as Ottokar II of Bohemia reflected the electors' preference for a ruler whose power base, while substantial, remained limited enough to avoid threatening their independence. The new king's territorial holdings in southwestern Germany centred on the family's ancestral lands in Alsace and the Aargau, provided sufficient resources for effective governance while remaining geographically confined to regions that posed no direct threat to the major electoral territories. Rudolf's coronation at Aachen in October 1273 marked the formal end of the Great Interregnum, though the new king faced enormous challenges in restoring imperial authority after nearly 2 decades of fragmentation. The ceremony itself, attended by representatives from throughout the empire, demonstrated the widespread desire for renewed royal leadership, while highlighting the institutional damage inflicted by the prolonged vacancy. The king's immediate priorities included the recovery of alienated royal territories, the restoration of imperial justice, and the resolution of territorial disputes that had festered during the interregnum. The new king's most pressing challenge involved the confrontation with Ottokar II of Bohemia, whose extensive territorial acquisitions during the interregnum had created a power block that threatened to overshadow royal authority. Ottokar's refusal to perform homage for his Austrian territories, based on his claim that these lands had been acquired through legitimate conquest rather than imperial grant, created a constitutional crisis that required immediate resolution. The Bohemian king's military resources, including substantial cavalry forces and advanced siege equipment, made him a formidable opponent whose defeat would require careful planning and substantial military commitment. Rudolf's systematic approach to the Bohemian crisis demonstrated the political and military skills that would characterize his entire reign. His diplomatic efforts to isolate Ottokar through alliances with Hungary and Poland created strategic pressures that complemented his military preparations, while his careful attention to legal justifications for his actions maintained support among the German princes. The king's ability to present himself as the defender of imperial rights against foreign aggression resonated with nobles who had grown concerned about Bohemian expansion during the interregnum. The Siege of Vienna in 1276 represented the decisive confrontation between Habsburg and Bohemian forces that would determine the future of southeastern Europe. Rudolf's army, assembled through careful negotiation with princes throughout the empire, demonstrated the restored effectiveness of royal leadership while revealing the substantial military resources available to determined imperial authority. The siege's conduct, featuring extensive use of siege engines and coordinated attacks on multiple sections of the city's fortifications, showcased the advanced military techniques that had developed during the interregnum period. Ottokar's death at the Battle of Dürnkrutt in 1278 eliminated the primary threat to Habsburg authority, while providing Rudolf with the opportunity to reshape the political geography of Central Europe. The battle itself, fought on the Marchfeld east of Vienna, witnessed the destruction of Bohemian military power through a combination of superior tactics and strategic positioning. Rudolf's decision to personally lead the decisive cavalry charge, despite his advanced age of 60, demonstrated the martial prowess that had earned him electoral support while inspiring his followers to extraordinary efforts. The aftermath of Dürnkrutt enabled Rudolf to implement territorial arrangements that would establish Habsburg power for centuries. His grant of Austria and Styria to his sons Albert and Rudolf in 1282 created a substantial territorial base that provided the family with resources independent of electoral politics. The privilegium minus, which Rudolf confirmed for the Austrian territories, granted the Habsburgs extensive autonomy within their domains while maintaining formal recognition of imperial sovereignty. These arrangements established precedents for territorial consolidation that would influence German political development throughout the medieval period. Rudolf's administrative reforms throughout the empire demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of the institutional changes necessary to restore effective royal authority. His systematic recovery of alienated crown lands, achieved through a combination of legal proceedings and military pressure, restored substantial revenues to the royal treasury while demonstrating the practical benefits of renewed imperial governance. The king's establishment of new administrative procedures, including regular judicial circuits and standardized legal codes, provided frameworks for consistent governance that had been absent during the interregnum. The restoration of imperial authority in Italy proved more challenging than Rudolf's German successors, as the peninsula's political fragmentation had intensified during the interregnum period. The Lombard cities had consolidated their independence through the formation of new leagues and alliances, while the Papal States had expanded their territorial control through systematic acquisition of former imperial territories. Rudolf's recognition of these realities, demonstrated through his renunciation of traditional imperial claims in central Italy, reflected pragmatic acceptance of the limitations of royal power, while preserving essential Habsburg interests in northern regions. The emergence of new commercial and financial networks during the interregnum had created economic conditions that both supported and constrained royal authority. The Italian banking houses, particularly the Medici and Fugger families, had developed sophisticated credit mechanisms that enabled territorial princes to finance military campaigns and administrative expansion without royal assistance. These financial innovations provided alternatives to traditional feudal obligations, while creating new forms of political dependence that rulers could exploit for their own purposes. Rudolf's death in 1291 created succession challenges that tested the institutional foundations he'd established during his 18-year reign. The German prince's rejection of his son Albert in favour of Adolf of Nassau reflected their continued determination to prevent the emergence of hereditary monarchy while maintaining the electoral system's flexibility. Adolf's election demonstrated the electors' preference for candidates whose limited territorial resources would preserve their own autonomy even at the cost of effective imperial governance. The brief reign of Adolf of Nassau from 1292 to 1298 illustrated the continuing tensions between electoral politics and effective governance that had characterized the post-interregnum period. Adolf's attempts to strengthen royal authority through territorial acquisitions and administrative reforms generated opposition from princes who had supported his election precisely because they expected him to remain weak. His military campaigns in Thuringia and his efforts to recover alienated crown lands created conflicts that ultimately led to his deposition by the same electors who had originally chosen him. Albertus's election in 1298 marked the return of Habsburg power to the imperial throne, though his reign would be dominated by conflicts with both domestic opponents and foreign enemies. The new king's victory over Adolf at the Battle of Golheim demonstrated Habsburg military capabilities while establishing Albert's reputation as a formidable warrior king. His subsequent coronation at Aachen restored traditional ceremonial practices while emphasizing continuity with his father's policies and territorial arrangements. The assassination of Albert the Fair in 1308 by his nephew John of Swabia created another succession crisis that would bring the Luxembourg dynasty to imperial prominence. The murder, motivated by disputes over territorial inheritance and personal grievances, shocked contemporary observers while demonstrating the persistent violence that characterized medieval political competition. Albert's death eliminated the most experienced royal candidate while creating opportunities for alternative dynasties to assert their claims to imperial authority. The election of Henry VII of Luxembourg in 1308 represented a significant shift in imperial politics, as the new king brought different priorities and territorial interests to the throne. Henry's background as Count of Luxembourg had provided him with extensive experience in the complex diplomatic and military challenges of governing border territories, while his family's traditional connections to France created new possibilities for imperial foreign policy. The Luxembourg dynasty's relatively modest territorial base within the empire ensured that Henry's election would not threaten the electoral prince's autonomy, while providing sufficient resources for effective governance. Henry VII's Italian expedition of 1310 to 1313 represented the most ambitious attempt to restore imperial authority in the peninsula since Frederick II's campaigns of the previous century. The emperor's decision to revive traditional claims to Lombard sovereignty reflected both personal ambition and genuine belief in the universal character of imperial authority. His army's march across the Alps, supported by Ghibelline allies throughout northern Italy, initially achieved remarkable success in re-establishing imperial control over territories that had been independent for decades. The Siege of Brescia in 1311 demonstrated both the potential and limitations of Henry's Italian strategy, as the emperor's forces encountered determined resistance from urban militias supported by Guelph allies. The city's massive fortifications, constructed during the interregnum period using advanced military engineering techniques, required extensive siege operations that consumed enormous resources while providing time for enemy forces to organise coordinated opposition. The siege's eventual success, achieved through systematic bombardment and coordinated assaults, established Henry's military reputation while revealing the enormous costs associated with Italian campaigns. Henry's imperial coronation in Rome in 1312 marked the temporary triumph of his Italian ambitions while generating new conflicts with papal authority and local political factions. The ceremony, conducted in the Lateran Basilica rather than St. Peter's due to security concerns, demonstrated the precarious nature of imperial authority in the papal city while maintaining essential symbolic elements of imperial legitimacy. The emperor's subsequent efforts to establish permanent administrative control over central Italian territories encountered fierce resistance from both ecclesiastical and secular opponents, who viewed imperial authority as a threat to their independence. The sudden death of Henry VII in 1313 near Siena eliminated the most promising attempts to restore imperial authority in Italy, while creating new succession challenges in Germany. The emperor's demise, possibly from malaria contracted during his Italian campaigns, occurred at the moment when his military and diplomatic efforts appeared likely to achieve lasting success. His death's timing, coinciding with preparations for a decisive campaign against the Kingdom of Naples, prevented the completion of his Italian strategy while leaving his territorial gains vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. The disputed election of 1314 plunged the Holy Roman Empire into a constitutional crisis that would reshape its political landscape for generations. The simultaneous selection of Louis of Bavaria by one electoral faction and Frederick of Austria by another created an unprecedented situation where two legitimate claimants possessed equal legal standing to the imperial throne. The Electoral College's division reflected deeper tensions within the empire's political structure, as the archbishops of Mainz, Cologne and Trier found themselves aligned against the secular electors of Saxony, Brandenburg and the Palatinate, while Bohemia's King John of Luxembourg attempted to mediate between the competing factions. Louis of Bavaria's candidacy drew support from princes who favoured a more decentralised imperial structure that would preserve their recently acquired autonomy. The Bavarian duke's territorial base in southeastern Germany provided substantial military resources while remaining geographically confined enough to avoid threatening the major electoral territories. His supporters emphasised his military experience against Hungarian raiders and his successful administration of Bavaria's complex territorial divisions, arguing that these qualifications prepared him for the broader challenges of imperial governance. Frederick of Austria's claim rested on his Habsburg inheritance and the precedent established by his father Albert the Stern's successful reign. The Austrian duke's supporters, led by the ecclesiastical electors, argued that Habsburg territorial consolidation in the southeast provided the empire with necessary stability while maintaining traditional relationships with the papacy. Frederick's extensive landholdings in Austria, Styria and Carinthia generated substantial revenues that could support imperial administration without requiring excessive taxation of the German princes. The resulting civil war demonstrated the sophisticated military capabilities that had developed within the empire during the previous century. Both claimants assembled armies that incorporated advanced siege techniques, coordinated cavalry tactics, and innovative use of crossbow formations that reflected the influence of Italian military developments. The conflict's initial phases witnessed a series of inconclusive engagements as both sides manoeuvred for strategic advantage while attempting to secure additional territorial allies. The Battle of Gamelsdorf in November 1313 provided Louis of Bavaria with his first significant victory, though the engagement's limited scope prevented decisive resolution of the succession dispute. The battle unfolded in the marshy terrain south of Munich, where Frederick's Austrian forces encountered Louis's Bavarian army in a carefully planned ambush. The Austrian cavalry's initial charge became bogged down in the soft ground, allowing Bavarian infantry formations to surround and systematically destroy the enemy force. Frederick's personal capture during the battle's final phase eliminated his immediate military threat while providing Louis with a valuable bargaining chip for future negotiations. Frederick's imprisonment at Trausnitz Castle created opportunities for Louis to consolidate his position throughout the empire, though the Austrian duke's supporters continued to resist Bavarian authority. The Habsburg territories in Austria and Styria remained under the control of Frederick's brother Leopold, who organised systematic resistance to Bavarian occupation forces. The resulting guerrilla warfare in the Alpine regions demonstrated the challenges of maintaining imperial authority over hostile populations, while consuming military resources that Louis needed for broader imperial campaigns. The papal response to the disputed election revealed the continuing tensions between imperial and ecclesiastical authority that had characterized church-state relations since the investiture conflicts. Pope John XXII's refusal to recognize either candidate's legitimacy reflected papal determination to assert ultimate authority over imperial succession while maintaining the Church's traditional role as arbiter of disputed claims. The Pope's subsequent excommunication of Louis of Bavaria in 1324 escalated the conflict beyond mere dynastic rivalry into a fundamental confrontation over the theoretical foundations of imperial authority. Louis's response to papal intervention demonstrated the sophisticated legal and theological arguments that had developed within imperial circles during the previous century. His court theologians, led by Marsilius of Padua and William of Ockham, articulated theories of imperial authority that derived legitimacy from popular consent rather than ecclesiastical approval. These intellectual developments, synthesized in works such as Marsilius's Defensor Pacis, provided theoretical foundations for imperial independence from papal oversight, while influencing broader European discussions of political legitimacy. The Emperor's Italian expedition of 1327 to 1330 represented the most ambitious attempt to restore imperial authority in the peninsula since Henry VII's campaigns 2 decades earlier. Louis's decision to revive traditional claims to Lombard sovereignty reflected both personal ambition and genuine commitment to the universal character of imperial authority. His army's march across the Alps encountered initial success as Ghibelline allies throughout northern Italy rallied to imperial banners, providing local knowledge and military support that proved crucial for the campaign's early achievements. The Siege of Pisa in 1328 demonstrated the advanced military engineering capabilities that Louis had developed during his German campaigns. The city's massive fortifications, constructed using the latest defensive techniques and supported by Genoese naval forces, required extensive siege operations that showcased imperial military innovation. The emperor's use of counterweight trebuchets, capable of hurling stones weighing over 300 pounds, combined with coordinated attacks by specialized engineering units, eventually breached the city's walls after a siege lasting nearly 6 months. Louis's imperial coronation in Rome in January 1328 marked the temporary triumph of his Italian ambitions, while generating unprecedented conflicts with papal authority. The ceremony, conducted by representatives of the Roman clergy in the absence of papal approval, demonstrated the emperor's determination to assert imperial independence from ecclesiastical oversight. The coronation's conduct in St. Peter's Basilica, despite papal prohibitions, emphasized traditional imperial prerogatives while challenging fundamental assumptions about the relationship between temporal and spiritual authority. The establishment of imperial administration throughout central Italy required sophisticated bureaucratic innovations that adapted German administrative practices to Italian conditions. Louis's appointment of German officials to key positions in conquered territories introduced administrative procedures that emphasized systematic record-keeping and standardized legal codes. The creation of new judicial circuits, staffed by trained lawyers familiar with both Roman and canon law, provided frameworks for consistent governance that had been absent during the prolonged period of papal-imperial conflict. The emperor's support for the spiritual Franciscans and his appointment of Pietro Reinalducci as anti-Pope Nicholas V created a direct challenge to papal authority that resonated throughout European Christendom. The Franciscan controversy centered on debates over apostolic poverty and the proper relationship between the church and material wealth, provided Louis with theological justifications for his opposition to papal temporal claims. The anti-pope's establishment in Rome, though brief, demonstrated imperial capacity to challenge papal authority even within the traditional centre of ecclesiastical power. The economic dimensions of Louis's Italian campaigns reveal the substantial financial resources required for sustained imperial intervention in the peninsula. The emperor's systematic taxation of conquered territories, combined with forced loans from Italian banking houses, generated revenues that supported his military operations while creating resentment among local populations. The development of new financial instruments, including bonds secured by future tax collections, demonstrated the sophisticated fiscal mechanisms that had evolved to support medieval military campaigns. The gradual collapse of imperial authority in Italy during 1329 to 1330 reflected the fundamental challenges of maintaining control over hostile populations without permanent military occupation. The resurgence of Guelph opposition, supported by papal resources and French diplomatic intervention, created coordinated resistance that overwhelmed imperial defensive capabilities. Louis's retreat across the Alps in 1330, pursued by enemy forces and abandoned by former allies, marked the definitive end of imperial ambitions in central Italy, while demonstrating the practical limitations of medieval military power. The emperor's return to Germany coincided with renewed challenges from Habsburg supporters who had used his Italian absence to reorganize their opposition. Frederick of Austria's release from captivity in 1325, negotiated through papal mediation, had restored Habsburg leadership to the anti-Bavarian coalition while providing experienced military command for renewed resistance efforts. The resulting conflicts in southwestern Germany demonstrated the persistent nature of dynastic rivalries, while revealing the institutional weaknesses that prevented effective imperial governance. The Treaty of Hagenau in 1330 represented a sophisticated compromise that temporarily resolved the succession dispute while establishing precedents for shared imperial authority. The agreement's provisions, which recognized both Louis and Frederick as legitimate rulers while dividing administrative responsibilities between them, created unprecedented arrangements for dual monarchy within the empire. Frederick's recognition as King of the Romans, while Louis retained the imperial title, demonstrated the flexibility of medieval political arrangements when faced with intractable constitutional problems. The practical implementation of dual monarchy proved more challenging than the treaty's theoretical provision suggested, as competing administrative systems created confusion and conflict throughout the empire. The division of revenues between the two rulers, based on complex formulas that allocated specific territories and income sources to each claimant, required extensive bureaucratic coordination that often broke down during periods of political tension. The resulting administrative chaos encouraged territorial princes to assert greater independence while reducing the effectiveness of imperial governance. Frederick's death in 1330 eliminated the Habsburg challenge to Louis's authority while creating new opportunities for imperial consolidation. The Austrian duke's demise, possibly from injuries sustained during his Italian campaigns, occurred at the moment when the dual monarchy arrangements were beginning to function effectively. His death's timing prevented the full development of shared imperial governance, while leaving Louis as the undisputed imperial claimant for the first time since his election 16 years earlier. The emperor's efforts to strengthen imperial authority during the 1330s encountered persistent opposition from territorial princes who had grown accustomed to substantial autonomy during the prolonged succession dispute. Louis's attempts to recover alienated crown lands through legal proceedings and military pressure generated resistance from nobles who viewed these efforts as violations of privileges acquired during the interregnum period. The resulting conflicts demonstrated the continuing tensions between imperial authority and princely independence that had characterized German politics since the Hohenstaufen period. The emergence of new urban leagues during Louis's reign reflected the continuing development of autonomous political structures within the empire. The Swabian League, formed in 1331 and eventually encompassing over 50 cities, created unprecedented mechanisms for interurban cooperation that included common defence arrangements, standardised commercial practices, and coordinated diplomatic policies. The League's success in maintaining trade routes and suppressing brigandage demonstrated the practical benefits of collective action, while establishing precedents for urban autonomy that would influence German political development for centuries. The emperor's patronage of scholarly and artistic activities during his later reign contributed to intellectual developments that would influence European thought throughout the medieval period. The court scholars who served Louis, including the political theorist Marsilius of Padua and the philosopher William of Ockham, produced works that challenged traditional authorities while advancing new concepts of political legitimacy. Their writings, disseminated through the empire's growing network of universities and scriptoria, influenced broader European discussions of the relationship between temporal and spiritual authority. The development of new military technologies during Louis's reign reflected the continuing evolution of medieval warfare in response to changing tactical requirements. The emperor's systematic use of gunpowder weapons, including early cannons and handheld firearms, represented some of the earliest applications of these technologies in Central European conflicts. The construction of new fortress designs, incorporating bastions and angled walls specifically designed to withstand artillery bombardment, demonstrated the rapid adaptation of defensive architecture to technological innovation. Louis's death in 1347 created succession challenges that would bring the Luxembourg dynasty to imperial prominence while establishing new precedents for electoral politics. The emperor's demise during a hunting expedition in Bavaria eliminated the most experienced royal candidate while creating opportunities for alternative dynasties to assert their claims to imperial authority. The Electoral College's subsequent deliberations would demonstrate the continuing evolution of imperial succession practices while revealing the persistent tensions between dynastic claims and electoral prerogatives. The election of Charles IV of Luxembourg in 1347 marked the beginning of a new phase in imperial history, as the Bohemian king brought different priorities and territorial interests to the throne. Charles's background as heir to the Bohemian crown had provided him with extensive experience in the complex diplomatic and administrative challenges of governing Central European territories, while his education in Paris had exposed him to the latest developments in legal and administrative theory. The Luxembourg dynasty's substantial territorial base in Bohemia and the surrounding regions provided resources sufficient for effective imperial governance, while maintaining the delicate balance between royal authority and princely autonomy that had characterized post-interregnum politics. The new emperor's immediate priorities included the restoration of imperial prestige after decades of conflict and the establishment of stable institutional frameworks that could survive future succession crises. Charles's sophisticated understanding of the legal and administrative foundations necessary for effective imperial governance, demonstrated through his systematic approach to territorial consolidation and bureaucratic reform, would prove crucial for the empire's political development during the later medieval period. His recognition that imperial authority required both military strength and institutional legitimacy led him to pursue comprehensive reforms that would fundamentally reshape the empire's constitutional structure. The promulgation of the Golden Bull in 1356 represented Charles IV's most significant contribution to imperial constitutional development, establishing legal frameworks that would govern electoral politics for centuries. The document's comprehensive provisions, developed through extensive consultation with legal scholars and political advisors, addressed the fundamental questions of imperial succession that had generated conflicts throughout the previous century. The Golden Bull's systematic codification of electoral procedures, territorial arrangements, and administrative practices created institutional stability that would enable the empire to survive future political crises while maintaining its essential character as a confederation of semi-autonomous territories. The Golden Bull's institutional frameworks proved their durability when the Electoral College convened in 1438 to select a successor to Sigismund of Luxembourg. The elector's choice of Albert II of Austria marked not merely another dynastic transition, but the beginning of Habsburg dominance that would endure for centuries. Albert's election represented a calculated decision by the German princes, who recognised that the Austrian duke's substantial territorial holdings in the southeast provided the military resources necessary to confront the growing Ottoman threat, while his family's traditional moderation in imperial affairs offered reassurance against excessive centralisation. Albert II's brief reign from 1438 to 1439 established crucial precedents for Habsburg rule despite lasting barely 18 months. The new king's immediate focus on Hungarian affairs, where his marriage to Elizabeth of Luxembourg had provided claims to that kingdom's throne, demonstrated the international dimensions of Habsburg power that would distinguish the dynasty from its predecessors. His coronation as King of Hungary in Székesfehérvár, conducted according to traditional Magyar ceremonies while incorporating elements of German imperial ritual, symbolized the cultural synthesis that would characterize Habsburg governance throughout Central Europe. The king's military preparations against Ottoman forces revealed the sophisticated defensive strategies that had developed in response to Turkish expansion. Albert's systematic fortification of key strongholds along the Hungarian frontier, including the reconstruction of Buda's massive walls and the establishment of new garrison towns throughout the Danube Valley, created defensive networks designed to channel Ottoman attacks into predetermined killing zones. The employment of Italian military engineers, skilled in the latest fortress design techniques, introduced architectural innovations that would influence Central European fortification for decades. Albert's sudden death from dysentery in 1439, contracted during his campaign against the Ottomans, created a succession crisis that tested the institutional foundations he'd barely begun to establish. His posthumous son, Ladislaus, born 4 months after the king's death, inherited claims to Austria, Bohemia, and Hungary that could not be effectively exercised during his minority. The regency arrangements that followed, dividing administrative responsibilities among various noble factions, demonstrated both the flexibility of Habsburg territorial arrangements and the challenges of maintaining dynastic unity during periods of weak central authority. The Electoral College's selection of Frederick III of Austria in 1440 represented a compromise that preserved Habsburg control while acknowledging the practical limitations of minor heirs. Frederick's position as head of the senior Habsburg line provided constitutional legitimacy, while his extensive territorial holdings in Styria and Carinthia offered sufficient resources for imperial governance. The new king's scholarly temperament and preference for negotiation over military confrontation created expectations of peaceful rule that would prove both beneficial and problematic during his remarkably long reign. Frederick III's coronation journey to Rome in 1452 marked the last imperial coronation performed by a pope. Though the ceremony's significance extended far beyond its historical uniqueness, the elaborate procession through northern Italy, featuring thousands of participants including German nobles, Italian allies, and ecclesiastical dignitaries, demonstrated the continuing prestige of imperial authority while revealing the enormous costs associated with traditional ceremonial obligations. The emperor's marriage to Eleanor of Portugal during the Roman visit established dynastic connections that would prove crucial for future Habsburg expansion, while the wedding celebration in the Eternal City emphasized the international character of imperial authority. The development of Habsburg marriage diplomacy during Frederick's reign established patterns that would define the dynasty's expansion strategy for centuries. The emperor's systematic cultivation of matrimonial alliances throughout Europe, guided by the principle that others wage war, but you, happy Austria, marry, created a network of dynastic connections that provided alternatives to military conquest. The negotiation of his son Maximilian's betrothal to Mary of Burgundy in 1477 represented the culmination of this strategy, bringing the wealthy Burgundian territories into the Habsburg sphere through peaceful means rather than expensive military campaigns. The Burgundian inheritance transformed Habsburg prospects from a regional German power to European dynasty of the first rank. The territories acquired through Maximilian's marriage included not only the traditional Burgundian lands in eastern France, but also the wealthy commercial centres of Flanders and the Netherlands. The combined revenues from these territories, generated through sophisticated taxation systems and thriving international trade, provided resources that dwarfed traditional imperial income while creating new opportunities for territorial expansion and administrative innovation. Maximilian's accession to sole rule in 1493 coincided with the emergence of new challenges that would test Habsburg capability throughout Europe. The young king's energetic personality and military ambitions contrasted sharply with his father's cautious approach, leading to more aggressive policies that sought to maximize Habsburg advantages while confronting enemies on multiple fronts. His establishment of the Reichsregime in 1500, an imperial governing council designed to provide continuity during royal absences, represented a sophisticated attempt to balance imperial authority with the practical demands of governing scattered territories. The Reichsregiment's institutional structure reflected Maximilian's understanding of the administrative innovations necessary for effective governance of the empire's complex territorial arrangements. The council's composition, including representatives from all major electoral and princely families, provided mechanisms for consultation and consensus building that had been absent during previous reigns. The establishment of permanent meeting locations in Nuremberg and Augsburg created institutional continuity that survived political transitions, while providing forums for resolving disputes between territorial authorities. Maximilian's military reforms transformed the empire's defensive capabilities through systematic modernization of equipment, training and organisational structures. The creation of the Landsknecht infantry formations, trained in Swiss tactical methods and equipped with long pikes and crossbows, provided imperial forces with capabilities that rivaled the most advanced European armies. The development of standardised artillery pieces, manufactured in imperial foundries throughout Austria and Bohemia, created coordinated firepower that could breach the strongest fortifications while providing decisive advantages in open battle. The Emperor's Italian campaigns during the early 16th century demonstrated both the potential and limitations of Habsburg military power when confronted with determined opposition from multiple enemies. The League of Cambrai, formed in 1508 to partition Venetian territories, initially achieved remarkable success as imperial forces captured key strongholds throughout the Veneto region. However, the subsequent reversal of alliances that created the Holy League against French expansion forced Maximilian to confront enemies who possessed superior naval capabilities and extensive financial resources. The Battle of Agnadello in 1509 showcased the effectiveness of imperial military reforms while revealing the challenges of maintaining extended campaigns in hostile territory. Maximilian's army, featuring coordinated infantry formations supported by mobile artillery, achieved decisive victory over Venetian forces through superior tactics and battlefield coordination. The engagement's aftermath, which saw the systematic capture of Venetian strongholds throughout the mainland territories, demonstrated the practical benefits of military modernization while establishing imperial prestige throughout the Italian peninsula. The emperor's administrative innovations extended beyond military affairs to encompass comprehensive reforms of imperial governance structures. The establishment of the Reichskammergericht in 1495, an imperial supreme court with jurisdiction over disputes between territorial authorities, created legal frameworks that provided alternatives to military resolution of conflicts. The court's procedures, based on Roman law principles adapted to German conditions, established precedents for systematic jurisprudence that would influence European legal development for centuries. Maximilian's patronage of humanist scholars and artists during his reign contributed to cultural developments that enhanced imperial prestige while advancing intellectual innovation. The court's support for printing technology, including the production of elaborate illustrated works such as the Theurdank and the Triumphal Arch, demonstrated sophisticated understanding of propaganda techniques while preserving historical records for future generations. The emperor's personal involvement in these projects, including his collaboration with artists such as Albrecht Dürer, revealed the cultural sophistication that characterized Habsburg governance. The emergence of the Ottoman Empire as a major threat to Central Europe during Maximilian's reign required comprehensive strategic planning that coordinated military, diplomatic, and financial resources. The Turkish conquest of Constantinople in 1453 had eliminated the Byzantine Empire, while providing the Ottomans with a strategic base for expansion into the Balkans. The subsequent Ottoman campaigns in Hungary, culminating in the Battle of Mohacs in 1526, demonstrated the formidable military capabilities that European powers would need to confront. The development of Habsburg defensive strategies against Ottoman expansion reflected sophisticated understanding of the geographical and logistical challenges involved in confronting Turkish forces. The establishment of the military frontier, a system of fortified settlements stretching from the Adriatic to the Carpathians, created defensive networks that could delay Ottoman advances while providing time for the assembly of relief forces. The recruitment of Grenzer units, specialized light infantry trained in irregular warfare tactics, provided capabilities specifically designed to counter Turkish military advantages. Charles's inheritance in 1519 of the most extensive territorial holdings in European history created unprecedented opportunities and challenges for Habsburg power. The union of Spanish, Austrian, Burgundian, and imperial territories under a single ruler provided resources that enabled global expansion while creating administrative complexities that strained existing governmental structures. The emperor's domains, spanning from the Americas to Central Europe, required innovative approaches to governance that could accommodate diverse legal traditions, languages, and cultural practices. The election campaign of 1519 revealed the sophisticated financial mechanisms that had developed to support imperial politics during the early 16th century. Charles's victory over Francis I of France required enormous expenditures that were financed through loans from German banking houses, particularly the Fuggers of Augsburg. The resulting debt obligations, secured by revenues from American silver mines and European territorial taxes, created financial relationships that would influence Habsburg policy for decades, while demonstrating the growing importance of credit mechanisms in European politics. Charles V's coronation as Holy Roman Emperor in 1520 marked the culmination of Habsburg territorial consolidation while establishing new precedents for imperial ceremonial. The elaborate festivities in Aachen, attended by representatives from throughout Europe and the Americas, demonstrated the global character of Habsburg power while maintaining traditional elements of imperial ritual. The ceremony's incorporation of Spanish and Burgundian ceremonial elements alongside German traditions symbolized the cultural synthesis that would characterize Charles's reign. The emperor's confrontation with the Ottoman Empire reached its climax during the Siege of Vienna in 1529, when Suleiman the Magnificent's massive army threatened the heart of Habsburg power. The Turkish force, estimated at over 100,000 men including elite janissary units and extensive siege artillery, represented the largest military expedition ever launched into Central Europe. The city's defences, hastily reinforced under the direction of Nicholas Graf Salm, featured innovative bastion designs that incorporated the latest developments in military engineering. The siege's conduct revealed the sophisticated military capabilities that both sides had developed during their prolonged confrontation. The Ottoman army's systematic approach to siege warfare, featuring coordinated artillery bombardments and coordinated infantry assaults, demonstrated the advanced tactical methods that had enabled Turkish expansion throughout the Balkans. The defenders' response, utilising enfilading fire from bastioned positions and coordinated sorties against Turkish siege works, showcased the defensive innovations that European military engineers had developed in response to artillery warfare. The siege's ultimate failure marked the high tide of Ottoman expansion into Central Europe, while establishing Vienna's reputation as the bulwark of Christendom. The Turkish withdrawal in October 1529, prompted by the approach of winter and the failure to achieve decisive breaches in the city's walls, demonstrated the practical limitations of Ottoman military power when confronted with determined resistance and extended supply lines. The victory's psychological impact throughout Europe enhanced Habsburg prestige, while providing powerful propaganda for future military campaigns. The development of Habsburg administrative systems during Charles V's reign required innovations that could coordinate governance across multiple continents while maintaining local autonomy. The establishment of separate councils for different territorial groups, including the Council of Castile, the Council of Aragon, and the Council of the Indies, created specialised administrative bodies that could address regional concerns while maintaining imperial coordination. The emperor's personal involvement in these councils' deliberations, despite his constant travels throughout his domains, demonstrated the intensive management required for effective governance of such extensive territories. The religious challenges that emerged during Charles's reign, particularly the Protestant Reformation initiated by Martin Luther, created new dimensions of conflict that threatened the fundamental unity of the empire. The emperor's role as defender of Catholic orthodoxy, established through his coronation oath and reinforced by papal expectations, conflicted with the practical needs of governing territories that included substantial Protestant populations. The resulting tensions would dominate imperial politics for decades, while creating new opportunities for territorial princes to assert greater independence from central authority. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 represented Charles's recognition that religious unity could no longer be maintained through imperial authority alone. The settlement's principle of cuius regio, eius religio granted territorial rulers the right to determine their subjects' religious affiliation, while establishing legal frameworks for coexistence between Catholic and Protestant authorities. This arrangement, though representing a significant retreat from traditional imperial claims to religious authority, provided practical solutions to conflicts that had threatened to destroy the empire's political structure. Charles V's abdication in 1556 marked the end of the most ambitious attempt to create universal monarchy in European history, while establishing new precedents for Habsburg territorial arrangements. The emperor's division of his territories between his son Philip II, who inherited Spain and its global empire, and his brother Ferdinand I, who received the Austrian lands and the imperial title, created separate Habsburg lines that would pursue different strategies while maintaining dynastic cooperation. This partition, though reducing the immediate resources available to each branch, provided more manageable administrative arrangements while preserving Habsburg influence throughout Europe. The partition of Charles V's vast territories in 1556 created two distinct Habsburg lines that would pursue different strategies in confronting the religious upheaval that had been building throughout the empire for nearly 4 decades. Ferdinand's inheritance of the Austrian lands and the imperial title coincided with the Protestant Reformation's maturation from a theological dispute into a comprehensive challenge to the political and social order that had governed Central Europe since the Carolingian period. The new emperor's immediate priorities included managing the religious divisions that threatened to fragment his territories while simultaneously confronting the persistent Ottoman threat that continued to menace the empire's southeastern frontiers. The Protestant Reformation's origins in Martin Luther's challenge to papal authority in 1517 had transformed from an academic theological debate into a mass movement that attracted support from diverse social groups throughout the German territories. Luther's posting of the 95 Theses on the castle church door in Wittenberg, initially intended as an invitation for scholarly disputation about indulgences, had evolved into a fundamental questioning of ecclesiastical authority that resonated with nobles, burghers, and peasants who harboured various grievances against the established order. The rapid dissemination of Luther's ideas through printed pamphlets, facilitated by the empire's extensive network of commercial towns and universities, created unprecedented opportunities for religious and political mobilization. The Diet of Worms in 1521 represented the first major confrontation between imperial authority and Protestant theology, establishing patterns of conflict that would dominate German politics for generations. Charles V's personal attendance at the assembly, despite his pressing concerns in Spain and Italy, demonstrated the emperor's recognition that religious unity remained essential for effective imperial governance. The Diet's formal proceedings, conducted according to traditional procedures while addressing unprecedented theological questions, reveal the institutional challenges posed by religious innovation to establish political arrangements. Luther's appearance before the assembled princes, bishops, and imperial officials created one of the most dramatic moments in German history, as the Augustinian monk confronted the combined authority of church and empire. The reformer's refusal to recant his theological positions despite facing potential execution as a heretic, demonstrated the personal conviction that would inspire Protestant resistance for decades. His declaration that his conscience remained captive to Scripture alone challenged fundamental assumptions about religious authority while providing theological foundations for political resistance to imperial and papal claims. The Edict of Worms, issued by Charles V following Luther's departure from the Diet, declared the reformer an outlaw while prohibiting the circulation of his writings throughout the empire. The edict's comprehensive provisions, extending beyond theological censorship to include political and economic sanctions against Luther's supporters, demonstrated the emperor's determination to suppress religious innovation through systematic enforcement. However, the edict's practical implementation proved impossible without the cooperation of territorial princes, many of whom harboured their own grievances against ecclesiastical authority and imperial centralisation. Frederick III of Saxony's protection of Luther at Wartburg Castle established crucial precedents for princely resistance to imperial religious policy, while demonstrating the practical limitations of central authority. The elector's decision to shelter the outlawed reformer, despite his own personal loyalty to traditional Catholic practices, reflected the complex political calculations that would characterise noble responses to religious innovation. The castle's remote location in the Thuringian forest provided security for Luther's translation work, while symbolising the geographical fragmentation that would enable Protestant survival despite imperial opposition. The rapid spread of Protestant ideas throughout the empire's urban centres revealed the social and economic grievances that religious reform could address. The imperial cities, with their substantial burgher populations and traditions of political autonomy, provided fertile ground for theological innovations that challenged established hierarchies. Cities such as Strasbourg, Nuremberg, and Augsburg became centres of Protestant activity where Reformed theology merged with urban political aspirations to create powerful movements for religious and social change. The formation of the Schmalkaldic League in 1531 marked the transition from individual princely resistance to coordinated Protestant political action. The alliance, initially comprising 8 princes and 11 cities, created unprecedented mechanisms for collective defence against imperial religious policy, while establishing frameworks for Protestant cooperation that transcended traditional territorial boundaries. The League's founding document, negotiated at the Saxon town of Schmalkalden, combined theological statements with military and political commitments that transformed religious reform into organised resistance. The League's military organisation reflected the sophisticated defensive capabilities that Protestant territories had developed in response to imperial threats. The establishment of common defence funds, supported by contributions from member territories, provided resources for maintaining professional military forces that could respond rapidly to Catholic attacks. The recruitment of experienced commanders, including veterans of the Italian wars and Ottoman campaigns, demonstrated Protestant determination to match imperial military capabilities while adapting proven tactical methods to their defensive needs. The development of Protestant theology during the 1530s and 1540s created intellectual foundations that justified resistance to imperial authority while providing alternative models for church-state relations. The theological works produced by reformers such as Philip Melanchthon and Martin Bucer addressed practical questions of governance, taxation, and legal authority that had immediate political implications. The Augsburg Confession, presented to Charles V in 1530, attempted to demonstrate Protestant orthodoxy while maintaining theological positions that fundamentally challenged traditional ecclesiastical authority. The emperor's response to Protestant organisation revealed the strategic challenges posed by religious division to imperial governance. Charles V's simultaneous confrontation with French expansion, Ottoman invasion, and Protestant resistance strained imperial resources while creating opportunities for his enemies to coordinate their opposition. The emperor's frequent absences from German territories, necessitated by his global responsibilities, provided Protestant forces with time to consolidate their positions while developing military capabilities that could challenge imperial authority. The Schmalkaldic Wars of 1546 to 1547 represented the first major military confrontation between imperial and Protestant forces, testing the military innovations that both sides had developed during the preceding decades. Charles V's decision to launch a comprehensive campaign against the League's leadership demonstrated his determination to resolve religious divisions through military means while reasserting imperial authority over rebellious territories. The emperor's army, assembled from Spanish, Italian, and loyal German forces, represented the most formidable military coalition that had operated in Central Europe since the Ottoman invasions. The Battle of Mühlberg in April 1547 showcased the tactical innovations that had transformed European warfare during the early 16th century. The imperial army's coordinated use of infantry, cavalry, and artillery formations, directed by experienced commanders who had served in multiple theatres, achieved decisive victory over Protestant forces through superior battlefield coordination. The engagement unfolded along the Elbe River, where Charles V's forces executed a complex river crossing under fire that demonstrated both tactical skill and personal courage from the emperor himself. The capture of Elector John Frederick of Saxony and Landgrave Philip of Hesse during the Mühlberg campaign eliminated the Protestant League's primary leadership while providing Charles V with valuable hostages for future negotiations. The Elector's imprisonment, lasting nearly 5 years, removed the most capable Protestant military commander while demonstrating imperial determination to punish religious rebellion. The Landgrave's more cooperative attitude during captivity reflected the diverse motivations that had driven Protestant resistance and the possibilities for negotiated settlements. The Augsburg Interim of 1548 represented Charles V's most ambitious attempt to restore religious unity through imperial legislation that balanced Catholic doctrine with Protestant practices. The document's comprehensive provisions, developed through extensive consultation with theologians from both religious traditions, addressed controversial issues such as clerical celibacy, communion in both kinds, and the authority of Scripture. The interim's implementation required careful negotiation with territorial authorities while maintaining the appearance of imperial supremacy over religious matters. The interim's reception throughout the empire revealed the deep divisions that religious reform had created within German society. Catholic territories generally accepted the emperor's religious settlement, while maintaining reservations about specific provisions that appeared to compromise traditional doctrine. Protestant regions responded with varying degrees of compliance, ranging from grudging acceptance to outright resistance that required military enforcement. The resulting patchwork of religious practices demonstrated the practical impossibility of imposing uniform religious observance through imperial authority alone. The emergence of Maurice of Saxony as a key figure in imperial politics during the late 1540s illustrated the complex loyalties that religious division had created within the empire's noble hierarchy. Maurice's initial support for imperial religious policy, motivated by his rivalry with his Protestant cousin John Frederick, provided Charles V with crucial assistance during the Schmalkaldic Wars. However, the Duke's subsequent alliance with Protestant forces and French enemies demonstrated the fluid nature of political alignments when religious, dynastic, and territorial considerations conflicted. The Treaty of Chambord in 1552, negotiating between Maurice of Saxony and Henry II of France, created an unprecedented alliance between German Protestant forces and foreign enemies of the empire. The agreement's provisions, which granted French forces access to imperial territories in exchange for military support against Charles V, demonstrated the international dimensions that religious conflict had acquired. The treaty's implementation required careful coordination between Protestant and French forces, while maintaining the appearance of German patriotism despite foreign alliance. The Siege of Metz in 1552 to 1553 revealed the limitations of imperial military power when confronted with determined resistance supported by foreign allies. Charles V's massive army, assembled from throughout his European territories, encountered sophisticated defensive preparations that incorporated the latest developments in military engineering. The city's bastioned fortifications, reinforced by French engineers and defended by experienced troops, withstood months of systematic bombardment while inflicting heavy casualties on imperial forces. The emperor's retreat from Metz in January 1553 marked a decisive turning point in the religious wars, demonstrating that military solutions could not resolve the fundamental divisions that had emerged within the empire. The campaign's failure, costing thousands of lives and enormous financial resources, convinced Charles V that negotiated settlement offered the only viable path toward religious peace. The emperor's subsequent diplomatic initiatives reflected this strategic reorientation, while acknowledging the practical limits of imperial authority over religious matters. The Peace of Augsburg, negotiated during the Imperial Diet of 1555, established the legal and political frameworks that would govern religious relations within the empire for the next century. The settlement's central principle, encapsulated in the Latin phrase cuius regio, eius religio, granted territorial rulers the authority to determine their subjects' religious affiliation while establishing mechanisms for protecting religious minorities. This arrangement represented a fundamental departure from medieval assumptions about religious unity, while providing practical solutions to conflicts that had threatened to destroy the empire's political structure. The Augsburg settlement's detailed provisions addressed the complex practical questions that religious division had created throughout the empire. The agreement's ecclesiastical reservation, which required Catholic bishops who converted to Protestantism to surrender their temporal territories, protected church landholdings while acknowledging Protestant rights in other contexts. The Declaration Ferdinandea, guaranteeing limited rights for religious minorities in certain territories, demonstrated the negotiators' recognition that complete religious uniformity remained impossible to achieve. The implementation of the Augsburg Peace required extensive administrative coordination that transformed the empire's governmental structures. The establishment of religious parity in imperial institutions, including the Reichskammergericht and various administrative councils, created new mechanisms for managing religious diversity while maintaining imperial unity. The development of detailed procedures for resolving religious disputes provided alternatives to military confrontation, while preserving territorial autonomy in religious matters. The long-term consequences of the Augsburg settlement extended far beyond immediate religious concerns to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of imperial authority and territorial sovereignty. The peace's recognition of princely rights to determine religious policy established precedents for territorial autonomy that would influence German political development for centuries. The settlement's implicit acknowledgement that religious unity could not be maintained through imperial coercion represented a significant retreat from traditional imperial claims, while providing foundations for more flexible approaches to governance. The period following the Augsburg Peace witnessed the gradual institutionalization of religious division within the empire's political structures. The development of separate Protestant and Catholic political networks organised around religious affiliation rather than traditional territorial or dynastic loyalties, created new patterns of alliance and conflict that would dominate German politics throughout the later 16th century. The emergence of confessional identity as a primary factor in political calculation transformed the empire's constitutional arrangements while creating new sources of stability and instability. The Catholic League's formation in 1609 represented the culmination of counter-Reformation efforts to organise systematic resistance to Protestant expansion. The alliance, led by Maximilian I of Bavaria and supported by Spanish resources, created military capabilities that could challenge Protestant territorial gains while advancing Catholic political objectives. The League's sophisticated organisational structure, combining religious motivation with professional military planning, demonstrated the evolution of confessional politics from theological disputation to systematic political action. The Protestant Union's establishment in 1608 provided Protestant territories with coordinated defensive capabilities that could counter Catholic military preparations. The alliance's membership, including major territories such as the Palatinate and Württemberg, along with numerous imperial cities, created substantial military resources that could be deployed rapidly in response to Catholic threats. The Union's diplomatic connections with foreign Protestant powers, particularly France and England, provided additional resources while creating international dimensions to German religious conflict. The Jülich-Cleves succession crisis of 1609 to 1614 demonstrated how religious divisions could transform local dynastic disputes into international confrontations that threatened European stability. The competing claims of Catholic and Protestant candidates to these strategically important territories created opportunities for the major confessional alliances to test their military preparations while pursuing broader political objectives. The crisis's resolution through French diplomatic intervention revealed the continuing importance of foreign powers in German religious politics, while establishing precedents for international mediation of internal imperial disputes. The defenestration of Prague in 1618 precipitated the most destructive conflict in German history, as religious tensions that had been building for decades finally erupted into comprehensive warfare. The Bohemian nobles' rejection of Ferdinand II's authority, motivated by fears of Catholic persecution and constitutional violations, created a rebellion that quickly spread throughout the empire. The dramatic incident at Hradčany Castle, where Protestant nobles threw imperial officials from a window, provided powerful symbolism for Protestant resistance, while demonstrating the breakdown of traditional political relationships. The 30 Years' War that followed transformed the empire into a battlefield where religious, dynastic, and international conflicts merged into unprecedented destruction. The war's initial phases witnessed the systematic mobilization of confessional alliances that had been developing since the Augsburg Peace, as Catholic and Protestant forces assembled armies that dwarfed previous military efforts. The conflict's expansion to include foreign powers such as Sweden, France, and Spain created international dimensions that extended far beyond German religious divisions, while subjecting the empire's territories to devastation that would require generations to repair. The defenestration of Prague on May 23, 1618, marked the violent culmination of religious and constitutional tensions that had been building throughout the Habsburg territories since Ferdinand II's accession to the Bohemian throne. The incident itself unfolded in the council chamber of Hradčany Castle, where Protestant Bohemian nobles confronted imperial governors Jaroslav Borita of Martinique and Willem Slavata of Chlum over Ferdinand's systematic violation of religious privileges guaranteed by the Letter of Majesty. The dramatic moment when Count Jindřich Matthias Thurn led the assembled nobles in physically hurling the two Catholic officials and their secretary Philip Fabricius from the castle's third-story window, created powerful symbolism that would resonate throughout European Protestant communities, while providing immediate justification for armed resistance to Habsburg authority. The defenestration's immediate aftermath revealed the sophisticated political organisation that Bohemian Protestant nobles had developed during the preceding decades of religious tension. The rebels' systematic seizure of royal castles throughout Bohemia, coordinated through networks established during previous constitutional crises, demonstrated their capacity for organised military action beyond mere symbolic protest. The formation of a provisional government under the leadership of Count Jindřich Matthias Thurn and the subsequent expulsion of Jesuit clergy from Bohemian territories indicated the rebellion's comprehensive character, extending beyond religious grievances to encompass fundamental questions about the relationship between royal authority and noble privileges. Ferdinand II's response to the Bohemian Rebellion reflected both his personal commitment to Catholic orthodoxy and his sophisticated understanding of the strategic challenges posed by Protestant resistance. The emperor's immediate appeal to his cousin Philip III of Spain and his brother-in-law Maximilian of Bavaria demonstrated the international dimensions that German religious conflicts had acquired since the formation of the Catholic League. The systematic mobilization of Catholic resources, including Spanish silver from the Americas and Bavarian military expertise, created coalition warfare capabilities that dwarfed the resources available to individual Protestant territories while establishing precedents for foreign intervention in German affairs. The Bohemian rebels' search for international support revealed the complex diplomatic networks that had developed around European religious divisions. Their initial overtures to the Protestant Union generated limited enthusiasm, as German Protestant princes remained reluctant to support what appeared to be treasonous rebellion against legitimate imperial authority. The rebels' subsequent negotiations with Transylvanian Prince Gabriel Bethlen and their eventual election of Frederick V of the Palatinate as King of Bohemia demonstrated their determination to transform local constitutional disputes into broader European conflicts that could attract substantial foreign assistance. Frederick's acceptance of the Bohemian crown in 1619 transformed a regional rebellion into the opening phase of European warfare that would devastate Central Europe for 3 decades. The Palatine elector's decision, influenced by his wife Elizabeth Stuart's connections to English Protestant networks and his own Calvinist convictions, represented a calculated gamble that Protestant international support would compensate for the military disadvantages facing Bohemian forces. His coronation in Prague's St. Vitus Cathedral, conducted according to traditional Bohemian ceremonies while emphasizing Protestant theological principles, created powerful symbolism that inspired Protestant resistance throughout the empire, while providing Catholic forces with propaganda opportunities about foreign interference in German affairs. The formation of the Catholic League army under the command of Johann Cercles, Count of Tilly, represented the culmination of counter-Reformation military organisation that had been developing since the late 16th century. Tilly's forces, assembled from Bavarian, Austrian and Spanish contingents, incorporated tactical innovations derived from decades of warfare in the Netherlands and Italy, while maintaining the disciplined religious motivation that characterised Catholic military culture. The army's systematic approach to siege warfare, demonstrated through the methodical reduction of Protestant strongholds throughout Austria and Bohemia, revealed the professional military capabilities that Catholic territories had developed during the preceding decades of religious tension. The Battle of White Mountain on November 8, 1620, marked the decisive confrontation between Catholic and Protestant forces that would determine the fate of Central European Protestantism for generations. The engagement unfolded on the plateau west of Prague, where Frederick's hastily assembled army of Bohemian, German and Hungarian forces encountered Tilly's disciplined Catholic coalition. The battle's outcome, determined within 2 hours of initial contact, demonstrated the superior training and coordination that Catholic forces had achieved through systematic military preparation. The Protestant army's rapid collapse, beginning with the flight of Bohemian cavalry and culminating in the complete rout of remaining forces, eliminated organised Protestant resistance in Bohemia while providing Catholic forces with momentum for broader territorial conquests. Frederick's flight from Prague following the White Mountain defeat earned him the derisive nickname Winter King, while creating a refugee crisis that would influence Protestant politics for decades. The Elector's abandonment of his Bohemian supporters, who faced systematic persecution under Ferdinand II's Restoration government, demonstrated the limitations of international Protestant solidarity when confronted with determined Catholic military action. The subsequent confiscation of Protestant noble properties throughout Bohemia, redistributed to Catholic loyalists and foreign supporters, transformed the kingdom's social structure while providing resources for continued Catholic military campaigns. The systematic recatholicization of Bohemia under Ferdinand II's direction represented the most comprehensive religious transformation attempted in early modern Europe. The emperor's expulsion of Protestant clergy, closure of Protestant schools, and mandatory conversion requirements for noble families created precedents for religious coercion that would influence Catholic policy throughout the Habsburg territories. The Jesuit-directed educational reforms emphasizing Catholic doctrine and Habsburg loyalty sought to eliminate Protestant cultural influences while creating new generations of Catholic subjects who would support imperial authority. The expansion of Catholic military operations into the Palatinate during 1621 to 1622 demonstrated the international dimensions that the German religious conflict had acquired. Spanish forces advancing from the Netherlands coordinated with Bavarian armies moving from the east to systematically reduce Protestant strongholds throughout the Rhineland. The siege of Heidelberg, Frederick's capital, required extensive siege operations that showcased the advanced military engineering capabilities Catholic forces had developed. The city's eventual capture in September 1622 provided Catholic forces with substantial territorial gains while eliminating the primary Protestant stronghold in southwestern Germany. The transfer of the Palatine electoral dignity to Maximilian I of Bavaria in 1623 represented Ferdinand II's most significant constitutional innovation, fundamentally altering the empire's political balance. The emperor's decision to reward his most important ally through this unprecedented elevation demonstrated Habsburg determination to consolidate Catholic political control while punishing Protestant rebellion. The constitutional implications of creating a new electoral position, breaking the traditional balance established by the Golden Bull, would influence imperial politics for decades, while providing Protestant forces with additional grievances against Habsburg authority. The emergence of Christian IV of Denmark as a major Protestant military leader marked the beginning of the war's second phase, as Scandinavian intervention provided Protestant forces with resources and leadership that had been absent since Frederick V's defeat. The Danish king's dual motivation, combining genuine Protestant religious commitment with strategic concerns about Catholic expansion toward the Baltic, created a formidable coalition that could challenge Catholic military dominance. Christian's substantial military resources, including experienced troops from the ongoing Polish wars and revenues from the Sound tolls, provided Protestant forces with capabilities that had been lacking during the Bohemian phase. The Catholic response to Danish intervention revealed the sophisticated strategic planning that had developed within the Catholic League's military organisation. The decision to grant Albrecht von Wallenstein extensive authority to raise and command an independent imperial army represented a fundamental innovation in early modern military organisation. Wallenstein's systematic approach to military recruitment, financing and logistics created unprecedented capabilities that could support large-scale military operations throughout Central Europe, while maintaining the political flexibility necessary for complex coalition warfare. Wallenstein's military innovations transformed the character of early modern warfare through systematic application of entrepreneurial principles to military organisation. His establishment of a comprehensive supply system based on territorial contributions rather than traditional feudal obligations provided imperial forces with logistical capabilities that could sustain extended campaigns in hostile territory. The creation of military manufactories producing standardized weapons and equipment enabled rapid expansion of imperial forces while maintaining quality control that ensured battlefield effectiveness. The Battle of Lutter and Barenberger in August 1626 demonstrated the tactical superiority that Catholic forces had achieved through systematic military reform and professional leadership. Tilly's army, reinforced by Wallenstein's imperial forces, encountered Christian IV's Danish army in the hills south of the Weser River. The engagement's outcome, determined through coordinated cavalry charges that shattered Danish formations, eliminated Danish military power in northern Germany, while providing Catholic forces with momentum for territorial expansion toward the Baltic. Christian IV's personal participation in the battle, during which he sustained serious wounds while attempting to rally his retreating forces, demonstrated the personal courage that characterized Protestant leadership, while revealing the military disadvantages facing anti-Habsburg coalitions. The systematic Catholic conquest of northern German territories during 1627 to 1628 represented the high tide of Habsburg power within the empire. The capture of major Protestant strongholds such as Göttingen, Greifswald and Stralsund provided Catholic forces with control over crucial Baltic trade routes, while eliminating Protestant territorial bases that could support future resistance. The establishment of imperial garrisons throughout these conquered territories, supported by systematic taxation of local populations, created administrative structures that could maintain Catholic control while generating revenues for continued military operations. The Edict of Restitution, promulgated by Ferdinand II in March 1629, represented the most ambitious attempt to reverse the territorial gains that Protestant forces had achieved since the Augsburg Peace. The edict's comprehensive provisions, requiring the return of all ecclesiastical territories secularized since 1552, threatened to eliminate Protestant control over substantial territories throughout northern and central Germany. The systematic implementation of restitution requirements, enforced through imperial military power, created new sources of conflict while demonstrating Catholic determination to achieve complete religious restoration. The edict's practical implementation revealed the enormous administrative challenges involved in reversing 7 decades of territorial and religious change. The appointment of restitution commissioners, supported by imperial military forces, created new bureaucratic structures that could systematically identify and reclaim alienated church properties. The resistance encountered from Protestant territories, ranging from legal challenges to armed opposition, demonstrated the deep roots that Protestant control had established throughout the empire, while revealing the limitations of imperial authority when confronted with determined local resistance. The emergence of Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden as a major Protestant military leader marked the beginning of the war's third phase, as Scandinavian intervention provided Protestant forces with unprecedented military capabilities. The Swedish King's Landing at Peenemünde in July 1630 with an army of 13,000 experienced veterans, represented the most significant foreign intervention in German affairs since the Carolingian period. Gustavus Adolphus's military innovations, including the systematic use of mobile artillery and coordinated infantry cavalry tactics, provided Protestant forces with battlefield capabilities that could challenge Catholic military dominance, while inspiring renewed resistance throughout Protestant territories. The Swedish military system represented the culmination of early modern military reform, incorporating tactical innovations developed during decades of warfare in Eastern Europe. The army's organizational structure, based on standardized regimental formations with integrated artillery support, provided flexibility and firepower that surpassed contemporary European military capabilities. The systematic training programs that produced disciplined infantry formations capable of complex battlefield maneuvers enabled Swedish forces to achieve tactical superiority despite facing numerically superior Catholic armies. The Battle of Breitenfeld on September 17, 1631, marked the decisive confrontation between Swedish and Catholic forces that would transform the war's strategic balance. The engagement unfolded on the plain north of Leipzig, where Gustavus Adolphus's army of 23,000 Swedes and Saxon allies encountered Tilly's Catholic force of 35,000 veterans. The battle's outcome, determined through Swedish tactical innovations that neutralized Catholic numerical advantages, demonstrated the effectiveness of military reform while eliminating the aura of Catholic invincibility that had dominated European warfare for over a decade. The Swedish victory's immediate consequences extended far beyond tactical success to encompass fundamental changes in European military and political relationships. The systematic destruction of Tilly's veteran army, achieved through coordinated artillery bombardment and disciplined infantry advances, eliminated the military foundation of Catholic power in northern Germany, while providing Protestant forces with unprecedented opportunities for territorial expansion. The capture of substantial military supplies and artillery pieces enhanced Swedish capabilities while demonstrating the material benefits of battlefield success. Gustavus Adolphus's subsequent march through central Germany represented the most successful Protestant military campaign since the war's beginning. The systematic capture of major Catholic strongholds, including Würzburg, Mainz and Frankfurt, provided Swedish forces with control over crucial commercial and strategic centres, while generating revenues that could support continued military operations. The king's diplomatic negotiations with German Protestant princes, offering protection in exchange for military cooperation, created coalition structures that could sustain Swedish intervention while providing local legitimacy for foreign military presence. The death of Gustavus Adolphus at the Battle of Lutzen on November 16, 1632, eliminated Protestant Europe's most capable military leader while creating new strategic challenges for anti-Habsburg coalitions. The engagement itself, fought in the fog-shrouded fields south of Leipzig, witnessed the Swedish king's personal leadership of a cavalry charge that achieved tactical victory while costing his life. The battle's outcome, a Swedish victory achieved at enormous cost, demonstrated both the effectiveness of Swedish military methods and the personal risks that characterized early modern battlefield leadership. The Swedish army's continuation under the leadership of Axel Oxenstierna and professional commanders such as Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar demonstrated the institutional foundations that Gustavus Adolphus had established. The systematic maintenance of military discipline and tactical effectiveness, despite the loss of charismatic leadership, revealed the professional character that Swedish military reform had achieved. The army's subsequent campaigns throughout southern Germany, including the successful siege of Regensburg and the systematic devastation of Bavaria, maintained Swedish military pressure while generating resources for continued operations. The emergence of France as a major participant in German warfare marked the beginning of the conflict's fourth and final phase, as Cardinal Richelieu's systematic intervention transformed religious war into comprehensive European conflict. The French decision to provide direct military support to Swedish and German Protestant forces, while maintaining diplomatic relations with Catholic powers, demonstrated the sophisticated strategic planning that had characterized French foreign policy since the early 17th century. The deployment of French armies in the Rhineland and northern Italy created multiple theatres of operation that strained Habsburg resources while providing Protestant forces with crucial military assistance. The French military intervention revealed the international dimensions that the German religious conflict had acquired by the 1630s. The coordination of French, Swedish, and German Protestant forces created unprecedented coalition warfare capabilities that could challenge Habsburg power throughout Central Europe. The systematic French financial support for Protestant military operations, including substantial subsidies for Swedish forces and German mercenary companies, provided resources that enabled sustained military campaigns while demonstrating the economic foundations of early modern warfare. The Battle of Nordlingen on September 6, 1634, marked the last major Catholic victory of the war, as Spanish and Imperial forces achieved decisive success against Swedish and German Protestant armies. The engagement unfolded in the hills north of the Danube, where Cardinal Infante Ferdinand's Spanish army coordinated with Imperial forces under Matthias Gallas to surround and systematically destroy enemy formations. The battle's outcome, achieved through superior tactical coordination and the effective use of Spanish infantry formations, eliminated Swedish military power in southern Germany while providing Catholic forces with renewed momentum for territorial recovery. The Swedish defeat's consequences extended throughout Protestant Europe, as the destruction of experienced military formations eliminated capabilities that had required years to develop. The systematic capture of Swedish artillery and military supplies provided Catholic forces with enhanced capabilities while demonstrating the material costs of battlefield defeat. The death of prominent Protestant commanders, including Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar's brother, eliminated experienced leadership that could not be easily replaced while reducing Protestant military effectiveness. The Peace of Prague in 1635 represented Ferdinand II's most significant attempt to achieve negotiated settlement of the German religious conflict while maintaining essential Habsburg interests. The agreement's comprehensive provisions, developed through extensive consultation with German Protestant princes, offered substantial concessions on religious issues while preserving imperial authority over constitutional questions. The treaty's modification of the Edict of Restitution, establishing a new normative date of 1627 for ecclesiastical properties, demonstrated Habsburg willingness to compromise on religious issues while maintaining political control. The Prague settlement's reception throughout the empire revealed the complex motivations that had sustained the religious conflict for nearly 2 decades. Many German Protestant princes accepted the emperor's terms, recognizing that continued warfare threatened their territorial integrity, while offering limited prospects for additional gains. However, the systematic French and Swedish rejection of the settlement, combined with continued military operations throughout German territories, demonstrated the international dimensions that prevented purely German solutions to the conflict. The war's final phase, lasting from 1635 to 1648, witnessed the transformation of religious conflict into comprehensive European warfare that encompassed diplomatic, military, and economic dimensions. The systematic French military intervention in the Rhineland, coordinated with Swedish operations in northern Germany, created multiple theatres of operation that strained Habsburg resources while preventing Catholic consolidation of territorial gains. The emergence of professional military commanders such as Turenne and Condé provided French forces with tactical capabilities that could challenge Habsburg military dominance while inspiring renewed resistance throughout Protestant territories. The devastating demographic and economic consequences of prolonged warfare became apparent throughout German territories as military operations continued without decisive resolution. The systematic destruction of agricultural resources, necessitated by military supply requirements, created famine conditions that affected civilian populations regardless of religious affiliation. The collapse of commercial networks, disrupted by military operations and territorial fragmentation, eliminated economic foundations that had supported Central European prosperity for centuries. The emergence of military entrepreneurship during the war's later phases created new forms of organised violence that operated independently of political control. The systematic recruitment of mercenary companies, financed through territorial contributions and plunder, created military forces that possessed substantial autonomy while maintaining nominal allegiance to various political authorities. The development of military logistics systems, capable of supporting large armies through systematic exploitation of occupied territories, enabled sustained military operations while imposing enormous costs on civilian populations. The gradual exhaustion of military resources throughout Europe created conditions that favoured negotiated settlement over continued warfare. The systematic depletion of manpower through decades of military operations eliminated the demographic foundations necessary for sustained conflict, while reducing the effectiveness of remaining military forces. The financial exhaustion of major powers, demonstrated through currency debasements and fiscal crises, created economic pressures that favoured diplomatic resolution over continued military expenditure. The Peace of Westphalia, negotiated simultaneously at Münster and Osnabrück during 1646 to 1648, represented the most comprehensive attempt to resolve the complex political, religious, and territorial issues that had generated 3 decades of warfare. The diplomatic proceedings, involving representatives from throughout Europe, addressed fundamental questions about sovereignty, religious authority, and territorial arrangements that extended far beyond German concerns. The systematic coordination of multiple bilateral and multilateral negotiations created unprecedented diplomatic complexity while providing frameworks for comprehensive settlement. The Westphalian settlement's religious provisions established new legal frameworks that would govern church-state relations throughout Central Europe for centuries. The treaty's confirmation of the Augsburg Peace's essential principles, while extending recognition to Calvinism alongside Catholicism and Lutheranism, demonstrated the negotiators' recognition that religious diversity had become a permanent feature of German political life. The establishment of 1624 as the new normative date for ecclesiastical properties provided compromise solutions that balance Catholic and Protestant territorial interests while creating legal certainty for future disputes. The settlement's constitutional provisions fundamentally restructured the Holy Roman Empire's political organisation while preserving its formal existence. The systematic recognition of territorial sovereignty, including the right of German princes to conclude alliances with foreign powers, transformed the empire from a hierarchical monarchy into a loose confederation of autonomous states. The establishment of new mechanisms for imperial governance, including religious parity in imperial institutions and enhanced roles for the imperial diet, created frameworks for managing diversity while maintaining nominal unity. The territorial arrangements negotiated at Westphalia reflected the complex balance of power that had emerged from 3 decades of warfare. the systematic redistribution of territories, including Swedish acquisitions in Pomerania and French gains in Alsace, demonstrated the international dimensions that German political arrangements had acquired. The recognition of Swiss and Dutch independence, formalised through the treaty's comprehensive provisions, acknowledged political realities that had developed over centuries while providing legal frameworks for future international relations. The Peace of Westphalia fundamentally transformed the Holy Roman Empire from a functioning medieval monarchy into a loose confederation of virtually sovereign states, each jealously guarding its territorial prerogatives while maintaining only nominal allegiance to the imperial crown. The settlement's recognition of territorial sovereignty had effectively neutered imperial authority, reducing the emperor to little more than a ceremonial figurehead whose actual power rarely extended beyond his hereditary Austrian domains. This constitutional revolution created a political landscape where over 300 individual territories, ranging from substantial kingdoms like Prussia and Bavaria to tiny free cities and ecclesiastical principalities, operated as independent entities while participating in the increasingly hollow rituals of imperial governance. The Imperial Diet, relocated permanently to Regensburg in 1663, epitomised this new political reality. What had once been an assembly capable of decisive action became a perpetual diplomatic conference, where representatives debated endlessly over procedural matters while avoiding substantive decisions that might threaten their master's autonomy. The Diet's division into 3 colleges, electors, princes and cities, created institutional gridlock that prevented effective governance while providing endless opportunities for foreign powers to manipulate German politics through strategic alliances and subsidies. The elaborate ceremonial protocols that governed the Diet's proceedings, including complex rules about seating arrangements and precedents, consumed more attention than actual legislative business. The emergence of Prussia as a major European power during the late 17th and early 18th centuries created the most significant challenge to Austrian hegemony within the empire since the medieval conflicts between Pope and Emperor. The Hohenzollern dynasty's systematic territorial consolidation, beginning with the acquisition of East Prussia in 1618 and culminating in the royal coronation of Frederick I in 1701, created a northern German power bloc that could rival Habsburg influence while maintaining nominal subordination to imperial authority. The Prussian military system, developed through decades of warfare against Swedish and Polish forces, produced professional armies that surpassed contemporary European standards in discipline, training and battlefield effectiveness. Frederick William II's military reforms during the early 18th century transformed Prussia from a collection of scattered territories into a unified military state capable of challenging established European powers. The king's systematic expansion of the army from 38,000 to 83,000 troops, supported by comprehensive administrative reforms that maximised tax collection and military recruitment, created unprecedented military capabilities that dwarfed the resources available to other German princes. The establishment of the canton system, which divided the kingdom into military districts responsible for recruiting and maintaining specific regiments, provided reliable manpower while creating deep connections between military service and civilian society. The Prussian military's distinctive characteristics reflected the kingdom's unique geographical and political circumstances. The army's emphasis on precise drill, rapid deployment, and coordinated battlefield maneuvers compensated for numerical disadvantages while maximising the effectiveness of limited resources. The development of standardised equipment, uniforms, and tactical procedures created military efficiency that enabled Prussian forces to achieve tactical superiority despite facing larger enemy armies. The systematic training of officers through military academies and practical experience produced professional leadership that could adapt to changing battlefield conditions while maintaining unit cohesion under extreme pressure. The War of Austrian Succession marked the beginning of the great German dualism that would dominate Central European politics for the next century. Frederick II's invasion of Silesia in December 1740, launched immediately after Maria Theresa's accession to the Habsburg throne, demonstrated Prussian willingness to challenge Austrian authority through direct military action. The young king's systematic preparation for the campaign, including detailed intelligence gathering and diplomatic negotiations with potential allies, revealed the sophisticated strategic planning that characterized Prussian military culture. The rapid conquest of Silesia's major fortresses, achieved through coordinated siege operations and mobile warfare tactics, provided Prussia with substantial territorial gains while demonstrating the effectiveness of military modernization. The Battle of Mollwitz on April 10, 1741, established Frederick II's reputation as a military commander, while revealing both the strengths and limitations of Prussian military reforms. The engagement unfolded on the snow-covered fields near Brieg, where Frederick's army of 22,000 troops encountered Austrian forces under Field Marshal Wilhelm Reinhard von Neipperg. The battle's initial phases witnessed the collapse of Prussian cavalry formations under Austrian attack, forcing Frederick to flee the battlefield while believing his army faced destruction. However, the disciplined performance of Prussian infantry, maintaining formation despite cavalry losses and systematically advancing against Austrian positions, ultimately achieved victory through superior training and battlefield coordination. The Silesian Wars demonstrated the transformation of European warfare from dynastic conflicts to struggles for territorial and commercial advantage. The systematic Prussian exploitation of Silesia's mineral resources, including extensive coal deposits and textile manufacturing capabilities, provided economic foundations that could support continued military expansion while reducing dependence on foreign subsidies. The province's strategic location, controlling crucial trade routes between northern and southern Europe, enhanced Prussian political influence while creating new opportunities for diplomatic maneuvering. Maria Theresa's response to Prussian aggression revealed the resilience of Habsburg power despite the apparent weakness of the Austrian succession. The Empress's systematic mobilization of Hungarian resources, achieved through careful negotiation with Magyar nobles and recognition of traditional constitutional privileges, provided military capabilities that enabled sustained resistance to Prussian expansion. The Hungarian Diet's grant of substantial military assistance, including 100,000 troops and extensive financial support, demonstrated the continuing vitality of Habsburg dynastic loyalty, while providing resources for comprehensive military campaigns. The diplomatic revolution of 1756, which realigned European alliances and created new patterns of international conflict, reflected the changing balance of power within the Holy Roman Empire. The Treaty of Versailles, negotiating between France and Austria, represented a fundamental reversal of traditional Habsburg-Bourbon rivalry, while creating new opportunities for coordinated action against Prussian expansion. The alliance's military implications, including French financial support for Austrian military operations and coordination of strategic planning, provided Habsburg forces with resources that could challenge Prussian military advantages while demonstrating the international dimensions of German political competition. The 7 Years' War transformed the struggle between Austria and Prussia into a global conflict that encompassed European, American, and Asian theatres. Frederick II's preemptive invasion of Saxony in August 1756 demonstrated Prussian determination to maintain strategic initiative while preventing the formation of hostile coalitions. The systematic occupation of Dresden and Leipzig provided Prussian forces with advanced positions for operations against Austrian and Russian armies, while generating substantial revenues through territorial contributions. The war's expansion to include British support for Prussia and French assistance to Austria created international dimensions that extended far beyond German territorial disputes. The Battle of Rossbach on November 5, 1757, showcased the tactical innovations that had made Prussian forces the most effective military organisation in Europe. The engagement unfolded on the rolling hills southwest of Leipzig, where Frederick's army of 21,000 troops encountered a combined Franco-Austrian force of 64,000 under the Duke of Soubise. The battle's outcome, achieved through Frederick's famous oblique order attack that concentrated overwhelming force against a single point in the enemy line, demonstrated the effectiveness of Prussian tactical doctrine while eliminating the immediate threat to Prussian territory from Western enemies. The systematic Prussian victory at Rossbach, accomplished in less than 2 hours with minimal casualties, established Frederick II's reputation as the greatest military commander of his generation. The engagement's tactical brilliance, featuring coordinated cavalry charges and disciplined infantry advances that shattered enemy formations, provided textbook examples of battlefield leadership that would influence military education for generations. The capture of substantial enemy artillery and military supplies enhanced Prussian capabilities while demonstrating the material benefits of tactical superiority. The Battle of Leuthen, on December 5, 1757, represented the culmination of Frederick II's military genius and the effectiveness of Prussian military reforms. The engagement took place on the plain west of Breslau, where Frederick's army of 33,000 troops confronted Austrian forces numbering 65,000 under Prince Charles of Lorraine. The battle's conduct, featuring Frederick's masterful use of terrain and tactical deception to achieve local superiority despite overall numerical disadvantage, demonstrated the sophisticated battlefield leadership that characterized Prussian military culture. The systematic Austrian defeat, achieved through coordinated attacks that rolled up enemy positions from flank to flank, eliminated Austrian military power in Silesia while securing Prussian control over the province. The war's enormous human and economic costs reveal the limitations of 18th century military capabilities when confronted with sustained coalition warfare. The systematic devastation of German territories, particularly in Saxony and Silesia, eliminated agricultural and commercial resources that had supported Central European prosperity for generations. The demographic impact of prolonged military operations, including massive casualties from battle and disease, reduced population levels throughout the empire, while creating social disruption that would require decades to repair. The Peace of Hubertusburg in 1763 confirmed Prussian retention of Silesia, while establishing the territorial arrangements that would govern German politics for the remainder of the 18th century. The treaty's recognition of Prussian sovereignty over the disputed province demonstrated the practical results of military effectiveness, while acknowledging the permanent alteration of power relationships within the empire. The settlement's broader implications, including the confirmation of Prussian status as a major European power, transformed the Holy Roman Empire's internal dynamics while creating new patterns of alliance and conflict that would influence Central European politics for generations. The French Revolutionary Wars beginning in 1792 subjected the Holy Roman Empire to unprecedented challenges that would ultimately prove fatal to its continued existence. The revolutionary ideology emanating from France, with its emphasis on popular sovereignty and national self-determination, directly challenged the feudal and dynastic principles that had governed German political life for centuries. The systematic French military campaigns along the Rhine, beginning with the declaration of war in April 1792, created immediate threats to imperial territories while demonstrating the military effectiveness of revolutionary armies motivated by ideological commitment rather than traditional dynastic loyalty. The First Coalition War revealed the institutional weaknesses that had developed within the empire's military and political structures during the preceding century of territorial fragmentation. The imperial army's performance during the early campaigns, characterized by poor coordination between contingents from different territories and inadequate supply arrangements, demonstrated the practical consequences of political decentralization. The systematic French victories at Valmy, Jemmapes and Fleurus eliminated imperial forces from the Low Countries while providing revolutionary armies with momentum for territorial expansion into German territories. The systematic French occupation of the Rhineland during 1794 to 1795 eliminated imperial authority over territories that had been integral to the empire since Charlemagne's reign. The revolutionary administration's implementation of French legal codes, administrative procedures, and educational systems created new forms of governance that directly challenged traditional imperial institutions. The abolition of feudal obligations, ecclesiastical privileges, and guild restrictions provided local populations with tangible benefits, while demonstrating the practical advantages of revolutionary political principles. The emergence of Napoleon Bonaparte as first consul in 1799 transformed French policy toward the Holy Roman Empire from revolutionary expansion to systematic territorial reorganization. Napoleon's sophisticated understanding of German political conditions, gained through extensive study of imperial constitutional arrangements and diplomatic correspondence, enabled him to exploit the empire's internal divisions while advancing French strategic objectives. The systematic French cultivation of relationships with middle-sized German states, particularly Bavaria, Württemberg and Baden, created new alliance patterns that bypassed traditional imperial authority while providing France with reliable German allies. The Peace of Luneville in 1801 formalized the territorial changes that French military success had achieved while establishing precedents for comprehensive reorganization of German political arrangements. The treaty's provisions, requiring the cession of all imperial territories west of the Rhine to France, eliminated substantial revenues and strategic positions that had supported imperial authority for centuries. The agreement's compensation clauses, promising equivalent territories east of the Rhine for dispossessed princes, created opportunities for systematic territorial redistribution that would fundamentally alter the empire's political geography. The imperial recess of 1803 represented the most comprehensive territorial reorganization in German history, as the systematic secularization of ecclesiastical territories and mediatization of smaller principalities were eliminated over 100 political entities while consolidating power in the hands of larger states. The process, supervised by French diplomatic pressure and implemented through complex negotiations among German princes, transferred approximately 3.2 million subjects and substantial territorial resources to enlarged kingdoms and duchies. The systematic elimination of imperial cities, ecclesiastical principalities, and minor counties created simplified political arrangements that favoured French interests while reducing the institutional complexity that had characterised imperial governance. The secularization process eliminated the Catholic Church's temporal authority throughout the empire, while transferring enormous wealth to secular rulers. The systematic confiscation of monastic properties, episcopal territories and cathedral chapters provided enlarged states with resources that could support administrative expansion and military modernization. The displacement of thousands of ecclesiastical officials, from prince bishops to village priests, created social disruption while eliminating traditional sources of imperial support among the higher clergy. The mediatization of smaller territories created new patterns of political allegiance that bypassed traditional imperial institutions. The systematic absorption of free cities, imperial knights, and minor principalities by larger neighbours eliminated the political fragmentation that had characterised the empire since the medieval period. The creation of enlarged kingdoms in Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden provided France with reliable allies while reducing the number of political entities that could participate in anti-French coalitions. The Battle of Austerlitz on December 2, 1805, demonstrated Napoleon's military genius while eliminating the Third Coalition's capacity for coordinated resistance to French expansion. The engagement unfolded on the Pratzen Heights east of Brünn, where Napoleon's army of 73,000 troops confronted the combined Austrian and Russian forces of 85,000 under Emperor Francis II and Tsar Alexander I. The battle's outcome, achieved through Napoleon's tactical masterpiece that lured enemy forces into attacking weakened French positions while concealing the main attack against the Allied centre, eliminated Austrian military power while forcing Russian withdrawal from Central Europe. The systematic French victory at Austerlitz, accomplished through superior tactical coordination and battlefield leadership, provided Napoleon with the strategic position necessary to reshape German political arrangements according to French interests. The battle's immediate consequences, including the Treaty of Pressburg that eliminated Austrian influence in southwestern Germany, created opportunities for comprehensive territorial reorganization that would eliminate the Holy Roman Empire's remaining institutional foundations. The formation of the Confederation of the Rhine on July 12, 1806, represented the culmination of Napoleon's systematic policy of German territorial reorganization, while providing the immediate cause for the Holy Roman Empire's dissolution. The Confederation's membership, initially including 16 German states led by Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden, created a French-dominated alliance that controlled substantial Central European territories while maintaining nominal independence from direct French administration. The systematic withdrawal of these territories from imperial jurisdiction eliminated the geographical and political foundations necessary for continued imperial existence. The Confederation's constitutional arrangements reflected Napoleon's sophisticated understanding of German political conditions while serving French strategic interests. The member states' obligations, including military contributions for French campaigns and adherence to French foreign policy, created coordinated capabilities that could support French expansion while maintaining the appearance of German autonomy. The systematic exclusion of Austria and Prussia from the Confederation's membership eliminated the major powers that could challenge French hegemony while providing opportunities for systematic territorial expansion. Emperor Francis II's abdication of the imperial title on August 6, 1806, formally ended the Holy Roman Empire's existence after 1,006 years of continuous history. The Emperor's declaration, issued from Schönbrunn Palace, acknowledged the practical impossibility of maintaining imperial authority over territories that had withdrawn from imperial jurisdiction, while preserving Habsburg dignity through the retention of the Austrian imperial title. The systematic dissolution of imperial institutions, including the imperial diet, the imperial court, and the various administrative councils, eliminated the bureaucratic structures that had governed German political life for centuries. The empire's final dissolution occurred without military resistance or popular protest, demonstrating the extent to which imperial authority had become irrelevant to German political life. the systematic transfer of imperial regalia to Vienna, where they would remain as historical artifacts rather than symbols of active authority, symbolized the transformation of medieval institutions into museum pieces. The quiet acceptance of imperial dissolution by German princes and populations reflected the practical recognition that the empire had ceased to function as an effective political organization decades before its formal abolition. The Holy Roman Empire's end marked the conclusion of one of history's most remarkable political experiments, an institution that had survived for over a millennium through adaptation to changing circumstances while maintaining continuity with its Carolingian origins. The empire's ultimate failure reflected not inherent weaknesses, but the revolutionary challenges of the early 19th century, when nationalism, popular sovereignty, and centralized administration created new forms of political organization that medieval federalism could not accommodate. The empire's legacy would endure in the constitutional traditions, legal systems, and cultural institutions that shaped Central European development for centuries, while its memory would inspire later attempts at German unification and European integration. The religious landscape of early Rome emerged from a complex amalgamation of indigenous Italic traditions, Etruscan divine concepts, and Greek mythological frameworks that gradually coalesced during the city's formative centuries. This synthesis created a unique theological system that would eventually become one of history's most enduring mythological traditions, yet its origins remain deeply rooted in the practical religious needs of an emerging Mediterranean power. The earliest Roman religious consciousness centered around the concept of noumena, divine forces or spirits that inhabited specific locations, objects, or natural phenomena. These noumena differed fundamentally from the anthropomorphic deities that would later dominate Roman mythology. They represented raw divine power without human characteristics, embodying the spiritual essence of springs, groves, crossroads, and household spaces. The noumen of a place demanded respect and propitiation through specific rituals, creating a religious framework that emphasized practical reciprocity between humans and divine forces rather than elaborate mythological narratives. Archaeological evidence from the Palatine Hill and surrounding areas reveals that these indigenous religious practices included the worship of Terminus, the boundary stone deity, and the Penates, household gods who protected the family's provisions and well-being. The Lairs, originally agricultural deities associated with cultivated fields, evolved into protective spirits of the home and crossroads. These early divine concepts reflected the agrarian concerns of Rome's founding communities, where successful harvests and protected boundaries meant survival. The Etruscan influence on early Roman religious development cannot be overstated. The Etruscans, who dominated central Italy from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE, possessed a sophisticated religious system that included elaborate divination practices, structured priesthoods, and complex relationships with anthropomorphic deities. Their haruspices, priests who interpreted the will of the gods through examination of sacrificial animals' entrails, introduced Romans to formalized divine communication methods that would become central to Roman state religion. Etruscan deities began appearing in Roman religious contexts during the 7th century BCE, often merged with existing noumena or introduced as new divine entities. Minerva, the Etruscan goddess of wisdom and crafts, found her way into Roman worship through this cultural exchange. The Etruscan Uni, a powerful goddess associated with fertility and protection, influenced the development of Juno's cult in Rome. Most significantly, the Etruscan Tinia, their supreme sky god, provided characteristics that would later merge with Jupiter's divine persona. The Etruscan practice of templum, the ritual division of space for religious purposes, fundamentally shaped Roman sacred architecture and urban planning. Etruscan priests taught Romans to read divine will through the flight patterns of birds within designated sky quadrants, a practice called augury that became essential to Roman decision-making processes. The Etruscan concept of the mundus, a ritual pit connecting the world of the living with the underworld, influenced Roman understanding of the relationship between earthly and divine realms. Greek colonization of southern Italy, beginning in the 8th century BCE, introduced Romans to fully developed mythological narratives featuring anthropomorphic deities with complex personalities, relationships, and stories. The Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, including Cumae, Neapolis, Tarentum, and Syracuse, served as cultural transmission points where Greek religious concepts encountered Roman and Italic traditions. Unlike the abstract noumena or the ritualistic Etruscan deities, Greek gods possessed human-like emotions, engaged in dramatic conflicts, and participated in elaborate mythological cycles. The Greek Apollo arrived in Roman religious consciousness through the Cumaean Sibyl, a prophetic priestess whose oracles became central to Roman religious decision-making. The Sibylline books, a collection of prophetic verses allegedly purchased from the Cumaean Sibyl by the Roman king Tarquin the Proud, represented one of the earliest formal adoptions of Greek religious elements into Roman practice. These books were consulted during times of crisis, and often recommended the introduction of new Greek deities or religious practices to address specific problems. Greek Hermes transformed into the Roman Mercurius, initially maintaining his role as a messenger deity but gradually acquiring additional functions related to commerce and trade, concerns particularly relevant to Rome's growing mercantile activities. The Greek Artemis became Diana, retaining her association with hunting and the moon, while acquiring additional characteristics related to the protection of slaves and the lower classes. Aphrodite's transformation into Venus initially emphasized her role as a goddess of vegetation and gardens, before her later association with love and beauty became prominent. The process of religious syncretism during this period involved careful adaptation rather than wholesale adoption. Roman religious authorities, particularly the pontiffs who oversaw sacred law and ritual, ensured that foreign religious elements were integrated in ways that supported Roman social and political structures. Greek mythological narratives were modified to emphasize Roman values such as duty, discipline, and service to the state rather than the individual heroism and personal glory that characterized many Greek myths. The establishment of the Capitoline Triad, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, during the 6th century BCE exemplified this syncretic process. Jupiter combined elements of the indigenous sky god with Greek Zeus and Etruscan Tinia, creating a supreme deity who embodied Roman concepts of authority and justice. Juno merged the protective aspects of various Italic goddesses with Greek Hera's role as divine queen, while Minerva brought together Etruscan wisdom traditions with Greek Athena's martial and intellectual attributes. Temple construction during this period reflected the integration of these diverse religious influences. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, begun during the reign of Tarquin the Proud and completed in the early Republic, combined Etruscan architectural techniques with Greek sculptural decoration and Roman political symbolism. The temple's 3 chambers housed the Capitoline Triad, while its elevated position overlooking the Forum Romanum emphasized the connection between divine authority and political power. Religious festivals during this formative period demonstrate the practical integration of diverse mythological traditions. The Rebellious, celebrated in April to protect crops from disease, maintained its indigenous character while incorporating Greek-style processions and sacrifices. The Lemuria, a festival for appeasing restless spirits of the dead, combined ancient Roman ancestor worship with Etruscan underworld concepts and Greek heroic traditions. The role of women in early Roman religious practice reflected the influence of all 3 cultural traditions. Indigenous Italic traditions included powerful female deities associated with fertility and protection, while Etruscan religious practices granted significant authority to female priests and diviners. Greek mythological narratives provided models for complex goddess figures who wielded considerable divine power. The resulting Roman religious system included influential priestesses such as the Vestal Virgins, who maintained the sacred flame of Vesta, and the Flaminica Dialis, the wife of Jupiter's high priest, who possessed significant ritual authority. The development of Roman religious law during this period established the framework for managing this complex mythological synthesis. The Ius Divinum, divine law, regulated the proper performance of religious rituals and the maintenance of relationships with the gods. The pontiffs developed elaborate procedures for introducing new deities, establishing festivals, and interpreting divine will through various forms of divination. These legal structures ensured that religious innovation occurred within controlled parameters that supported Roman political and social stability. Trade relationships during the 7th and 6th centuries BCE facilitated the continued exchange of religious ideas and practices. Roman merchants encountered Greek deities in their original context throughout the Mediterranean, while Etruscan religious specialists continued to serve Roman communities as diviners and ritual experts. This ongoing cultural exchange meant that Roman mythology remained dynamic and responsive to new influences while maintaining its distinctive character. The emergence of Roman historical consciousness during this period began to create mythological narratives that explained the city's origins and divine favour. The story of Romulus and Remus, while containing obvious mythological elements, served to establish Rome's special relationship with the gods and justify its growing political dominance in central Italy. These foundation myths incorporated elements from all three cultural traditions: indigenous Italic wolf symbolism, Etruscan divination practices, and Greek heroic narratives, creating uniquely Roman mythological content. The establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BCE marked a fundamental transformation in how divine authority intersected with political power, creating an unprecedented system where mythological narratives served explicit state functions while maintaining their spiritual significance. The expulsion of the last Etruscan king, Tarquin the Proud, necessitated a complete restructuring of religious authority that had previously been concentrated in royal hands. This transition created opportunities for the systematic codification of Roman deities and their mythological frameworks, establishing the canonical relationships between Roman gods and their Greek counterparts that would define Mediterranean religious thought for centuries. The process of divine codification began with the formal recognition of Jupiter as the supreme deity of the Roman state. But this recognition required careful theological work to distinguish the Roman Jupiter from both his Greek counterpart Zeus and his Etruscan predecessor Tinia. Roman religious authorities, working through the newly established College of Pontiffs, developed mythological narratives that emphasized Jupiter's role as guarantor of oaths, protector of the state, and divine source of legitimate authority. Unlike the Greek Zeus, whose mythological cycles often depicted him as capricious and driven by personal desires, the Roman Jupiter embodied gravitas and institutional stability. His temple on the Capitoline Hill became the focal point for state ceremonies, where consuls offered sacrifices before departing for military campaigns, and where triumphing generals acknowledged divine favour for their victories. The codification process extended systematically through the major deities of the Roman pantheon. Mars underwent perhaps the most significant transformation during this period, evolving from a primarily agricultural deity associated with spring growth and fertility into the divine patron of Roman military virtue. While maintaining his identification with the Greek Ares, Mars acquired distinctly Roman characteristics that emphasized disciplined warfare over the chaotic battle fury associated with his Greek counterpart. Roman mythological narratives presented Mars as the divine father of Romulus, creating a direct genealogical connection between the god of war and the city's foundation. This mythological framework provided religious justification for Roman military expansion, while establishing Mars as a deity concerned with the protection and advancement of Roman interests specifically. Venus represented another crucial example of how Greek deities were adapted to serve Roman ideological needs. Initially associated with vegetation and gardens, Venus gradually acquired the attributes of Aphrodite while developing unique Roman characteristics that emphasized her role as divine ancestor of the Roman people through her son Aeneas. The mythological narrative of Aeneas's journey from Troy to Italy, which became central to Roman identity during the Republican period, positioned Venus as both a goddess of love and beauty and a divine protector of Roman destiny. This dual nature allowed Venus to serve multiple functions within Roman religious practice, from personal devotion related to love and marriage to state ceremonies acknowledging divine favour for Roman expansion. The development of distinctly Roman mythological themes during the Republican period reflected the political and social values that distinguished Roman culture from its Greek and Etruscan predecessors. The concept of pietas, duty to gods, family and state, became central to Roman mythological narratives in ways that fundamentally altered the character of stories borrowed from Greek sources. Roman versions of mythological tales consistently emphasized the consequences of fulfilling or abandoning one's duties, rather than celebrating individual achievement or personal glory. The story of Aeneas exemplified this transformation, presenting a hero whose greatness derived from his unwavering commitment to his divine mission and his people's welfare rather than from personal prowess or cleverness. Honour, defined in Roman terms as the recognition earned through service to the community and adherence to traditional values, became another dominant theme in Republican mythological development. Roman religious narratives consistently portrayed divine favour as the reward for honourable conduct, while divine punishment inevitably followed dishonourable behaviour. This moral framework provided religious sanction for Roman social hierarchies and political institutions, suggesting that the gods themselves endorsed the values that maintained Roman society. The mythological emphasis on honour also supported Roman military culture, where individual reputation depended on service to the state and adherence to military discipline. Civic virtue, the third pillar of Roman mythological themes, represented the synthesis of personal excellence and public service that Romans considered the highest human achievement. Unlike Greek heroic ideals that often celebrated individual accomplishment regardless of social consequences, Roman mythological narratives consistently presented civic virtue as the source of both personal fulfillment and divine approval. The stories of early Roman heroes like Cincinnatus, who left his plough to serve as dictator before returning to his farm, became mythological exemplars that demonstrated how individual excellence should serve collective welfare. The institutional framework for managing this mythological development centered on the Pontifex Maximus and the College of Priests, religious offices that acquired unprecedented authority during the early Republic. The Pontifex Maximus, elected from among the patrician class, served as the chief interpreter of divine will and the ultimate authority on religious law. This position combined practical administrative responsibilities with theological authority, allowing the Pontifex Maximus to shape mythological interpretations in ways that supported Roman political and social objectives. The College of Pontiffs, working under the Pontifex Maximus's direction, developed detailed procedures for conducting religious ceremonies, interpreting divine signs, and integrating new religious elements into Roman practice. The standardization of religious practices during this period required extensive documentation and codification of mythological knowledge. The pontiffs maintained detailed records of religious ceremonies, divine signs, and mythological interpretations that provided precedents for future religious decisions. These records, known as the Commentarii Pontificum, became the authoritative source for Roman religious law and mythological interpretation. The pontiffs also supervised the Sibylline books, consulting these prophetic texts during times of crisis and using their recommendations to introduce new religious practices or deities when circumstances required divine intervention. The integration of foreign deities through evocatio represented one of the most distinctive features of Roman religious practice during the Republican period. This ritual process allowed Romans to invite foreign gods to abandon their previous homes and accept worship in Rome effectively expanding the Roman pantheon through religious conquest. The evocatio ceremony typically occurred during military campaigns, where Roman commanders would offer superior worship and more magnificent temples to enemy deities in exchange for their support. This practice reflected the Roman understanding that divine favour could be transferred through proper ritual procedures, making religious conquest a complement to military victory. The Evostio of Juno Regina from the Etruscan city of Veii in 396 BCE established the precedent for this practice and demonstrated its effectiveness as a tool of Roman expansion. The Roman commander Marcus Furius Camillus formally invited Juno Regina to abandon Veii and accept worship in Rome, promising her a magnificent temple on the Aventine Hill. Following the successful capture of Veii, the Romans attributed their victory to Juno Regina's divine assistance and fulfilled their promise by constructing an elaborate temple dedicated to her worship. This successful evocatio encouraged the Romans to employ similar tactics throughout their subsequent military campaigns. The expansion of the Roman pantheon during territorial conquests involved careful theological work to integrate new deities without disrupting existing religious structures. Foreign gods were typically identified with existing Roman deities when possible, creating syncretic combinations that preserved the essential characteristics of both traditions. When direct identification proved impossible, foreign deities were incorporated as distinct entities with specific spheres of influence that complemented rather than competed with established Roman gods. This process required extensive consultation with religious authorities and often involved the construction of new temples or the modification of existing religious festivals to accommodate additional divine presences. The cult of Cybele, the great mother goddess from Anatolia, exemplified the complexities involved in integrating foreign deities during the Republican period. The Sibylline books recommended importing Cybele's cult during the crisis of the Second Punic War, suggesting that her worship would provide divine assistance against Hannibal's invasion. The Romans sent a delegation to Pessinus in Anatolia to obtain the sacred stone that represented Cybele's divine presence, transporting it to Rome with elaborate ceremonies that demonstrated the state's commitment to her worship. However, the integration of Cybele's cult required significant modifications to accommodate Roman sensibilities, particularly regarding the ecstatic rituals and self-castration practices associated with her priests. The development of Roman religious festivals during the Republican period reflected the ongoing process of mythological integration and standardization. Existing festivals were expanded and systematized to accommodate new deities and mythological narratives, while entirely new celebrations were created to honor recently imported gods or commemorate significant religious events. The Ludi Romani, originally a simple harvest festival, evolved into an elaborate celebration that included theatrical performances of mythological narratives, chariot races dedicated to various deities, and public sacrifices that reinforced the connection between divine favor and Roman prosperity. The introduction of Greek theatrical traditions during the 3rd century BCE provided new venues for presenting mythological narratives to Roman audiences. Greek tragedies and comedies, adapted to emphasize Roman values and religious themes, became popular entertainment that also served educational functions by familiarizing ordinary Romans with the stories and characteristics of their gods. These theatrical presentations required careful adaptation to ensure that Greek mythological content supported rather than undermined Roman religious and social values, leading to the development of distinctly Roman dramatic traditions that combined Greek narrative techniques with Roman moral frameworks. The role of divination in Republican religious practice expanded significantly during this period, with various forms of divine communication becoming central to political decision-making. The College of Augurs, responsible for interpreting the flight patterns of birds and other natural omens, developed elaborate procedures for reading divine will that influenced everything from military campaigns to legislative proposals. The haruspices, originally Etruscan specialists in reading sacrificial entrails, were formally incorporated into Roman religious practice and consulted regularly on matters of state importance. These divination practices required extensive mythological knowledge, as interpreters needed to understand the relationships between various deities and their methods of communication with mortals. The expansion of Roman territory during the Republican period brought Romans into contact with increasingly diverse religious traditions, each requiring careful evaluation and potential integration into Roman practice. The conquest of Greece during the 2nd century BCE presented particular challenges as Romans encountered Greek religious practices in their original contexts and had to reconcile their adapted versions of Greek deities with authentic Greek traditions. This contact led to increased sophistication in Roman mythological understanding and the development of more nuanced theological frameworks that could accommodate multiple versions of divine narratives without creating contradictions. The influence of Hellenistic religious and philosophical traditions during the later Republican period introduced new complexity to Roman mythological thought. Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on divine providence and cosmic order, provided intellectual frameworks that supported Roman religious practices while offering sophisticated theological explanations for divine behavior. Epicurean philosophy, despite its skeptical approach to traditional religion, influenced Roman thinking about the nature of divine intervention and the relationship between human behavior and divine favor. These philosophical influences encouraged more systematic approaches to mythological interpretation and the development of theological frameworks that could withstand intellectual scrutiny. The transformation of Rome from republic to empire under Augustus fundamentally altered the relationship between mythology and political power, creating an unprecedented fusion of historical narrative and divine legitimacy that would define imperial ideology for centuries. Augustus's rise to power required not merely military victory, but a complete reimagining of Roman religious and mythological frameworks to accommodate the radical concept of permanent, divinely sanctioned autocracy. This process began with Augustus's careful cultivation of his relationship with Apollo, a deity whose associations with prophecy, order, and civilized governance provided the perfect divine patron for a ruler who presented himself as the restorer of peace and traditional values. The selection of Apollo as Augustus's patron deity represented a calculated theological decision that distinguished the new imperial mythology from the chaotic civil wars that had preceded it. Unlike Mars, whose associations with warfare might have reminded Romans of the destructive conflicts of the late Republic, Apollo embodied the cultural and intellectual achievements that Augustus sought to promote. The emperor's construction of a magnificent temple to Apollo on the Palatine Hill, directly connected to his own residence, created a physical manifestation of his special relationship with the god. This temple housed the Sibylline books, transferring these ancient prophetic texts from their traditional location in the Temple of Jupiter to a space directly controlled by the emperor, symbolically placing divine prophecy under imperial authority. The mythological framework surrounding Augustus's divine connections extended far beyond his relationship with Apollo through the systematic development of his genealogical claims to divine ancestry. The Julian family's purported descent from Venus through Aeneas provided Augustus with a mythological pedigree that connected him directly to the gods while emphasizing his role as the fulfillment of Rome's divine destiny. This genealogical mythology required careful elaboration and documentation, leading to the commission of extensive literary works that would establish these divine connections as accepted historical fact rather than mere political propaganda. Virgil's Aeneid, completed during the early years of Augustus's reign, represented the most sophisticated and influential attempt to create a comprehensive mythological framework for imperial legitimacy. The epic's narrative structure deliberately paralleled Augustus's own rise to power, presenting Aeneas as a divinely chosen leader who overcame tremendous obstacles to establish the foundations of Roman greatness. The poem's emphasis on pietas, fate, and divine providence created a theological framework that justified imperial rule as the natural culmination of divine will working through history. Virgil's portrayal of Aeneas as a reluctant hero who accepted his divine mission despite personal cost provided a mythological template for Augustus's own presentation of himself as a leader who had accepted the burden of rule for the greater good of Rome. The political symbolism embedded within the Aeneid extended beyond simple genealogical claims to encompass a complete reinterpretation of Roman history and destiny. Virgil's description of Aeneas's shield, crafted by Vulcan and depicting scenes from future Roman history, culminating in Augustus's victory at Actium, created a mythological narrative that presented the emperor's triumph as the inevitable fulfillment of divine providence. The poem's portrayal of the underworld, where Aeneas encounters the souls of future Roman heroes, established a mythological framework that connected imperial rule to the accumulated virtue and sacrifice of all previous generations of Romans. The development of emperor worship during Augustus's reign required careful navigation of Roman religious sensibilities, which had traditionally distinguished between mortal humans and divine beings. Augustus's solution involved the establishment of the imperial cult, a religious framework that honoured the emperor's genius or divine spirit without explicitly claiming full divinity for his mortal person. This theological distinction allowed Romans to participate in emperor worship without completely abandoning their traditional religious categories, while still providing the religious foundation necessary for imperial legitimacy. The cult of Augustus's genius spread throughout the empire, with temples and altars dedicated to his divine spirit appearing in cities across the Mediterranean world. The process of deification that transformed historical figures into mythological beings began with Julius Caesar's posthumous consecration as Divus Julius, establishing the precedent for imperial apotheosis that would become a central feature of Roman imperial mythology. The appearance of a comet during the games celebrating Caesar's deification provided convenient divine confirmation of his transformation into a god, while Augustus's role as the son of a deified ruler enhanced his own claims to divine favour. This deification process required elaborate religious ceremonies and the construction of temples dedicated to the worship of deceased emperors, creating a pantheon of imperial gods that paralleled the traditional Roman deities. The expansion of imperial mythology under Augustus's successors in the Julio-Claudian dynasty involved increasingly elaborate claims to divine ancestry and favour. Tiberius, despite his personal reluctance to embrace imperial cult practices, maintained the religious framework established by Augustus while adding his own contributions to imperial mythology through his patronage of religious festivals and temple construction. Caligula's brief reign witnessed the most extreme development of imperial divine claims, with the emperor demanding worship as a living god and constructing temples dedicated to his own divinity. This excess prompted a reaction under Claudius, who restored more moderate approaches to imperial divinity while continuing to develop the mythological frameworks that supported imperial legitimacy. The reign of Nero demonstrated both the potential and the dangers of imperial mythology, as the emperor's identification with Apollo and his claims to artistic and divine inspiration created a mythological framework that justified increasingly erratic behaviour. Nero's construction of the Domus Aurea, a vast palace complex that incorporated elaborate mythological decorations and religious symbolism, represented the physical manifestation of imperial mythology taken to its logical extreme. The palace's famous rotating dining room, designed to mimic the movement of the heavens, created a space where the emperor could literally dine among the gods, while its elaborate frescoes depicted scenes from classical mythology that emphasized themes of divine transformation and apotheosis. The establishment of new mythological narratives connecting Roman imperial destiny with divine providence required the systematic reinterpretation of traditional Roman religious concepts. The concept of fate, which had played a relatively minor role in earlier Roman religious thought, became central to imperial mythology as a means of explaining and justifying the concentration of power in imperial hands. Imperial propagandists developed elaborate theological frameworks that presented the emperor as the agent of divine fate, chosen by the gods to guide Rome toward its destined greatness. This mythological framework required careful integration with existing Roman religious practices, leading to the development of new festivals and ceremonies that celebrated imperial destiny while maintaining connections to traditional Roman values. The role of divine providence in imperial mythology extended beyond simple claims to divine favour to encompass a comprehensive understanding of history as the unfolding of divine will. Imperial court historians and poets developed narratives that presented Roman history as a series of divinely guided events leading inevitably to imperial rule, while setbacks and disasters were reinterpreted as divine tests or punishments for abandoning proper religious observance. This providential interpretation of history required extensive mythological elaboration as court intellectuals worked to identify the divine forces at work in historical events and to explain how imperial rule represented the fulfillment of divine promises made to the Roman people. The cosmic dimension of imperial mythology involved the systematic connection of imperial rule to the fundamental order of the universe, drawing on Stoic philosophical concepts that presented earthly political arrangements as reflections of divine cosmic order. Imperial propagandists developed elaborate mythological frameworks that presented the emperor as the earthly representative of Jupiter, responsible for maintaining the same kind of order in human affairs that Jupiter maintained in the heavens. This cosmic mythology required sophisticated theological development, as court intellectuals worked to explain how imperial authority participated in the divine governance of the universe, while maintaining the traditional Roman understanding of the relationship between gods and mortals. The literary dimension of imperial mythological development involved the systematic patronage of poets and writers who could create and disseminate the narratives necessary to support imperial legitimacy. Augustus's patronage of Virgil, Horace, and other literary figures established a model for imperial cultural policy that would continue throughout the early empire, with successive emperors supporting writers who could contribute to the development of imperial mythology. This literary patronage required careful coordination between imperial political objectives and artistic creativity, leading to the development of new literary genres and techniques specifically designed to communicate imperial mythological themes to diverse audiences. Horace's contributions to imperial mythology focus particularly on the themes of restoration and renewal that were central to Augustus's self-presentation. His Carmen Seculare, composed for the secular games of 17 BCE, created a poetic framework that presented Augustus's reign as the beginning of a new golden age blessed by the gods. The poem's emphasis on moral renewal and divine favour provided a mythological interpretation of contemporary events that supported imperial claims while appealing to traditional Roman values. Horace's odes similarly developed mythological themes that connected imperial rule to divine approval, using classical mythological references to create sophisticated poetic frameworks for understanding contemporary political developments. Ovid's Metamorphoses, despite its author's eventual exile from Rome, contributed significantly to imperial mythological development through its comprehensive treatment of transformation themes that resonated with imperial claims to divine favour and apotheosis. The poem's final book, which traced the transformation of Julius Caesar into a god and predicted similar divine honours for Augustus, provided a mythological framework for understanding imperial deification that would influence subsequent imperial mythology. Ovid's sophisticated treatment of the relationship between divine and mortal realms created literary precedents for the complex theological questions raised by imperial cult practices. The dissemination of imperial mythological themes throughout the empire required the development of new communication strategies that could reach diverse populations with varying levels of education and cultural sophistication. Imperial propagandists employed multiple media, including coins, public inscriptions, architectural decoration, and public festivals, to communicate mythological narratives that supported imperial legitimacy. The standardization of imperial iconography ensured that mythological themes associated with imperial rule would be recognizable throughout the empire, while local adaptations allowed these themes to be integrated with existing regional religious traditions. The architectural dimension of imperial mythological propaganda involved the construction of buildings and monuments that physically embodied the mythological narrative supporting imperial rule. The Forum of Augustus, with its elaborate sculptural program depicting scenes from Roman history and mythology, created a public space where citizens could encounter the mythological frameworks that justified imperial authority. The Forum's Temple of Mars altar, dedicated to Mars the Avenger, provided a religious focus for imperial military ideology, while its surrounding colonnades displayed statues of Roman heroes that connected imperial rule to the accumulated virtue of Roman history. The development of imperial festival cycles provided regular opportunities for the public celebration of imperial mythological themes, with elaborate ceremonies that combined traditional Roman religious practices with new elements designed to honour imperial divinity. The Augustalia, celebrating Augustus's birthday, established a model for imperial festivals that would be replicated throughout the empire, while the Ludi Secularis provided opportunities for elaborate celebrations of imperial achievements and divine favour. These festivals required extensive preparation and coordination, involving priests, magistrates, and ordinary citizens in ceremonies that reinforced the mythological foundations of imperial rule. The provincial dimension of imperial cult development involved the adaptation of imperial mythological themes to local religious traditions and cultural contexts throughout the empire. Provincial assemblies constructed temples dedicated to imperial worship, while local communities developed their own versions of imperial festivals that combined Roman mythological themes with indigenous religious practices. This process of cultural adaptation required careful negotiation between imperial authorities and local religious leaders, leading to the development of syncretic religious practices that maintained imperial loyalty while respecting local traditions. The evolution of imperial mythology during the reigns of the Flavian emperors demonstrated the flexibility and adaptability of the mythological frameworks established during the Julio-Claudian period. Vespasian's rise to power following the chaos of the Year of the Four Emperors required the development of new mythological narratives that could justify his rule despite his lack of connection to the established imperial dynasty. The Flavian emphasis on military virtue and practical governance led to the development of mythological themes that emphasized divine favor for competent leadership rather than hereditary claims to divine ancestry. The religious landscape of the Roman Empire during the first 3 centuries of the Common Era underwent a profound transformation as traditional Roman mythology encountered an unprecedented influx of mystery religions and Eastern cultic practices. This period witnessed the systematic integration of foreign religious systems that offered personal salvation and direct divine communion, fundamentally altering the relationship between individual believers and the divine realm. The appeal of these mystery cults lay not merely in their exotic origins, but in their promise of personal transformation and eternal salvation, concepts that traditional Roman state religion had never adequately addressed. The cult of Mithras emerged as perhaps the most significant mystery religion to penetrate Roman society, particularly among the military classes and urban populations throughout the empire. Originating in the Persian religious tradition but thoroughly adapted to Roman cultural contexts, Mithraism offered initiates a structured path towards spiritual enlightenment through a series of 7 grades of initiation, each associated with specific planetary deities and ritual requirements. The central mythological narrative of Mithraism focused on the god Mithras slaying a cosmic bull, an act that released life-giving forces into the universe and established the divine order that governed both cosmic and human affairs. Mithraic temples, known as Mithraea, were constructed as underground chambers that replicated the cosmic cave where Mithras performed his salvific act. These spaces typically featured elaborate relief sculptures depicting the tauroctony, the bull-slaying scene that formed the central focus of Mithraic worship. The iconography surrounding these representations included zodiacal symbols, planetary deities, and torch-bearing figures that created a complex mythological framework connecting individual salvation to cosmic processes. The god's birth from a rock, his subsequent adventures including the capture and sacrifice of the bull, and his eventual ascension to the heavens, provided initiates with a complete mythological cycle that explained both the origins of the universe and the means by which human beings could achieve divine favour. The exclusively male membership of Mithraic congregations reflected the religion's particular appeal to soldiers, merchants and government officials who found in its structured hierarchy an emphasis on loyalty, courage, and moral purity values that resonated with their professional obligations. The 7 grades of initiation, Corax, Nymphus, Miles, Leo, Perses, Heliodromus and Pater, provided a clear progression of spiritual development that paralleled military and administrative advancement in Roman society. Each grade involved specific ritual requirements, dietary restrictions, and ceremonial obligations that created a comprehensive religious framework governing daily life and spiritual practice. The cult of Dionysus, while possessing ancient Greek origins, underwent significant transformation during its integration into Roman religious life. Evolving from its earlier associations with wine and agricultural fertility into a sophisticated mystery religion, offering spiritual rebirth and communion with the divine. The Roman version of Dionysiac worship, known as the Bacchanalia, initially aroused suspicion and persecution from conservative Roman authorities who viewed its ecstatic rituals and nocturnal meetings as threats to public order and traditional morality. However, the cult's eventual acceptance and integration into Roman religious practice demonstrated the empire's capacity to accommodate foreign religious traditions when they could be adapted to support rather than undermine Roman social structures. The mythological framework of Roman Dionysiac worship centered on the god's death and resurrection, themes that provided initiates with powerful symbols of personal transformation and spiritual renewal. The ritual consumption of wine during Dionysiac ceremonies created a sacramental experience that allowed participants to commune directly with the divine, while the god's association with theatre and artistic inspiration attracted intellectuals and artists who found in Dionysiac worship a religious framework that celebrated creativity and emotional expression. The integration of Dionysiac themes into Roman funeral practices, particularly the use of Dionysiac imagery in tomb decorations and sarcophagi, demonstrated how mystery religions provided comfort and hope regarding death and afterlife that traditional Roman religion had never adequately addressed. The worship of Isis represented the most successful integration of an Egyptian deity into Roman religious practice, transforming an ancient goddess of magic and motherhood into a universal saviour figure whose cult spread throughout the Mediterranean world. The Roman version of Isis worship combined traditional Egyptian mythological elements with Hellenistic religious concepts and Roman organisational structures, creating a mystery religion that appealed to both men and women across all social classes. The goddess's mythological narrative centred on her search for the dismembered body of her husband Osiris, and her successful restoration of his life provided a powerful symbol of divine love's triumph over death and chaos. Isis temples throughout the Roman Empire featured elaborate daily rituals that recreated the goddess's mythological adventures, while providing worshippers with opportunities for personal prayer and devotion. The morning ceremony of the opening of the temple involved priests unveiling the goddess's statue, dressing her in fine garments and offering her food and drink, creating a sense of intimate relationship between the deity and her worshippers. The afternoon ritual of the closing of the temple included prayers for the goddess's protection during the night hours, while special festivals throughout the year celebrated various aspects of her mythological cycle and divine attributes. The Navigium Isidis, celebrated annually in early March, commemorated Isis's role as protector of sailors and goddess of navigation through elaborate processions that carried a sacred ship from her temple to the harbour, where it was launched with prayers for safe voyages and abundant trade. This festival demonstrated how mystery religions could be integrated with practical Roman concerns, as the goddess's protection of maritime commerce directly supported the economic foundations of Roman prosperity. The festival's combination of religious devotion and civic celebration created a model for how foreign deities could be incorporated into Roman public life without disrupting traditional social structures. The process of mythological syncretism during this period involved the systematic identification of foreign deities with existing Roman gods, creating complex theological frameworks that preserve the essential characteristics of both traditions while establishing new synthetic divine figures. Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, emerged as perhaps the most successful syncretic deity, combining elements of the Syrian sun god Elagabal, the Persian Mithras, and the traditional Roman Sol to create a supreme solar deity whose worship appealed to both traditional Roman religious sensibilities and the growing popularity of Eastern solar cults. The elevation of Sol Invictus to supreme deity status under Emperor Aurelian in 274 CE represented the culmination of centuries of solar syncretism, as the emperor established December 25th as the official birthday of the unconquered sun, and constructed a magnificent temple dedicated to his worship in Rome. The mythological framework surrounding Sol Invictus emphasized his role as the source of all life and energy, the divine force that governed the cosmic order and ensured the stability of the empire. This solar theology provided a religious foundation for imperial authority that transcended traditional Roman religious categories while maintaining connections to established mythological traditions. The Great Mother Cybele, whose cult had been officially imported to Rome during the crisis of the Second Punic War, underwent significant development during this period as her worship evolved from a state-sponsored foreign cult into a popular mystery religion, offering personal salvation and spiritual transformation. The mythological narrative of Cybele's relationship with her beloved Attis, who died and was resurrected annually, provided initiates with powerful symbols of death and rebirth that addressed fundamental human concerns about mortality and spiritual renewal. The spring festival of Cybele and Attis, known as the Hilaria, involved elaborate processions, ritual mourning for the god's death, and joyful celebrations of his resurrection that created intense emotional experiences for participants. The Taurobolium, a ritual baptism in bull's blood that formed the climax of Cybele's mysteries, provided initiates with a dramatic experience of spiritual death and rebirth that promised renewal and purification. Participants descended into a pit covered with wooden planks, where they were drenched in the blood of a bull sacrificed above them, emerging from this ordeal as spiritually reborn individuals who had participated in the cosmic cycle of death and resurrection embodied by Attis. This ritual's intensity and symbolic power attracted initiates from across the social spectrum, including wealthy Romans who funded elaborate Taurobolium ceremonies as expressions of their devotion to the Great Mother. The Egyptian god Serapis represented a unique example of deliberate religious syncretism, as this deity was consciously created by Ptolemaic rulers to combine Egyptian and Greek religious elements in a single divine figure who could appeal to both Egyptian and Hellenistic populations. The Roman adoption of Serapis worship involved further syncretic development, as the god acquired additional attributes from Roman religious traditions while maintaining his essential character as a deity of healing, wisdom, and protection. Serapis temples throughout the Roman Empire served as centers for both religious worship and intellectual activity, as the god's association with the famous Library of Alexandria made him a patron of learning and scholarship. The development of philosophical interpretations of mythology during this period reflected the growing influence of intellectual movements that sought to understand religious traditions through rational analysis and systematic theological reflection. Stoic philosophers developed sophisticated frameworks for interpreting mythological narratives as allegories of natural processes and moral principles, arguing that the stories of gods and heroes contain profound truths about the structure of the universe and the proper conduct of human life. This allegorical approach to mythology allowed educated Romans to maintain their religious traditions while satisfying their intellectual need for rational explanations of divine behavior and cosmic order. The Stoic interpretation of Jupiter as the divine logos or rational principle governing the universe provided a philosophical framework that could accommodate both traditional Roman religious practices and the growing influence of Eastern mystery religions. According to Stoic theology, all deities were manifestations of the single divine principle that governed cosmic order, making it possible to worship foreign gods without abandoning traditional Roman religious commitments. This philosophical syncretism created intellectual foundations for the religious pluralism that characterized the later Roman Empire, as educated Romans could participate in multiple religious traditions while maintaining their commitment to rational philosophical principles. Neoplatonic philosophy, developing from the work of Plotinus and his successors, provided even more sophisticated frameworks for understanding the relationship between traditional mythology and philosophical truth. Neoplatonic theologians argued that mythological narratives contained multiple levels of meaning, from literal historical accounts to symbolic representations of metaphysical principles that governed the relationship between the material and spiritual realms. This multi-layered approach to mythological interpretation allowed Neoplatonic philosophers to find profound spiritual truths in traditional religious stories, while maintaining their commitment to rigorous philosophical analysis. The tension between traditional Roman religious conservatism and the appeal of foreign mythological systems created ongoing conflicts throughout this period, as defenders of ancestral customs struggled to maintain the religious practices that had supposedly secured divine favour for Roman expansion and prosperity. Conservative religious authorities argued that the introduction of foreign deities and mystery religions represented a dangerous abandonment of the religious traditions that had made Rome great, while proponents of religious innovation claimed that the empire's success demonstrated divine approval for the integration of foreign religious elements into Roman practice. The persecution of certain mystery religions, particularly those associated with Christianity, reflected the complex relationship between religious innovation and political stability during this period. Roman authorities distinguished between foreign religions that could be integrated into existing social and political structures and those that appeared to threaten fundamental Roman values and institutions. The appeal of mystery religions offering personal salvation created particular challenges for Roman religious authorities, as these cults provided spiritual benefits that traditional Roman religion had never adequately addressed, while potentially undermining the collective religious obligations that bound Roman society together. The gradual transformation of Roman religious practice during this period reflected the empire's growing cultural diversity and the practical challenges of governing populations with vastly different religious traditions and spiritual needs. The integration of mystery religions and Eastern cultic practices created new opportunities for personal religious expression, while maintaining the public religious ceremonies that continue to provide social cohesion and political legitimacy. This religious pluralism would ultimately prepare the way for the even more dramatic religious transformations that would characterize the later empire as traditional Roman mythology continued to evolve in response to new cultural influences and spiritual challenges. The emergence of Christianity as a significant religious force within the Roman Empire during the 2nd century CE initiated a complex process of theological confrontation and cultural transformation that would fundamentally alter the relationship between traditional Roman mythology and religious practice. Unlike the mystery religions that had previously integrated into Roman religious life through syncretism and accommodation, Christianity presented itself as an exclusive theological system that demanded the complete abandonment of traditional mythological frameworks. This exclusivity created unprecedented challenges for Roman religious authorities and initiated a prolonged period of theological conflict that would ultimately reshape the entire mythological landscape of the Mediterranean world. The early Christian critique of Roman mythology focused primarily on the moral inadequacies and logical contradictions inherent in traditional divine narratives. Christian apologists like Justin Martyr and Athenagoras systematically examined the mythological cycles surrounding Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and other major Roman deities, arguing that their depictions of divine adultery, violence, and deception made them unsuitable as objects of worship for rational human beings. These critiques gained particular force because they employed the same philosophical methods that educated Romans had used to interpret their own mythological traditions, turning the tools of classical education against the religious foundations of Roman culture. The Christian argument against mythological polytheism extended beyond moral criticism to encompass fundamental theological principles that challenged the entire conceptual framework of Roman religious thought. Christian theologians argued that the multiplicity of gods in Roman mythology reflected human confusion about the nature of divine reality rather than accurate knowledge of the spiritual realm. They contended that the conflicts and competitions between different deities in mythological narratives demonstrated the inadequacy of polytheistic systems to provide coherent explanations of cosmic order and divine providence. This theological critique proved particularly effective among educated Romans who had already encountered philosophical criticisms of traditional mythology through Stoic and Platonic intellectual traditions. The process of demonization that characterized Christian responses to Roman mythology involved the systematic reinterpretation of traditional deities as malevolent spiritual beings who had deceived humanity into false worship. Christian theologians like Tertullian and Origen developed elaborate frameworks that explained the apparent power and influence of Roman gods as the result of demonic activity rather than genuine divine authority. According to these interpretations, the deities worshipped in Roman temples were actually demons who had assumed false identities to lead human beings away from the worship of the true God. This demonization process allowed Christians to acknowledge the reality of supernatural phenomena associated with traditional Roman religion while denying the legitimacy of polytheistic worship. The theological framework of demonization required careful development to address the obvious question of why demons would be permitted to exercise such extensive influence over human affairs. Christian theologians drew upon biblical narratives about fallen angels and demonic rebellion to create comprehensive explanations of how evil spiritual beings had gained temporary authority over the material world. They argued that God had permitted demonic deception as a test of human faith and as punishment for humanity's original disobedience, while maintaining that divine providence would ultimately triumph over demonic influence through the redemptive work of Christ. The transformation of specific Roman deities into demonic figures involves detailed theological analysis of their mythological attributes and cultic practices. Jupiter, as the supreme deity of the Roman pantheon, received particular attention from Christian demonologists who reinterpreted his role as king of the gods as evidence of his position as the chief demon who had organized the systematic deception of humanity. His mythological associations with thunder and lightning were explained as manifestations of his true nature as a destructive spiritual force, while his numerous sexual liaisons were presented as evidence of his fundamentally corrupt character. The elaborate rituals associated with Jupiter's worship were reinterpreted as demonic ceremonies designed to bind human beings to false spiritual allegiances. Mars underwent similar transformation in Christian theological interpretation, as his role as god of war was reinterpreted as evidence of his demonic nature and his desire to promote violence and conflict among human beings. Christian theologians argued that Mars's influence over Roman military culture had led to the empire's aggressive expansion and the countless deaths that resulted from Roman warfare. They contended that the god's apparent favour toward Roman armies represented demonic deception, designed to promote human destruction rather than genuine divine blessing. The ritual practices associated with Mars worship, including animal sacrifice and military ceremonies, were reinterpreted as demonic rituals that bound Roman soldiers to evil spiritual forces. Venus received extensive attention from Christian critics who viewed her mythological associations with sexual desire and physical beauty as particularly dangerous forms of demonic temptation. Christian theologians argued that Venus's influence over human romantic relationships represented a systematic attempt to corrupt human sexuality and undermine the moral foundations of family life. They interpreted her mythological narratives as allegorical descriptions of how demonic forces used physical attraction and sexual desire to lead human beings away from spiritual devotion and moral purity. The elaborate festivals associated with Venus worship were reinterpreted as demonic celebrations that promoted sexual immorality and social corruption. The process of mythological reinterpretation under Christian influence involved not merely the demonization of traditional deities, but also the systematic appropriation of useful mythological themes and narrative structures for Christian theological purposes. Christian theologians recognized that many elements of Roman mythology contained profound truths about human nature and cosmic order that could be separated from their polytheistic contexts and employed in Christian theological frameworks. This process of selective appropriation allowed Christianity to maintain cultural continuity with classical traditions while fundamentally transforming their religious significance. The mythological theme of divine sacrifice, which appeared in various forms throughout Roman religious traditions, provided Christian theologians with powerful precedents for understanding the redemptive significance of Christ's death. The stories of deities like Attis and Adonis, who died and were resurrected annually, were reinterpreted as demonic parodies of the true divine sacrifice that would be accomplished through Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. Christian apologists argued that demons had inspired these mythological narratives as part of their systematic attempt to confuse humanity about the nature of divine redemption, creating false versions of the true salvation that would be provided through Christ. The concept of divine incarnation, which had appeared in various forms throughout Roman mythology, was similarly appropriated and transformed by Christian theologians, who argued that the true incarnation of God in human form had been accomplished through Christ, rather than through the various divine human figures of classical mythology. The stories of gods assuming human form or being born from human mothers were reinterpreted as demonic counterfeits of the true incarnation, designed to prepare humanity for the acceptance of false claims to divine authority. This theological framework allowed Christians to acknowledge the widespread presence of incarnation themes in classical culture, while maintaining the uniqueness of Christian incarnational theology. The gradual replacement of pagan mythological narratives with Christian theological frameworks accelerated dramatically following Constantine's conversion to Christianity in the early 4th century CE. Constantine's Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which granted legal recognition to Christianity throughout the empire, created new opportunities for Christian theologians to develop systematic critiques of traditional Roman mythology while promoting Christian alternatives. The emperor's personal patronage of Christian institutions and his active participation in theological controversies provided unprecedented support for the development of Christian intellectual traditions that could compete effectively with classical philosophical and religious systems. The Constantinian transformation of Roman religious policy involved not merely the legal recognition of Christianity, but also the systematic withdrawal of imperial support from traditional Roman religious institutions. Constantine's decision to cease funding traditional Roman temples and festivals created practical pressures that accelerated the decline of classical mythological traditions while providing resources for the development of Christian alternatives. The emperor's construction of elaborate Christian churches, including the original St. Peter's Basilica in Rome and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, created new architectural frameworks for Christian worship that rivaled the magnificence of traditional Roman temples. The theological controversies that characterized the 4th century CE, particularly the Arian controversy concerning the relationship between Christ and God the Father, required Christian theologians to develop increasingly sophisticated frameworks for understanding divine nature and cosmic order. These theological developments provided alternatives to traditional Roman mythological explanations of divine relationships and cosmic processes, while the public debates surrounding these controversies familiarized ordinary Romans with Christian theological concepts that had previously been confined to educated Christian communities. The role of church fathers like Augustine of Hippo in systematically refuting pagan mythology while incorporating useful philosophical elements represented the culmination of centuries of Christian intellectual development. Augustine's City of God, written in response to pagan claims that the sack of Rome by Alaric in 410 CE resulted from the abandonment of traditional Roman religious practices, provided a comprehensive Christian critique of Roman mythology and political ideology. Augustine's analysis of Roman religious traditions demonstrated extensive knowledge of classical mythological sources while systematically undermining their theological foundations and moral authority. Augustine's approach to classical mythology involved careful distinction between the mythological narratives themselves and the philosophical insights that could be extracted from them. He argued that many classical philosophers had achieved genuine understanding of divine truth despite their involvement in polytheistic religious systems, suggesting that divine providence had prepared the intellectual foundations for Christian theology through the work of pagan philosophers. This approach allowed Augustine to appropriate useful elements from classical intellectual traditions while maintaining his critique of polytheistic religious practices. The Augustinian synthesis of Christian theology and classical philosophy created intellectual frameworks that could satisfy both the spiritual needs addressed by mystery religions and the rational requirements demanded by educated Romans. Augustine's psychological analysis of human nature, his understanding of divine providence and human history, and his sophisticated treatment of the relationship between faith and reason provided comprehensive alternatives to the mythological frameworks that had previously structured Roman religious thought. His influence on subsequent Christian theological development ensured that these synthetic approaches would continue to shape Christian responses to classical mythology throughout the later empire. The preservation and transformation of classical mythological themes through Christian allegory and moral instruction involved the systematic reinterpretation of traditional narratives as symbolic representations of Christian theological principles. Christian educators recognized that the mythological stories familiar to educated Romans could serve as effective vehicles for communicating Christian moral and theological concepts, provided that their polytheistic elements were carefully reinterpreted or eliminated. This process of allegorical transformation allowed Christian culture to maintain continuity with classical educational traditions while fundamentally altering their religious significance. The development of Christian allegorical interpretation of classical mythology drew upon existing traditions of philosophical allegory that had been employed by Stoic and Platonic interpreters of mythological narratives. Christian allegorists like Clement of Alexandria and Origen developed sophisticated hermeneutical methods that could extract Christian theological meaning from classical mythological sources while acknowledging their originally pagan contexts. These interpretive methods allowed Christian educators to employ classical mythological narratives as teaching tools while maintaining their theological commitments to Christian exclusivity. The gradual transformation of Roman educational practices under Christian influence involved the systematic replacement of traditional mythological content with Christian alternatives, while maintaining the literary and rhetorical skills that had characterized classical education. Christian educators developed new textbooks and curricula that employed biblical narratives and Christian theological concepts as the primary content for literary and rhetorical instruction, while classical mythological references were retained primarily as historical and cultural background, rather than as authoritative religious sources. The architectural transformation of Roman religious spaces under Christian influence involved the systematic conversion of traditional temples into Christian churches, a process that required careful theological justification and practical adaptation. Christian authorities developed elaborate purification rituals designed to cleanse former pagan temples of their demonic associations while preserving their architectural magnificence for Christian worship. This process of architectural conversion created physical manifestations of the theological transformation that was occurring throughout Roman religious culture, as spaces that had previously housed the worship of traditional Roman deities were transformed into centres of Christian theological instruction and spiritual practice. The festival calendar of the later Roman Empire underwent systematic transformation as Christian authorities replaced traditional Roman religious celebrations with Christian alternatives that maintained popular appeal while promoting Christian theological themes. The celebration of Christmas on December 25th, which coincided with the traditional Roman festival of Sol Invictus, exemplified this process of calendrical transformation as Christian authorities appropriated the popular solar symbolism associated with the winter solstice, while redirecting its religious significance toward the celebration of Christ's birth. Similar transformations occurred throughout the Roman festival calendar, as Christian celebrations gradually replaced traditional Roman religious observances while maintaining their social and cultural functions. The intellectual legacy of this transformation period established the foundations for medieval European approaches to classical mythology that would persist for centuries. The Christian theological frameworks developed during the 4th and 5th centuries CE provided the interpretive methods that would be employed by medieval scholars in their encounters with classical mythological sources, while the allegorical traditions established during this period created the hermeneutical foundations for understanding classical mythology as a source of moral and philosophical instruction rather than religious authority. This intellectual transformation ensured that classical Roman mythology would survive the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, albeit in forms that had been fundamentally altered by Christian theological interpretation and moral instruction. The collapse of centralized Roman authority in the Western Empire during the 5th century created an unprecedented crisis for the preservation of classical mythological knowledge, as the institutional structures that had maintained and transmitted these traditions for centuries suddenly disappeared. The barbarian invasions, political fragmentation, and economic disruption that characterized this period threatened to destroy the accumulated literary and scholarly heritage of Roman civilization, including the vast corpus of mythological texts that had been carefully preserved in libraries throughout the empire. However, the Christian Church, which had previously worked to replace pagan mythology with Christian theology, now found itself in the unexpected position of becoming the primary guardian of classical learning, including the very mythological traditions it had once sought to eliminate. The monastic scriptoriums that emerged throughout medieval Europe became the crucial repositories for classical mythological texts, as monks laboured to copy and preserve manuscripts that might otherwise have been lost forever. The monastery of Monte Cassino, founded by Benedict of Nursia in the 6th century, established a model for manuscript preservation that would be replicated throughout the medieval world. The scriptorium at Monte Cassino housed copies of Virgil's Aeneid, Ovid's Metamorphoses, and numerous other classical texts containing mythological content, while the monastery's library catalogue from the 9th century reveals the systematic effort to preserve works that were considered essential to educated discourse despite their pagan origins. The process of manuscript copying in medieval scriptoriums involved far more than simple transcription, as monks frequently added glosses, commentaries, and interpretive notes that reflected contemporary Christian understanding of classical mythological content. These marginal annotations provide valuable insight into how medieval scholars approached pagan mythology, often employing allegorical interpretation to extract Christian moral lessons from classical narratives. A 9th century manuscript of Ovid's Metamorphoses from the monastery of St. Gall contains extensive marginal notes that reinterpret the transformation stories as allegories of Christian spiritual development, while maintaining the original Latin text for its literary and educational value. The preservation efforts at the monastery of Bobbio, founded by the Irish monk Columbanus in 614, demonstrate the international character of medieval manuscript preservation. The monastery's library contained texts from throughout the former Roman Empire, including rare copies of classical mythological works that had survived the various barbarian invasions and political upheavals. The monks at Bobbio developed sophisticated techniques for restoring damaged manuscripts, often combining fragments from multiple sources to create complete texts. Their catalogue from the 10th century lists over 700 manuscripts, including numerous works containing Roman mythological content that would have been lost without their preservation efforts. The development of medieval allegorical interpretation represented a fundamental transformation in how classical mythology was understood and transmitted. Christian scholars recognized that the mythological narratives preserved in classical texts contained moral and philosophical insights that could be separated from their original pagan religious contexts and employed for Christian educational purposes. This allegorical approach allowed medieval educators to maintain classical literary traditions while ensuring that their content supported rather than undermined Christian theological principles. The allegorical interpretation of Jupiter's mythological narratives exemplified this transformative process, as medieval scholars reinterpreted the king of the gods as a symbol of divine authority and cosmic order, rather than as a pagan deity deserving worship. The 12th century scholar Bernard Silvestris, in his commentary on Virgil's Aeneid, presented Jupiter's role in guiding Aeneas's journey as an allegory of divine providence directing human affairs toward redemptive purposes. This interpretation allowed medieval readers to appreciate the literary sophistication of classical mythology while understanding its theological significance within a Christian framework. Venus underwent similar allegorical transformation in medieval interpretation, as scholars reinterpreted her mythological associations with love and beauty as symbols of divine love and spiritual beauty, rather than as encouragements to physical desire. The 11th century scholar Fulbert of Chartres developed elaborate allegorical frameworks that presented Venus's relationship with Mars as a symbolic representation of the proper relationship between divine love and righteous warfare, while her role as mother of Aeneas was interpreted as a prefiguration of Mary's role as mother of Christ. These interpretations allowed medieval scholars to employ classical mythological narratives as vehicles for Christian theological instruction, while maintaining their literary and cultural significance. The role of Carolingian scholars in maintaining continuity with classical mythological traditions proved crucial for the survival of these materials during the early medieval period. Charlemagne's court school at Aachen, established in the late 8th century, brought together scholars from throughout Europe to preserve and study classical texts, including works containing extensive mythological content. Alcuin of York, who served as the court school's director, developed educational curricula that employed classical mythological narratives as teaching tools, while ensuring that their content was properly interpreted within Christian theological frameworks. The Carolingian Renaissance of the 9th century witnessed unprecedented efforts to collect, copy and preserve classical manuscripts, as scholars recognized that these texts contained essential knowledge for understanding the foundations of European civilization. The court library at Aachen contained copies of virtually every major classical work that had survived the barbarian invasions, including complete collections of mythological texts that would serve as the sources for subsequent medieval scholarship. The systematic copying programs initiated during this period created multiple copies of crucial texts, ensuring their survival even when individual manuscripts were lost to fire, warfare, or natural decay. The scholarly network that developed during the Carolingian period extended throughout the emerging European kingdoms, creating channels for the transmission of classical mythological knowledge that transcended political boundaries. The monastery of Saint Riquier in northern France maintained extensive correspondence with scholars at Aachen, Monte Cassino, and other centres of learning, facilitating the exchange of manuscripts and scholarly interpretations. These networks ensured that classical mythological texts remained accessible to educated Europeans, even as political fragmentation made centralised preservation efforts increasingly difficult. The contribution of Islamic translators and scholars to the preservation of classical mythological traditions represents one of the most significant yet often overlooked aspects of medieval cultural transmission. The Islamic conquest of former Roman territories in North Africa and Spain brought Muslim scholars into contact with classical texts that had been preserved in Christian monasteries and private libraries. These scholars, working in translation centres at Baghdad, Cordoba, and other Islamic cultural centres, produced Arabic translations of classical works that often preserved textual variants that had been lost in European manuscripts. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, established during the 9th century, became a major centre for the translation and preservation of classical texts, including works containing mythological content. Islamic scholars like Hunayn ibn Ishaq developed sophisticated translation techniques that preserve not only the literal meaning of classical texts, but also their literary and cultural significance. The Arabic translations produced at Baghdad often included extensive commentaries that explained classical mythological references for Muslim readers, creating interpretive frameworks that would later influence European understanding of these materials. The transmission of classical mythological knowledge through Islamic scholarly networks created unexpected opportunities for cultural exchange and intellectual development. The 12th century scholar Averroes, working in Cordoba, produced commentaries on classical texts that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of mythological symbolism and its relationship to philosophical truth. His interpretations of classical mythology as allegorical representations of natural processes and cosmic principles influenced subsequent European scholarship, particularly through the work of scholars like Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, who encountered his writings through Latin translations. The preservation of classical texts in Islamic libraries often involved their integration with other cultural traditions, creating synthetic approaches to mythological interpretation that combined classical, Islamic, and Jewish scholarly methods. The library at Cordoba contained translations of classical mythological works alongside Islamic philosophical texts and Jewish biblical commentaries, creating opportunities for comparative analysis that enriched understanding of all three traditions. These synthetic approaches to mythological interpretation would later influence European Renaissance scholarship when these materials became available through Christian reconquest and cultural exchange. The emergence of vernacular literature, incorporating Roman mythological themes, marked a crucial development in the medieval transformation of classical traditions. The courtly romance tradition that developed in 12th century France drew extensively upon classical mythological narratives while adapting them to reflect contemporary social values and religious concerns. The romance of Aeneas, composed around 1160, retold Virgil's Aeneid in Old French verse, while incorporating chivalric ideals and Christian theological themes that made the classical narrative accessible to medieval aristocratic audiences. The Matter of Rome, one of the three major literary traditions of medieval romance, encompassed a vast corpus of vernacular works that retold classical mythological narratives for contemporary audiences. These works, including the Roman de Troyes by Benoit de Saint-Maur and the Roman de Thibes by an anonymous author, demonstrated the continued appeal of classical mythological themes while showing how these narratives could be adapted to reflect medieval social structures and moral concerns. The transformation of classical heroes into medieval knights and classical gods into allegorical figures representing Christian virtues exemplified the creative adaptation that characterized medieval approaches to mythological material. The development of epic poetry in vernacular languages provided another vehicle for the transmission and transformation of classical mythological themes. The Chanson de Roland, while primarily concerned with Christian warfare against Islamic forces, incorporated mythological elements that connected contemporary military conflicts with classical traditions of heroic warfare. The poem's presentation of Charlemagne as a new Aeneas, divinely chosen to establish Christian dominion over former pagan territories, demonstrated how classical mythological frameworks could be employed to legitimize medieval political and religious objectives. The courtly culture that developed in 12th century France created new audiences for mythological narratives that had been adapted to reflect aristocratic values and social concerns. The courts of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Marie de Champagne became centres for the development of vernacular literature that employed classical mythological themes while addressing contemporary issues of love, honour and social obligation. The patronage provided by these aristocratic courts enabled poets and scholars to develop sophisticated literary works that made classical mythology accessible to audiences who lacked the Latin education necessary to read original classical texts. The transformation of classical mythological narratives in vernacular literature involved systematic adaptation of their moral and theological content to reflect Christian values and medieval social structures. The story of Dido and Aeneas, as retold in the 12th century Roman Danaeus, was modified to emphasize the conflict between personal desire and divine duty, while Dido's tragic fate was reinterpreted as a cautionary tale about the dangers of placing earthly love above spiritual obligations. These adaptations allowed medieval audiences to appreciate the emotional power of classical narratives while understanding their significance within Christian moral frameworks. The development of allegorical interpretation in vernacular literature created new opportunities for the transmission of classical mythological knowledge to audiences who lacked formal education in Latin or classical literature. The 12th century Ovid Moralis, a French adaptation of Ovid's Metamorphoses, provided detailed allegorical interpretations of classical transformation stories that explained their significance as Christian moral lessons. This work, which extended to over 70,000 lines of verse, demonstrated the medieval appetite for classical mythological content, while showing how these narratives could be thoroughly Christianized without losing their literary appeal. The integration of classical mythological themes into medieval educational curricula represented another crucial aspect of their preservation and transformation. The cathedral schools that developed during the 11th and 12th centuries employed classical texts, including works containing mythological content, as the foundation for instruction in grammar, rhetoric, and dialectic. Students at the Cathedral School of Chartres studied Virgil's Aeneid not only for its literary merit but also for its mythological content, which was interpreted as providing insights into natural philosophy and moral development. The scholarly method that developed in medieval schools involved the systematic analysis of classical texts through multiple interpretive lenses, creating comprehensive approaches to mythological material that preserved its literary significance, while extracting its moral and philosophical content. The 12th century scholar Thierry of Chartres developed educational programs that employed classical mythological narratives as vehicles for instruction in natural philosophy, arguing that the stories of gods and heroes contained allegorical representations of cosmic processes and natural phenomena. This approach allowed medieval students to study classical mythology as a source of scientific and philosophical knowledge while maintaining their Christian theological commitments. The development of medieval libraries and scriptoriums created institutional frameworks for the continued preservation and transmission of classical mythological texts throughout the period. The library at the Cathedral of Chartres, which contained over 300 manuscripts by the 12th century, included extensive collections of classical works that were regularly consulted by students and scholars. The systematic cataloguing and preservation efforts undertaken by medieval librarians ensured that these texts remained accessible to subsequent generations, while their integration into educational curricula guaranteed their continued transmission and interpretation. The manuscript illumination tradition that developed in medieval scriptoriums created new visual representations of classical mythological narratives that made their content accessible to audiences who could not read Latin texts. The illuminated manuscripts of Ovid's Metamorphoses produced at various European monasteries during the 11th and 12th centuries contained elaborate illustrations that depicted classical transformation stories while incorporating Christian symbolic elements. These visual representations allowed medieval audiences to encounter classical mythology through artistic media while ensuring that its content was properly interpreted within Christian theological frameworks. The preservation of classical mythological knowledge through medieval institutions created the foundation for the Renaissance recovery of classical learning that would occur during the 14th and 15th centuries. The manuscripts preserved in monastic libraries, the allegorical interpretations developed by medieval scholars, and the vernacular adaptations created for courtly audiences all contributed to maintaining the continuity of classical mythological traditions during the centuries when direct knowledge of classical civilization had been largely lost. The institutional frameworks developed during the medieval period for preserving, interpreting, and transmitting classical knowledge would prove crucial for the more systematic recovery of classical learning that characterized the Renaissance period. The intellectual transformation that swept through Europe during the 14th century fundamentally altered the relationship between classical Roman mythology and contemporary scholarship, as humanist scholars began to approach ancient texts with unprecedented critical rigor and historical awareness. This shift represented a dramatic departure from the medieval allegorical tradition, which had interpreted mythological narratives primarily as vehicles for Christian moral instruction. Instead, Renaissance humanists sought to understand Roman mythology within its original historical context, employing philological methods and comparative analysis to recover authentic classical knowledge that had been obscured by centuries of Christian reinterpretation. The recovery of classical manuscripts from monastic libraries and Byzantine collections provided Renaissance scholars with access to mythological texts that had been largely unknown during the medieval period. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 brought a flood of Greek manuscripts to Western Europe, while systematic searches of monastery libraries revealed Latin texts that had been preserved but neglected for centuries. Cardinal Bessarion's donation of his manuscript collection to Venice in 1468 included numerous works containing mythological content, while the library assembled by Cosimo de' Medici in Florence became a major centre for the study of classical mythology and its relationship to ancient religious practices. The humanist scholar Poggio Bracciolini exemplified this new approach to classical recovery through his systematic exploration of monastery libraries throughout Europe. His discovery of complete manuscripts of Lucretius's De Rerum Natura and Quintilian's Institutio Oratoria in the monastery of St. Gall demonstrated the wealth of classical knowledge that remained hidden in medieval collections. Bracciolini's careful transcription and circulation of these texts provided Renaissance scholars with access to sophisticated discussions of Roman religious practices and mythological interpretations that had been unavailable to medieval readers. His correspondence with other humanist scholars reveals the excitement generated by these discoveries and their impact on contemporary understanding of classical civilization. The development of critical philological methods during the Renaissance enabled scholars to approach mythological texts with unprecedented analytical sophistication. Lorenzo Valla's demonstration that the donation of Constantine was a medieval forgery established new standards for textual criticism that would be applied to classical mythological sources. His analysis of linguistic evidence and historical context provided models for evaluating the authenticity and reliability of ancient texts, while his work on the Latin language revealed how changes in vocabulary and syntax could illuminate the historical development of mythological concepts. Valla's approach to textual criticism influenced subsequent generations of scholars who applied similar methods to the study of Roman mythology and its transmission through medieval sources. The humanist emphasis on returning to original sources led to systematic efforts to distinguish authentic classical mythological narratives from their medieval adaptations and Christian interpretations. Scholars like Angelo Poliziano developed sophisticated methods for identifying interpolations and modifications in classical texts, while their knowledge of Greek enabled them to compare Latin mythological sources with their Greek originals. Poliziano's lectures on classical poetry at the University of Florence demonstrated how careful textual analysis could reveal the historical development of mythological narratives and their relationship to ancient religious practices. His students, including Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, continued this tradition of rigorous textual scholarship while developing new approaches to understanding the philosophical dimensions of classical mythology. The printing revolution that began in the mid-15th century transformed the dissemination of classical mythological knowledge throughout Europe. The first printed edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses, published in Bologna in 1471, made this crucial mythological text widely available for the first time since antiquity. The Aldine Press in Venice, established by Aldus Manutius, specialized in producing high-quality editions of classical texts that incorporated the latest humanist scholarship. Manutius's editions of Virgil, Horace, and other classical authors containing mythological content established textual standards that would influence scholarly understanding of Roman mythology for centuries. The relatively low cost of printed books compared to manuscript copies enabled scholars throughout Europe to build personal libraries containing comprehensive collections of classical mythological sources. The standardization of classical texts through printing created new opportunities for comparative analysis and systematic study of mythological traditions. Scholars could now compare different versions of the same mythological narratives, identify variations in different sources, and trace the development of specific mythological themes across multiple authors and historical periods. The availability of complete editions of classical authors enabled Renaissance scholars to understand individual mythological narratives within their broader literary and cultural contexts, while the production of concordances and indices made it possible to conduct systematic studies of mythological themes and their treatment by different classical authors. The artistic renaissance that accompanied the recovery of classical learning provided new venues for the visual representation of Roman mythological themes. The decoration of the Sistine Chapel, completed between 1508 and 1512, incorporated classical mythological elements alongside Christian imagery, demonstrating how Renaissance artists could employ pagan mythological themes to enhance rather than compete with Christian religious content. Michelangelo's ceiling frescoes included representations of classical Sibyls alongside biblical prophets, while his depiction of the creation of Adam drew upon classical artistic traditions that had been informed by mythological understanding of divine human relationships. The development of Renaissance artistic theory involved systematic study of classical sources that described ancient approaches to mythological representation. Leon Battista Alberti's treatises on painting and sculpture drew extensively upon classical authors like Pliny the Elder and Vitruvius, whose works contain detailed descriptions of how ancient artists had depicted mythological subjects. Alberti's analysis of classical artistic principles provided Renaissance artists with theoretical frameworks for creating mythological representations that would be both aesthetically sophisticated and historically accurate. His emphasis on the importance of understanding mythological narratives and their symbolic significance influenced generations of Renaissance artists who sought to create works that demonstrated their mastery of classical learning. The patronage system that characterized Renaissance culture created unprecedented opportunities for the artistic representation of classical mythological themes. The Medici family's support for artists and scholars in Florence enabled the creation of works that combined sophisticated classical learning with artistic innovation. Sandro Botticelli's Birth of Venus, commissioned for the villa of Lorenzo di Pierfrancesco de' Medici, demonstrated how Renaissance artists could employ classical mythological themes to create works that appealed to contemporary aesthetic sensibilities while displaying their knowledge of ancient sources. The painting's sophisticated iconographic program, which drew upon multiple classical sources including Ovid, Lucretius, and Apuleius, exemplified the Renaissance integration of artistic creativity and humanist scholarship. The spread of Renaissance artistic techniques throughout Europe facilitated the dissemination of classical mythological themes beyond their Italian origins. The court of Francis I in France became a major centre for the artistic representation of classical mythology, while the patronage of Charles V and Philip II in Spain supported artists who specialized in mythological subjects. The international character of Renaissance artistic culture ensured that classical mythological themes would be interpreted and represented according to local artistic traditions and cultural concerns, creating diverse regional variations while maintaining connections to authentic classical sources. The development of comparative mythology during the Renaissance represented a revolutionary approach to understanding religious traditions and their historical relationships. Scholars like Natale Conti began systematic efforts to compare Roman mythological narratives with those of other ancient cultures, seeking to identify common themes and underlying principles that might reveal universal truths about human nature and divine reality. Conti's Mythologiae, first published in 1567, provided comprehensive analysis of classical mythological traditions while comparing them with Egyptian, Persian, and Germanic religious narratives. His work established methodological frameworks for comparative mythological study that would influence subsequent scholarship for centuries. The humanist approach to comparative mythology involved careful attention to historical context and cultural specificity, avoiding the medieval tendency to interpret all mythological narratives as variations of Christian theological themes. Renaissance scholars recognized that different cultures had developed distinct mythological traditions that reflected their particular historical experiences and cultural values, while acknowledging that certain universal human concerns had led to similar mythological themes across different societies. This historical sensitivity enabled Renaissance scholars to appreciate the distinctive characteristics of Roman mythology while understanding its relationship to broader patterns of human religious development. The scholarly networks that developed during the Renaissance facilitated international collaboration in the study of classical mythology and its relationship to ancient religious practices. The correspondence between scholars like Erasmus, Bude and Scaliger reveals the extent to which Renaissance humanists shared information about manuscript discoveries, textual interpretations, and methodological innovations. These scholarly exchanges created cumulative traditions of mythological research that transcended national boundaries and institutional affiliations, while the mobility of Renaissance scholars ensured that new discoveries and interpretations would be rapidly disseminated throughout the European intellectual community. The establishment of universities and academies throughout Renaissance Europe provided institutional frameworks for the systematic study of classical mythology and its historical significance. The University of Paris developed curricula that emphasized the historical study of classical texts, while the Platonic Academy in Florence created forums for philosophical discussion of mythological themes and their relationship to ancient wisdom traditions. These institutional developments ensured that the Renaissance recovery of classical learning would be sustained through formal educational programs rather than depending solely on individual scholarly initiative. The development of Renaissance educational theory involved systematic reconsideration of the role that classical mythology should play in contemporary curricula. Humanist educators like Vittorino da Feltre developed pedagogical approaches that employed classical mythological texts as vehicles for instruction in language, literature, and moral philosophy, while ensuring that students understood their historical context and cultural significance. The educational programs developed at Vittorino's school in Mantua became models for humanist education throughout Europe, demonstrating how classical mythological knowledge could be integrated into contemporary educational practice without compromising Christian theological commitments. The printing of mythological handbooks and reference works during the Renaissance created new resources for scholars and educated readers who sought systematic knowledge of classical mythological traditions. Lelio Gregorio Giraldi's De Deus Gentium, published in 1548, provided comprehensive coverage of classical deities and their mythological narratives, while Vincenzo Carteri's Immagini Dei degli Antichi offered detailed descriptions of how ancient gods had been represented in classical art and literature. These reference works made classical mythological knowledge accessible to readers who lack the linguistic skills necessary to consult original classical sources, while their systematic organization facilitated comparative study of mythological themes and their treatment by different ancient authors. The Renaissance development of emblem books and allegorical literature created new venues for the interpretation and application of classical mythological themes. Andrea Alciati's Emblemata, first published in 1531, employed classical mythological images and narratives to illustrate moral and philosophical principles, while maintaining scholarly accuracy in its treatment of ancient sources. The popularity of emblem books throughout Renaissance Europe demonstrated the continued appeal of classical mythological themes, while their integration of visual and textual elements created new opportunities for the artistic representation of mythological content. The influence of Renaissance mythological scholarship on contemporary literature and artistic production extended far beyond academic circles to encompass popular culture and artistic patronage. The mythological themes that have been recovered and systematized by humanist scholars provided inspiration for poets, painters, and architects who sought to create works that demonstrated their mastery of classical learning while appealing to contemporary audiences. The integration of classical mythological knowledge into Renaissance artistic production created cultural frameworks that would influence European artistic development for centuries, while the scholarly methods developed during this period established foundations for modern approaches to the study of ancient religions and mythological traditions. The systematic approach to mythological study that emerged during the Renaissance involved the development of new scholarly tools and methodological frameworks that enabled unprecedented analytical sophistication. The creation of comprehensive indices, concordances, and comparative tables allowed scholars to trace the development of specific mythological themes across multiple sources and historical periods, while the application of philological methods to mythological texts revealed previously unrecognized connections between different narrative traditions. These methodological innovations established the Renaissance as a crucial period in the development of systematic approaches to mythological study that would continue to influence scholarly practice into the modern era. The intellectual revolution that swept through Europe during the 17th and 18th centuries fundamentally challenged the authority of traditional mythological narratives, as Enlightenment philosophers and scholars subjected Roman mythology to unprecedented rational scrutiny. This period witnessed the emergence of systematic methodologies for analysing religious traditions through empirical observation and logical reasoning, marking a decisive break from the Renaissance humanist approach that had sought to recover and appreciate classical learning within existing cultural frameworks. Instead, Enlightenment thinkers approached Roman mythology as a historical phenomenon requiring scientific explanation rather than reverential preservation. The French philosopher Bernard de Fontenelle's treatise On the Origin of Fables established foundational principles for the rational analysis of mythological traditions that would influence subsequent Enlightenment scholarship. Fontenelle argued that mythological narratives originated from primitive attempts to explain natural phenomena through supernatural causation, representing humanity's earliest but fundamentally flawed efforts to understand the physical world. His analysis of Roman mythology focused on identifying the natural phenomena that had inspired specific divine narratives, arguing that Jupiter's association with thunder and lightning reflected ancient observations of meteorological events that lacked scientific explanation. This approach transformed mythological study from literary appreciation to anthropological investigation, treating Roman gods as historical artifacts rather than cultural treasures. The systematic application of rational analysis to mythological traditions required the development of new scholarly methodologies that could distinguish between authentic historical information and fictional elaboration. The German scholar Christian Gottlob Hein pioneered the use of comparative linguistics to trace the historical development of mythological concepts, demonstrating how changes in language could reveal the evolution of religious ideas across different cultures and time periods. His analysis of Latin mythological terminology showed how Roman religious concepts had been influenced by Greek, Etruscan, and indigenous Italic traditions, providing empirical evidence for the syncretic processes that had shaped Roman mythology. Heine's linguistic approach enabled scholars to identify specific historical influences on mythological development, while avoiding the speculative interpretations that had characterized earlier scholarship. The emergence of natural philosophy as a systematic discipline during the scientific revolution provided new frameworks for understanding the relationship between mythological narratives and physical reality. Isaac Newton's mathematical description of celestial mechanics offered rational explanations for astronomical phenomena that had previously been attributed to divine intervention, while his analysis of gravitational forces provided scientific alternatives to mythological accounts of cosmic order. The application of Newtonian physics to mythological interpretation led scholars to reinterpret Jupiter's role as king of the gods as a primitive personification of gravitational attraction, while Mars's association with warfare was explained as an ancient observation of the planet's red coloration and erratic orbital behavior. The development of empirical approaches to historical investigation enabled Enlightenment scholars to subject mythological sources to rigorous critical analysis. The Italian scholar Giambattista Vico's New Science established methodological principles for understanding the relationship between mythological narratives and historical development, arguing that mythological traditions preserved authentic information about ancient societies despite their supernatural elaborations. Vico's analysis of Roman mythology focused on identifying the social and political conditions that had shaped specific mythological narratives, demonstrating how stories about gods and heroes reflected the values and concerns of the societies that created them. His approach enabled scholars to extract historical information from mythological sources while maintaining critical distance from their supernatural claims. The French Encyclopédie, compiled by Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert between 1751 and 1772, represented the culmination of Enlightenment efforts to systematize human knowledge according to rational principles. The encyclopedia's treatment of Roman mythology exemplified the period's approach to traditional religious narratives, presenting them as historical curiosities rather than sources of spiritual or moral instruction. The article on mythology defined the subject as the science of fables and emphasized the importance of understanding mythological traditions as products of specific historical circumstances rather than timeless truths about human nature or divine reality. This encyclopedic approach to mythological knowledge reflected the Enlightenment commitment to organizing information according to empirical criteria rather than traditional authorities. The archaeological investigations that began during the 18th century provided unprecedented opportunities for the systematic study of Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological narratives. The excavations at Herculaneum, which began in 1738, revealed remarkably preserved examples of Roman religious art and architecture that enabled scholars to understand how mythological themes had been integrated into daily life. The discovery of household shrines containing representations of Roman gods demonstrated the practical religious functions that mythological figures had served, while the elaborate frescoes found in private residences showed how mythological narratives had been employed for decorative and educational purposes. These archaeological findings provided concrete evidence for the social and cultural context that had shaped Roman mythological traditions. The systematic excavation of Pompeii, which began in 1748, revealed an entire Roman city frozen at the moment of its destruction, providing scholars with comprehensive evidence for understanding Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological beliefs. The discovery of temples dedicated to various Roman gods enabled archaeologists to reconstruct the spatial organization of Roman religious life, while the preservation of religious artifacts and inscriptions provided detailed information about specific cultic practices. The Temple of Isis at Pompeii, with its elaborate decorative program and well-preserved ritual equipment, demonstrated how mystery religions had been integrated into Roman urban life, while the numerous household shrines found throughout the city reveal the extent to which mythological figures had been incorporated into domestic religious practices. The development of systematic approaches to artifact analysis during this period enabled scholars to extract detailed information about Roman religious practices from material remains. Johann Joachim Winckelmann's History of Ancient Art established methodological principles for understanding the relationship between artistic representations and religious beliefs, arguing that careful analysis of stylistic development could reveal the historical evolution of mythological concepts. Winckelmann's analysis of Roman sculptures and paintings demonstrated how artistic representations of gods and heroes had changed over time, reflecting broader cultural transformations in Roman society. His systematic approach to artistic analysis provided models for understanding how mythological themes had been adapted to serve different social and political functions throughout Roman history. The emergence of comparative methodology during the Enlightenment enabled scholars to analyze Roman mythology within broader frameworks of human religious development. The French scholar Charles de Brosses's On the Worship of Fetish Gods established theoretical frameworks for understanding the relationship between different religious traditions, arguing that all mythological systems represented stages in humanity's intellectual development from primitive superstition to rational understanding. His analysis of Roman mythology focused on identifying parallels with other ancient religious traditions, demonstrating how similar natural phenomena had inspired comparable mythological narratives across different cultures. This comparative approach enabled scholars to understand Roman mythology as part of universal patterns of human religious development, rather than as a unique cultural achievement. The application of comparative methodology to mythological study required the development of new analytical tools that could identify underlying similarities while respecting cultural specificity. The German scholar Friedrich Max Müller's work on Indo-European mythology demonstrated how linguistic analysis could reveal common origins for mythological traditions that appeared superficially different. His analysis of Roman divine names showed how many Latin religious terms derived from Proto-Indo-European roots that had also influenced Greek, Germanic, and Sanskrit mythological vocabularies. This linguistic evidence provided empirical support for theories about the historical relationships between different mythological traditions, while revealing the specific cultural adaptations that had shaped Roman religious concepts. The philosophical critique of religious authority that characterized the Enlightenment led to systematic questioning of mythological narratives' claims to truth and moral authority. Voltaire's philosophical dictionary subjected Roman mythology to withering rational analysis, arguing that mythological narratives represented primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena that had been rendered obsolete by scientific advancement. His analysis of Jupiter's mythological attributes demonstrated how rational explanation could account for supernatural phenomena, while his treatment of Roman religious practices emphasized their social and political functions rather than their spiritual significance. Voltaire's approach to mythological criticism established models for understanding religious traditions as historical phenomena rather than sources of authoritative knowledge. The development of historical criticism during this period enabled scholars to analyze mythological sources with unprecedented analytical sophistication. The German scholar Johann Salomo Semler's work on biblical criticism established methodological principles that were subsequently applied to classical mythological texts, demonstrating how careful analysis of linguistic evidence and historical context could reveal the processes by which mythological narratives had been created and transmitted. His analysis of Roman mythological sources showed how different historical periods had contributed distinct layers of interpretation to traditional narratives, while his identification of textual inconsistencies revealed the composite nature of many mythological traditions. The emergence of antiquarian studies as a systematic discipline provided new frameworks for understanding the relationship between mythological narratives and historical evidence. The Society of Antiquaries of London, founded in 1707, established methodological principles for the systematic study of ancient artifacts and their relationship to historical knowledge. The Society's investigations of Roman Britain revealed extensive evidence for the practice of Roman religious traditions in provincial contexts, while their analysis of inscriptions and archaeological remains provided detailed information about how mythological themes had been adapted to local cultural conditions. These antiquarian investigations demonstrated the practical importance of mythological knowledge for understanding historical development while maintaining critical distance from mythological claims to supernatural authority. The development of numismatic studies during the 18th century provided valuable evidence for understanding how Roman mythological themes had been employed for political and religious purposes. The systematic cataloguing of Roman coins revealed the extent to which imperial authorities had used mythological imagery to communicate political messages, while the analysis of regional variations in coin design demonstrated how mythological themes had been adapted to appeal to different populations throughout the empire. The French scholar Joseph Hilarius Eckel's Doctrina Numorum Veterum established comprehensive methodologies for analysing ancient coins as historical sources, demonstrating how numismatic evidence could illuminate the practical functions of mythological narratives in Roman society. The systematic study of Roman inscriptions that developed during this period provided additional evidence for understanding the relationship between mythological beliefs and social practices. The compilation of inscriptional evidence from throughout the former Roman Empire revealed the extent to which mythological themes had been integrated into legal, commercial, and personal contexts, while the analysis of dedicatory inscriptions provided detailed information about specific religious practices and their social significance. The discovery of curse tablets and other forms of popular religious expression demonstrated how mythological figures had been employed in contexts that differed significantly from their representation in literary sources, revealing the complex relationship between elite and popular religious traditions. The neoclassical artistic movement that emerged during the 18th century created new opportunities for the visual representation of Roman mythological themes while reflecting contemporary rational approaches to classical learning. The French painter Jacques-Louis David's mythological works demonstrated how classical themes could be employed to communicate contemporary political and moral messages, while his emphasis on historical accuracy reflected the period's commitment to empirical investigation of ancient sources. David's Oath of the Horatii employed Roman historical narrative to explore themes of civic duty and personal sacrifice, while his careful attention to archaeological evidence for ancient clothing, architecture, and military equipment demonstrated how artistic representation could serve educational functions. The development of neoclassical sculpture during this period similarly reflected the influence of rational approaches to classical learning, as artists sought to create works that demonstrated their mastery of ancient artistic principles while appealing to contemporary aesthetic sensibilities. The Italian sculptor Antonio Canova's mythological works combined sophisticated understanding of classical sculptural techniques with rational analysis of mythological narratives, creating representations that emphasized the moral and philosophical dimensions of classical themes rather than their supernatural elements. Canova's Perseus with the head of Medusa demonstrated how mythological subjects could be employed to explore universal human themes while maintaining scholarly accuracy in the treatment of classical sources. The influence of Enlightenment rationalism on artistic representation of mythological themes extended beyond individual works to encompass comprehensive programs of cultural education and political communication. The decorative programs developed for public buildings during this period employed mythological themes to communicate rational principles of government and social organization, while the establishment of public museums created new venues for the display and interpretation of ancient artifacts. The British Museum, founded in 1753, established methodological principles for the systematic collection and display of ancient materials that would influence museum practice throughout Europe, while its educational programs demonstrated how mythological knowledge could be employed to promote rational understanding of historical development. The emergence of professional archaeology during the late 18th century provided new methodologies for understanding the relationship between mythological narratives and historical evidence. The systematic excavation techniques developed by scholars like Sir William Hamilton enabled more precise analysis of archaeological contexts, while the careful documentation of artifact associations provided evidence for understanding how mythological themes had been integrated into ancient social practices. Hamilton's investigations of ancient pottery and other artifacts from southern Italy revealed extensive evidence for the practical religious functions of mythological imagery, while his systematic approach to archaeological documentation established models for subsequent archaeological investigation. The development of scientific approaches to artifact analysis during this period enabled scholars to extract unprecedented amounts of information from archaeological remains. The application of chemical analysis to ancient pigments and materials provided evidence for understanding ancient artistic techniques and their relationship to mythological representation, while the systematic study of ancient manufacturing processes revealed the economic and social context that had shaped mythological imagery. These scientific approaches to archaeological investigation demonstrated how empirical methodologies could illuminate aspects of ancient religious life that had been inaccessible to earlier scholars, while maintaining the critical distance that characterized Enlightenment approaches to traditional authority. The systematic cataloguing of archaeological collections that developed during this period created comprehensive resources for comparative analysis of mythological themes across different regions and time periods. The publication of detailed archaeological catalogues enabled scholars throughout Europe to compare findings from different sites, while the establishment of international scholarly networks facilitated the exchange of information about new discoveries and interpretive methodologies. These collaborative approaches to archaeological investigation demonstrated how Enlightenment principles of rational inquiry could be applied to the systematic study of ancient religious traditions, while the accumulation of empirical evidence provided increasingly sophisticated understanding of the historical development of Roman mythological traditions. The transformation of Roman mythological studies that began during the 19th century represented a fundamental shift from the antiquarian curiosity of the Enlightenment to rigorous academic disciplines employing scientific methodologies. German classical scholarship, emerging from the universities of Berlin, Göttingen, and Bonn, established the philological foundations that would dominate mythological research for the next century. Friedrich August Wolff's revolutionary approach to Homeric studies, outlined in his Prolegomena ad Homerum, provided methodological frameworks that scholars like Karl Ottfried Müller applied to Roman mythological sources. Müller's systematic analysis of Roman religious traditions in his Handbuch der Archäologie, der Kunst, demonstrated how careful linguistic analysis could reveal the historical layers underlying mythological narratives, distinguishing between indigenous Italic elements, Etruscan influences, and Greek adaptations. The development of comparative religion as an academic discipline during the mid-19th century fundamentally altered approaches to Roman mythology by placing it within broader frameworks of human religious development. Friedrich Max Müller's lectures on comparative mythology at Oxford University established theoretical foundations for understanding mythological traditions as products of linguistic confusion and natural observation. His analysis of Indo-European mythological systems revealed how Roman divine names preserved ancient linguistic roots that connected Latin religious vocabulary to Sanskrit, Greek, and Germanic traditions. Müller's solar mythology theory, which interpreted most mythological narratives as allegorical descriptions of solar phenomena, provided systematic explanations for the apparent similarities between different mythological traditions while maintaining scholarly focus on empirical evidence rather than speculative interpretation. The archaeological revolution that transformed 19th century classical studies provided unprecedented material evidence for understanding Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological narratives. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy, beginning in 1871, demonstrated how systematic archaeological investigation could illuminate the historical contexts underlying mythological traditions. The discovery of Bronze Age settlements at the site traditionally associated with the Trojan War provided concrete evidence for the historical foundations of mythological narratives, while the systematic documentation of architectural remains and artifact assemblages reveal the material culture that had shaped ancient religious practices. Schliemann's methodological innovations, including the use of photography for archaeological documentation and the systematic recording of stratigraphic contexts, established standards for archaeological investigation that would influence subsequent research on Roman religious sites. The excavation of Roman religious sites throughout the Mediterranean during the late 19th century provided comprehensive evidence for understanding how mythological themes had been integrated into ancient religious practices. The systematic investigation of the sanctuary of Diana at Nemi, conducted by Sir James George Fraser and other scholars, revealed the complex ritual practices that had surrounded the worship of Roman deities in their original contexts. The discovery of votive offerings, ritual deposits, and architectural remains provided detailed information about the practical religious functions of mythological figures, while the analysis of inscriptional evidence revealed the social and economic context that had shaped ancient religious practices. These archaeological investigations demonstrated how mythological narratives had been embedded within comprehensive religious systems that addressed practical concerns about fertility, protection, and social order. The emergence of psychological interpretations of mythology during the early 20th century introduced entirely new frameworks for understanding the significance of Roman mythological traditions. Sigmund Freud's analysis of mythological narratives as expressions of unconscious psychological processes, outlined in works like Totem and Taboo, provided systematic explanations for the universal appeal of certain mythological themes. Freud's interpretation of the Oedipus complex as a fundamental psychological structure underlying human development enabled scholars to understand Roman mythological narratives about family relationships and generational conflict as expressions of universal psychological tensions. His analysis of Jupiter's overthrow of Saturn, Venus's relationships with multiple divine and mortal lovers, and Mars's role in both warfare and fertility provided psychological explanations for mythological themes that had previously been understood primarily through historical or literary analysis. Carl Gustav Jung's development of analytical psychology during the 1920s and 1930s provided even more sophisticated frameworks for understanding the psychological significance of mythological traditions. Jung's concept of the collective unconscious, populated by universal archetypes that appeared in mythological narratives across different cultures, offered explanations for the enduring appeal of Roman mythological themes. His analysis of archetypal figures like the Great Mother, represented in Roman mythology by Cybele and Ceres, the wise old man, embodied by figures like Saturn and Janus, and the hero, exemplified by Aeneas and Hercules, demonstrated how Roman mythological narratives expressed fundamental psychological patterns that transcended specific cultural contexts. Jung's approach to mythological interpretation enabled scholars to understand Roman mythology as a repository of psychological wisdom that remained relevant to contemporary human experience. The influence of Jungian analysis on 20th century mythological scholarship extended far beyond academic psychology to encompass literary criticism, anthropological research, and popular culture interpretation. Joseph Campbell's comparative analysis of mythological traditions, culminating in The Hero with 1,000 Faces, demonstrated how Roman mythological narratives followed universal patterns of heroic development that appeared in cultures throughout the world. Campbell's identification of the monomyth, a basic narrative structure underlying heroic stories across different cultures, provided frameworks for understanding how Roman mythological themes had been adapted and transformed in subsequent literary and cultural traditions. His analysis of Aeneas's journey from Troy to Italy as an example of the universal hero's journey demonstrated how Roman mythological narratives continue to provide meaningful models for understanding personal and cultural transformation. The development of structuralist approaches to mythology during the mid-20th century provided new methodologies for analysing the internal logic and symbolic systems underlying Roman mythological narratives. Claude Levi-Strauss's analysis of mythological structures, outlined in works like The Raw and the Cooked, demonstrated how mythological narratives functioned as systematic attempts to resolve fundamental contradictions in human experience. His analysis of Roman mythological themes related to nature and culture, life and death, and order and chaos revealed how these narratives provided symbolic frameworks for understanding and managing the tensions inherent in human social life. Levi-Strauss's structural analysis of Roman mythology demonstrated how these ancient narratives continue to function as sophisticated intellectual systems that addressed fundamental questions about human existence and social organization. The influence of Roman mythological themes in modern literature began with the Romantic movement's rediscovery of classical sources as repositories of emotional and spiritual truth. Lord Byron's use of Roman mythological imagery in works like Childe Harold's Pilgrimage demonstrated how classical themes could be employed to explore contemporary concerns about individual freedom, political revolution, and cultural transformation. His treatment of Roman historical figures like Caesar and Pompey as mythological archetypes representing different approaches to power and authority provided models for understanding how ancient narratives could illuminate modern political and social conflicts. Byron's integration of Roman mythological themes with Romantic emphasis on individual experience and emotional authenticity established patterns that would influence subsequent literary treatment of classical materials. Percy Bysshe Shelley's Prometheus. Unbound exemplified the Romantic transformation of classical mythological themes, adapting the story of Prometheus's defiance of divine authority to explore contemporary concerns about political revolution and human liberation. Shelley's treatment of Jupiter as a symbol of oppressive political authority and Prometheus as a figure of revolutionary resistance demonstrated how Roman mythological narratives could be reinterpreted to address modern political and social concerns. His emphasis on the transformative power of love and imagination embodied in the figure of Asia provided psychological and spiritual dimensions that connected classical mythological themes to Romantic philosophical principles. Shelley's work established precedents for employing Roman mythological narratives as vehicles for exploring contemporary political and social issues. The development of historical fiction during the 19th century created new venues for the popular dissemination of Roman mythological themes. Edward Bulwer Lytton's The Last Days of Pompeii combined archaeological knowledge with dramatic narrative to create vivid representations of Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological beliefs. The novel's detailed descriptions of the Temple of Isis, the gladiatorial games, and the various religious festivals provided readers with comprehensive understanding of how mythological themes had been integrated into Roman daily life. Bulwer Lytton's careful attention to historical accuracy, based on contemporary archaeological discoveries, demonstrated how literary representation could serve educational functions while maintaining dramatic appeal. The novel's enormous popularity established markets for historical fiction that would continue to disseminate Roman mythological themes to popular audiences throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The emergence of cinema during the early 20th century provided unprecedented opportunities for the visual representation of Roman mythological themes. Giovanni Pastrone's Cabiria, one of the first epic films, employed Roman mythological imagery to create spectacular visual narratives that brought ancient religious practices to life for contemporary audiences. The film's elaborate sets, depicting temples dedicated to Moloch and other ancient deities, demonstrated how cinematic technology could recreate the visual splendor of ancient religious ceremonies while maintaining scholarly accuracy in the treatment of mythological themes. The success of Cabiria established cinema as a major venue for the popular dissemination of Roman mythological narratives, while its influence on subsequent filmmakers like D.W. Griffith and Cecil B. DeMille ensured that Roman mythological themes would remain prominent in popular entertainment throughout the 20th century. The Hollywood epic films of the 1950s and 1960s represented the culmination of cinematic treatment of Roman mythological themes, combining spectacular visual effects with dramatic narratives that emphasized the moral and spiritual dimensions of classical stories. William Wyler's Ben-Hur employed Roman religious and mythological imagery to create a comprehensive vision of ancient Mediterranean civilization, while its treatment of the relationship between Roman imperial authority and emerging Christianity demonstrated how mythological themes could be employed to explore contemporary religious and political concerns. The film's elaborate chariot race sequence, set within the context of Roman religious festivals, provided audiences with visceral understanding of how mythological themes had been integrated into ancient entertainment and social practices. The development of fantasy literature during the 20th century created new opportunities for the creative adaptation of Roman mythological themes. J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, while primarily drawing upon Germanic and Celtic mythological traditions, incorporated Roman mythological elements that demonstrated the continued relevance of classical themes for contemporary fantasy narratives. Tolkien's treatment of themes like the corruption of power, the relationship between civilization and nature, and the role of fate in human affairs reflected his deep knowledge of classical literature and mythology. His creation of a comprehensive mythological system that could address contemporary concerns about industrialization, warfare, and environmental destruction provided models for subsequent fantasy authors who sought to employ mythological themes for serious literary purposes. The emergence of contemporary archaeological techniques during the late 20th century revolutionized understanding of Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological narratives. The development of scientific dating methods, including radiocarbon dating and thermoluminescence analysis, enabled archaeologists to establish precise chronologies for the development of Roman religious sites and practices. The systematic application of these techniques to Roman religious sites throughout the Mediterranean revealed the complex historical processes that had shaped the development of Roman mythological traditions. while the analysis of environmental evidence provided detailed information about the ecological contexts that had influenced ancient religious practices. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism in 1976, a complex astronomical calculator from ancient Greece, revolutionized understanding of ancient scientific knowledge and its relationship to mythological traditions. The device's sophisticated mechanical design demonstrated that ancient Mediterranean civilizations possessed far more advanced scientific knowledge than previously recognized, while its use for predicting astronomical events revealed how scientific observation had been integrated with religious and mythological frameworks. The analysis of the mechanism's inscriptions, which included references to various mythological festivals and religious observances, provided evidence for understanding how Roman mythological traditions had been connected to sophisticated astronomical knowledge and scientific observation. The development of digital humanities during the early 21st century created new opportunities for the systematic analysis of Roman mythological traditions. The creation of comprehensive databases containing all known references to Roman mythological themes in ancient literature enabled scholars to conduct systematic analyses of how specific mythological narratives had been employed by different authors and in different historical contexts. The digital atlas of Roman and medieval civilizations, developed by Harvard University, provided comprehensive mapping of Roman religious sites and their relationship to mythological traditions, while the Perseus Digital Library made primary sources accessible to scholars and students throughout the world. These digital resources enabled unprecedented systematic analysis of Roman mythological traditions while making scholarly research accessible to broader audiences. Contemporary archaeological discoveries continue to transform understanding of Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological narratives. The excavation of the Mithraeum beneath the Church of San Clemente in Rome, completed in 1967, revealed remarkably preserved examples of mystery religion practices and their integration with Roman mythological traditions. The discovery of elaborate frescoes depicting the Mithraic mysteries, along with ritual equipment and inscriptional evidence, provided detailed information about how Roman mythological themes had been adapted for mystery religion practices. The systematic analysis of these materials using contemporary archaeological techniques revealed the complex syncretistic processes that had shaped Roman religious development throughout the imperial period. The ongoing excavation of Pompeii and Herculaneum continues to provide new evidence for understanding Roman religious practices and their relationship to mythological traditions. The discovery of the Villa of the Papyri at Herculaneum, with its extensive library of philosophical and literary texts, revealed how Roman intellectual elites had understood and interpreted mythological traditions within broader frameworks of philosophical and scientific knowledge. The systematic analysis of these texts using contemporary philological techniques has revealed previously unknown works by ancient authors, while the application of advanced imaging technologies has enabled scholars to read texts that had been carbonized by the volcanic eruption. These discoveries continue to transform understanding of how Roman mythological traditions had been integrated into ancient intellectual and cultural life. Contemporary scholarly debates regarding the relationship between Roman mythology and social structures focus particularly on issues of gender, class, and imperial ideology. Feminist scholars like Mary Beard have demonstrated how Roman mythological narratives both reflected and reinforced patriarchal social structures, while revealing the complex ways in which women had participated in Roman religious life, despite legal and social restrictions. The analysis of goddess figures like Vesta, Diana, and Minerva has revealed how Roman mythological traditions had provided frameworks for understanding female power and authority, while the study of mystery religions has demonstrated how some religious traditions had offered women opportunities for spiritual authority that were unavailable in other social contexts. The investigation of Roman mythology's relationship to imperial ideology has revealed how mythological narratives were systematically employed to legitimize Roman political authority and territorial expansion. Scholars like Clifford Andoh have demonstrated how Roman mythological traditions were adapted to support imperial claims to universal authority, while the analysis of provincial religious practices has revealed how Roman mythological themes were modified to appeal to diverse populations throughout the empire. The study of imperial cult practices has shown how Roman mythological frameworks were employed to create religious foundations for political authority, while the investigation of resistance movements has revealed how alternative mythological traditions were employed to challenge Roman imperial claims. The relationship between Roman mythology and contemporary popular culture continues to evolve as new media technologies create opportunities for creative adaptation and reinterpretation. The success of films like Gladiator and television series like Rome demonstrates the continued popular appeal of Roman mythological themes, while their treatment of issues like political corruption, social inequality, and cultural conflict reveals how ancient narratives continue to provide frameworks for understanding contemporary concerns. The development of video games based on Roman mythological themes has created interactive experiences that allow players to explore ancient religious practices and mythological narratives in unprecedented ways, while the emergence of social media has enabled new forms of scholarly communication and public engagement with Roman mythological traditions. The integration of Roman mythological themes into contemporary educational curricula reflects ongoing efforts to maintain connections between classical learning and modern intellectual development. The development of interdisciplinary approaches that combine historical, literary, archaeological, and psychological perspectives has created comprehensive frameworks for understanding Roman mythological traditions and their continued relevance to contemporary human experience. The creation of online resources and digital learning platforms has made Roman mythological knowledge accessible to global audiences, while the development of virtual reality technologies promises to create immersive experiences that will enable future students to explore ancient religious sites and practices in unprecedented ways. The enduring influence of Roman mythology on contemporary culture reflects its fundamental engagement with universal human concerns about power, love, death, and meaning that transcend specific historical contexts. The psychological insights embedded within Roman mythological narratives continue to provide valuable frameworks for understanding human behavior and social relationships, while the artistic and literary traditions that have developed from Roman mythological themes continue to inspire creative expression across multiple media. The scholarly methodologies that have been developed for analysing Roman mythological traditions have contributed to broader understanding of how human societies create and maintain meaningful cultural systems, while the ongoing archaeological investigation of Roman religious sites continues to reveal new evidence for understanding the complex relationships between belief, practice, and social organisation. As we advance further into the 21st century, Roman mythology remains a vital component of global cultural heritage, continuing to inform artistic expression, scholarly research, and popular entertainment while providing enduring frameworks for understanding fundamental aspects of human experience. The digital preservation of Roman mythological texts and artifacts ensures that these materials will remain accessible to future generations, while the development of new analytical techniques promises to reveal previously unknown aspects of Roman religious life and its relationship to broader patterns of human cultural development. The transformation of Roman mythology from ancient religious practice to contemporary cultural resource demonstrates the remarkable capacity of human creative expression to transcend temporal and cultural boundaries, ensuring that the wisdom embedded within these ancient narratives will continue to enrich human understanding for generations to come